Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 8th of July. Razor, checking in early today. What's up? How are you? Welcome to the stream. It is hump day today where I am. I'm not sure about you. So we have reached a very important day on the working calendar for all of you working people out there. By the end of today, you will be rolling on into the weekend. So cause for celebration, and I hope you do muchly in regards to your celebration on this hump day, figuratively and literally, of course. And so yes, today we're going to be covering some I guess, yeah, mainly geopolitical stuff to start off with. We're going to be having a look at the situation. Ravi's in the house. Happy hump day. Hope you celebrate accordingly because it's Wednesday, simply. Yeah, we're going to be looking at geopolitical stuff today. There's been a lot of ruckus around the whole China missile situation. I'm not sure if you've heard about it. But yeah, China was recently testing some missiles in the Pacific, or tested a missile with the nuclear capabilities. It can carry a warhead, and yeah, people in the Pacific have been pretty upset about that. So we're just going to cover and see how the mainstream media tackles this one, like from a Western perspective, like all of the vassal states of the American Empire, basically, how they're treating this event. It's just like Chinese aggression, you know, how outrageous, how could they do this to us? That sort of stuff. And then we're going to actually get a Chinese source on this one, courtesy of Bansal Bandit. So it'll be interesting to see the stark difference between the forms of propaganda on this one. We're also going to be having a look at, I'm not sure if you've covered this or heard about this as well, but Nigel Farage. So Reform UK, the Pauline Hanson equivalent in the United Kingdom, has quit Parliament for some reason. I'm not sure exactly. I think he's under attack at the moment from the media about some scandal with him embezzling funds, or I don't know, not using funds appropriately or something like that, or getting some kickbacks somewhere along the line. And so like he's quit, and it's shocked everyone. But like I think it's just some tactic, to be honest. It's Wednesday, my dudes. You should do live streams when you are on any trip. I would love to see Australia, please. Let's do it someday. Well, you know, I could potentially do that. So like, yeah, if you're really interested in that type of stuff, I guess I could show you around a little bit. Leave it with me. I'll take that one unnoticed. But yeah, I can figure something out like that. Kylie Wyote in the house early today. Salutations, ladles, or I'm going to go with ladles, and jelly beans. Good to have you. Hope you are well. So yeah, we're going to cover geopolitics, but like, I don't know if you've heard about this as well. Like, this is just coming out now, but the US have started striking Iran again. So it was just yesterday that we spent time watching the funeral for the late Ayatollah Khamenei. And like, yeah, US America is striking them again. So yesterday, reportedly, Iran took out a couple of ships in the Strait. I think it was a Saudi ship, I want to say, and another ship, and so America is striking back at them. So we'll have a quick look at that, and cover other stuff as well, depending if we've got time. Spandonk in the house. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Hump de Bump. Okay, I guess that's a Wednesday celebration song. Got to get down on Wednesday. I want to see Australia from the perspective of Australians. I have seen many tourists, but I want to get to know the less popular places, if that is possible someday. Yeah, look, I rarely go out, like, unless I'm going to a protest or something like that, but I could factor something if that's what people are interested in. But yes, on the list, my friend. On the list. And yeah, so today I guess it's very we're gonna do a lot of overseas politics, and like try to figure out what the hell's going on around the world. Like I think we might touch on NATO a bit. We had a big discussion on NATO yesterday, and like Russia and all that. And NATO are meeting at the moment at Turkey and like they haven't actually had their meeting yet, but Trump's rocked up and everyone's causing a fuss because like wherever Trump goes, everyone gets all crazy. You know what the media is like, a bit of Trump derangement syndrome, as Dilemmas likes to say. What's going on around the world? Yeah, pretty much. Good to have you, Jag. Hope you're well. I don't want to force you to do anything. I'm just asking if you could do that. I would love to see it. Yeah, I look, I have thought about doing that type of stuff. I like to put on. Got to get out to Titty Bong. There's actually a place called Titty Bong. Get fucked. Tell me that's a joke. I'll take you to Titty Bong, Razor. It sounds like my kind of place. That sounds like a lot of people's jam. Titty Bong. That's hilarious. I wonder if that's actually a place. I'd search it, but like I'm not sure what will come up. And I've got to worry. I got to worry about TOS. So I wonder if that's actually a place. There is a wooden bong. Mamufa in the house. How are you? Nice and early today. Wait, what did you say? It's actually real? No, it's a real place. It's in Victoria. Oh, get fucked. That's crazy. I went to Titty Bong and all I got was this lousy shirt. That's hilarious. All right, let's quickly have a look because I haven't covered this. I haven't even looked at this myself. It's really only just come up in my feed. So I want to have a look with all of you, my fellow revolutionaries, on this fucking hump day. I hope you are humping well, all of you out there. Let's have a quick look at what's happened, shall we? Give us a second. All right, let's do this.
The US military says it has begun launching a series of strikes on Iran in response to Iranian attacks on 3 commercial vessels that had been transiting the Strait of Hormuz, which the US Central Command called unwarranted, dangerous, and a clear violation of the ceasefire. Now, with more on this, I'm joined by North America correspondent Lauren Day. Lauren, what's the latest on this?
So when was this?
Well,
like according to the ABC anyway, so we're using the ABC as a source today on this one. That was 40 minutes ago that this started happening.
Once again, we're seeing the US and Iran accusing each other of violating this very fragile ceasefire. The details are still emerging about this latest incident, but the US military is saying that they have launched a series of strikes against Iranian targets and also that they are reimposing sanctions on Iranian oil in retaliation for strikes on 3 commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iran hasn't claimed responsibility for those strikes on those ships, which included 2 vessels, one from Saudi Arabia and another from Qatar. But certainly the US is accusing them of those.
That's the other one. Saudis and Qataris have been hit. And apparently they were trying to sail close to Oman and like not go via the approved Iranian route. And so they hit it. Like this happened last week as well, the exact same situation, right? There was a Singaporean vessel that went the Omani route and got shot at by the Iranians. And then everyone got upset and the US shot at them as well. Again, the ceasefire is like under threat. It's not really a ceasefire, is it?
Attacks. Now, they've said, Central Command has said in a statement on X that its forces had begun launching a series of powerful strikes against Iran to impose heavy costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping. And they've also said that Iran's demonstrated aggression was unwarranted, dangerous, and a clear violation of the ceasefire. Now, it's unclear exactly what the US has targeted with these latest strikes, but Reuters is reporting that they have targeted air defence systems, coastal surveillance system and drone strikes. And according to Iranian state media, they have hit a number of targets around Sirik in southern Iran. Now, Iran's foreign minister says that Iran will take any measure it deems necessary.
Yeah, come on, Iran, not taking responsibility. I guess it was Oman. LOL. Like what? Are you suggesting that the Iranians haven't taken responsibility for this? I didn't know that was a thing, to be honest. Like, come on, why would America strike Iran for unless they'd taken? That's what she said. Okay, right.
Necessary to safeguard its interests and national security, and they're accusing the US of violating the ceasefire, particularly with regards to reimposing those sanctions. You might remember that that was such a key concession that Iran had won in these lengthy negotiations just to get to this point, to start this 60-day period of negotiations that they are now in. So really that reimposing of the sanctions and also these fresh strikes is the biggest challenge that the ceasefire has faced.
Yeah, which is, it would be weird, right? They did the same thing last week. Yeah. As far as I know, no Iranian missile has caused any loss of life in Saudi Arabia. The situation was just tense in the early days of the war. But I don't know the current status and whether Iran and America are continuing a conflict that harms the region, or if it's just a matter of verbal tension. Well, apparently they're firing at each other. Well, like, no, they're not. Iran is firing at ships that are violating the ceasefire terms, it would seem. They're supposed to negotiate with the Iranians instead of sneaking through the back door. And then America gets upset when they do that, when they fire. And starts taking it out on Iranian soil. Okay? Lovely.
So far, there have been previous incidents, strikes, counter-strikes between the two, but we haven't seen US strikes on Iran since last month. So this is quite a significant moment potentially.
And
of course it all...
What, a week ago? Seriously. The propaganda machine is fucking hilarious, isn't it? All right, fuck this ABC nonsense. Let's go to Fox Business, bro. Fox Business. Just in. US launches new strikes on Iran after shipping attacked in Strait of Hormuz. Oh, yeah. Thank God for Mr. President. Let's have
already
listen.
Jumping after the U.S. has barred Iranian oil sales. Let's bring in the Heritage...
Yeah, since last year. It's January 1st last month. So many 1 weeks ago. It's so good, man. Seriously. I mean, the situation was more intense in the early days of the war. There were repeated missile attacks on Saudi Arabia. One of the missiles even shook my family house, but it was intercepted. I remember you telling us that. Fucking mental.
Foundation Center for National Security Senior Research Fellow, former Pentagon official, former Navy Captain Brent Sadler, along with the Hudson Institute Senior Fellow, Rebecca Heinrichs. Great to see both of you. Brent, so
it's everyone's favorite Fox Business person, this woman here. The pouty old lady. She's the jerk circle woman, I'm pretty sure. She said it first. Now let's do this.
Piece that the Trump administration, our Treasury Department, has essentially eliminated the biggest primary economic benefit for Tehran with the signing of this memorandum of understanding, revoking this waiver allowing for the sale of Iranian oil. Does it need to go further than that? Further than what we're seeing militarily, further than what we're seeing even financially?
The short answer is yes. There is a lot more that needs to be done.
Dilemmas has ended the chat with questionable internet connection. What the fuck has happened in Australia? What has gone? Are you using Telstra? Like, Telstra has gone down. Is that what you're talking about, Dilemmas? Like, my phone's completely out. Like, thank God. I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank God for the NBN. But, like, yeah, my phone's gone. And apparently, like, shit's down everywhere. People can't catch public transport. Traffic lights are down all over the place. Yeah, Telstra went down. Yeah, apparently. Crazy. And, like, this is a great... Can we just talk about this really quickly? Global, apparently. Like, Telstra's gone down. And so, like, Telstra for the international is like a major carrier in Australia. Like, the primary, I would say, premier carrier for, like, you know, phone, internet services, like, whatever. And, like society's just come to a standstill. Like, people can't go to work. Like, it's like the economy's fucked. It just shows you, you know how I'm always talking about, like, surveillance capitalism and all that sort of bullshit. Like, everything goes down. Like, there are people all over the place that are affected by this. World's worst telecom company. I'm on Optus. So glad we privatized it. Yeah, I know. Look at this, man. She'll be right. Yeah, I'm also Optus. It's all because of this Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. So good, man. Yeah, fucking. Well, like Optus, like not much better, let's be honest. But like I'm glad you guys aren't affected by it. I use the Telstra network. I thought it was just my phone playing up, dropping 5G all morning. Yes, exactly. When I was doing my shit this morning, and I was like, my 5G kept going in and out. And I was like, what is going on? Why is this happening? I thought it was my phone, and I was just like, damn, maybe there's something wrong with my SIM card. And then none, not at all. I remember being Christmas and having 13 POS to run. And them all shutting down. Fucking chaos. Well, like, people can't buy anything. Like, cause like everything's on their phone now. So like, you know, they tap for everything. So like, it's just, yeah, society comes to a standstill, man. I wonder what this means for future negotiations, as supposedly the hardliners in Iran didn't agree with the terms of the MOU. US is violating the MOU might give them hardliners more sway. Yeah, well, like, it's just back. Like, what is this, really? In the grand scheme of things, Mamupa, but like, as they say, a freeze to the conflict, not a ceasefire, but like they're not going hard. And so like they're just gearing up for the next round. And so they do little shots at each other, little pot shots here and there, but they're just gearing up for round 2. So I'm sure there will be more conflict. It ain't over, baby. And like, it's just the job of everyone that's trapped in the strait at the moment to get out at like breakneck speed. There's like 1,000 ships trapped in there, and they're all just like, fucking get out. Get out while we still can. We've been in here for 3 months, trapped in here, or whatever it is. Yeah, like more than that. We just gotta get out, man. Get out. Wookie, happy hump day all. Haven't been watching, coming down off the worst week. Yeah, it's good to have you back, Wookie. It's good to have you back. Kind of a relief. I was legit gonna buy a new phone. Yeah, I was thinking, oh man, I'm gonna have to go get a new SIM card or something. But like, no. I found out, like, I had to drop the kids off at their grandparents' house, and they're watching the news on the television, like the good old days. And it said, like, Telstra outage. And I was like, it's not me. It's not me. That's crazy. Thank God. I always have cash on hand. And when I don't feel like my security blanket is gone. Yeah, it's funny. And like, there are certain places though, like, just don't want to deal with cash. So like, even if you're prepared for the apocalypse with cash, they might not even be able to service you anyway. America and Western countries are always interfering in our region. I hate that they cause repeated conflicts. This region is still in constant tension. We've never truly been at peace. It's fucking boring. I want peace. Yeah, fair enough. I can imagine why. Israel would be happy to see the USA's recent action. Yes, I know, right? I've become my grandfather, standing up in the lounge room with the TV too loud, watching Al Jazeera with a coffee and grumbling, yelling at the TV. It's outrageous. Who would have thought? Hey. Fox Business. I don't think we're get any gold from Fox Business today. This sucks. So like, apparently as a result of this recent strike, again, it's early days, but this recent strike that Iran did on these ships, the Americans have re-put sanctions on Iranian oil. So they lifted sanctions on Iranian oil, and now they've placed them back again. And I think that's what these Fox Business people are talking about. Pretty sure it's illegal to not accept Australian tender. Hey, you're damn right it is. But like, people do it anyway. People do it anyway.
Revoking of the waiver, in effect, is reinserting the blockade, but the financial aspect of that blockade on Iranian oil and Iranian ports. Of course, they can still ship through there. It's not yet the physical blockade. But as far as this kind of responsive military posture that we've been in, it hasn't worked to date. And so I think there needs to be a review of the rules of engagement, and in viewing any IRGC forces along the coastline of Iran as hostile by their very nature and attacked immediately. This is the last bit of leverage that the Iranian regime has. It's time to take it away permanently. And I think while still negotiating, things will probably move along far more favorably for U.S. interest, and we'll get a conclusion to these peace negotiations with Tehran. But there is a lot more that needs to be done before we can get to that conclusion.
Really? Are you sure? It's not illegal as long as businesses are upfront about it. What, not accepting cash? That's a crazy world, man. I'm surprised about that. Very surprised about that. Unfortunate, I would say. Bring back the cash economy. Dilemmas. Cash was never a problem for me. It always was always a problem for the customer. I hated cash transactions. Though Boxing Day, I would always be fostered and left to cash like 80k in notes. Rostered. Got it. They up in criminals. Oh, Hobo Joe's in the house. Yo. Hobo Joe is here, so we can start the stream. Oh, thank God. All right, let's get into business then, shall we? Yeah, there's weird loopholes, unfortunately. Yeah, I agree. I'm a big cash guy. I wish it was illegal. I just thought they had to accept it. Like if someone wants to pay for a good or a service and they've got cash and you don't have the facility to take that or process it, that's on you. Very interesting.
Yeah, Rebecca, it feels like kind of a never-ending cycle. Iran strikes a commercial ship in the Strait. We've got to retaliate. They seem to want to do it again. They don't appear to be deterred by that. Does something fundamentally need to change here, or do we just
Dude, the observations are so classic. They don't. Like, there seems to be a pattern forming. Like they actually don't respond to when we retaliate, and like they think that they control the Strait or something. Like they've got the upper hand here. Is that what's happening? Is that what's happening? Am I reading the situation right? They don't give a fuck about our retaliations, and they're just gonna do whatever they want to do in the Strait because they can. Yes, it's a good read. I love cash jobs. Sweet, sweet tax-free money. I don't like carrying cash with me. It's just annoying to keep money in your hand or wallet. Might be necessary when traveling in certain situations, but I don't like carrying cash with me all the time. Only income I know how to make, hobo.
Playing this game until the 60-day period's up and then something else happens?
Well, remember, every time the United States imposes costs through military strikes, we are significantly degrading what's left of their military capabilities. If we go at a rapid tempo, they cannot reconstitute faster than we can continue to degrade their capability to threaten the Strait.
I don't know
but
about
it's
that.
really important to keep in mind, the Iranians have not been cooperating with this MOU from the jump. This has been, as Secretary Wright said, the United States forcing the Iranians to stand back while we shepherd ships through the Oman corridor. So I suspect, I mean, good for President Trump for initiating these strikes
Good on ya.
and for taking away that oil waiver. He's doing that while he's in Ankara at the NATO summit, showing he can do both things at the same time. And so I suspect that this is going to require increased American military activity to further degrade Iranian coercion through the Strait.
And the Wall Street Journal pointed out that Iran is losing its grip on the Strait of Hormuz, that it was, as Brian and I have talked about endlessly since the start of this war, alternative routes, the pipelines, the workarounds, better oil supplies, even a glut, if you listen to some, is reducing the power that Iran has in the Strait. And I think some of these strikes are probably desperation.
Her accent, Hormuz. Like she just, this poor woman looks sick, man. Seriously, like there's something wrong about her. Know what's going on there? This probably explains the way that she presents as well. I'm sure she's the jerk circle woman. I'm sure.
And I'm waiting to see some interdictions of some ships, maybe, by our U.S. military.
Whoa, that was for you, Span Dog. She got excited just then.
Interdictions of some These strikes are probably desperation. And I'm waiting to see some interdictions of some ships, maybe, by our U.S. military, some oil being shipped by
clip
Iran.
that woman.
But
hey, yo, circling the jerk. I want to see some interdictions of some ships. Hey, yo. Oh, my God.
let's going on, talk about the summit. President Trump is reviving his push to purchase Greenland. Rebecca,
Greenland's back on the menu, boys. Have you guys heard of this, man? She heard you through time and the screen somehow. Dude, she went off just for us. Just for us. Have you heard about this? Like, apparently he's bringing up Greenland again. Greenland's back on the menu, boys. We spent a lot of time covering Greenland. It's fucking hilarious stuff, can I just say? Like even Nick Shirley not went to Greenland. So did Andrew Callahan. All to do interviews with the native population. He's sundowning. Hey, I understand now. Yeah. What happened to Greenland again? Oh, yeah, let's go to Greenland. That's what it is. He's sundowning again. Interesting. Anyway, Greenland's back on the menu. Greenland, man, I've seen this episode before. It's back on the menu. Cuba, Greenland, Venezuela, and Canada. No, sorry, Mexico, then Canada. Canada will be last. But once all the other pieces are in place, then America will have its Western Hemisphere dominance. And then it can consolidate on all fronts and fight the Chinese. I love that Greenland was like, please, for the love of everything good, please don't make us American. For God's sake, please. We need to get Maduro. Wait, did we do that one already, Rubio? Remind me again. Yeah, and look what's happened. Have you guys been following what's happened in Venezuela recently as well? They've had a horrendous earthquake event, and there's 30 or 40,000 people missing. And they've counted for 3,500, maybe 4,000 people that are actually dead, and there's 10 times that amount that are missing, and they're under American control at the moment, or American management through Delcy Rodriguez, and this has happened under American watch, basically, or American management. And what do they normally do in these situations? Just the evil Venezuelan regime is responsible for this, but I guess they can't do that now, so they just kind of just say, oh, it's a tragedy, really. But if Maduro is there, that'd be non-stop reports about how they have failed the Venezuelan people and somebody needs to step in and save Venezuela, etc. America's in control of the Venezuela situation. It's a tragedy, and it is a fucking tragedy. But they've got no Maduro to blame anymore. Yeah, so many people, so bad. Yeah, and they're completely fucked as well in terms of their response to it. Severely under-prepared and under-resourced for the challenge. And it's been what, almost 2 weeks now? So there's no chance of anyone still there. How brutal. I mean, it was architecture that's been updated. It hasn't been updated in 100 years. Those earthquakes shouldn't have toppled half of the buildings they did. No, but I mean the response, though. The response is what people are hypercritical of. As in the government hasn't had the resources really to handle it. The machinery, the organization, and in certain areas they were just shuffling people out. The government was coming in and people were trying to shift through the rubble and find survivors, and they were kind of just you gotta go. You gotta leave. You gotta move on. Nothing to see here. But yeah, not good look for the US right after taking over. And yeah, I'm expecting a Sandy level response, aka 0. Yeah, but there's people from all over the world that are going, crews that are helping and stuff like that. The US has apparently sent in Marines to assist and providing aid, but it's been lackluster. Lackluster, to say the least. What's this? What is this? Dude, these links are fucking epic. Storm Sandy destruction. Oh, Hurricane Sandy inflicted nearly $70 billion in damage and killed 254 people in 8 countries, from the Caribbean to Canada. Yeah. All right. Enough with this Strait. I can't do it anymore. I really am fatigued when it comes to the whole Strait situation. It's just too much, man. They don't care. And we're supposed to believe there's a ceasefire. I'm sick of that. Sick of that nonsense. Is this what you wanted to search? The Wikipedia one? Oh, okay. Hurricane Sandy. Yeah, got it. All right. That's enough then. Oh wait, I really want to have a look at this. There's like I said before, Australia and like the parts in the Pacific. Enough with the straight is the motto of my favorite nightclub. 4AS in the house. There you go. And Cuba Copter with Sandy. Yeah, that's why I just go to Al Jazeera because updates, because at least it's not flowery bullshit. It's just what it is with a grain of salt. Yeah. What up? Yeah, I wanted to touch on this today, or spend a little bit of time looking at the propaganda around this. I thought it might be interesting. Blad's in the house. Nice and early today. Did you hear the US and Israel are also testing their weapons on countries? Well, like, have they ever stopped testing their weapons on countries? But what do you mean specifically? And like when you say their weapons, like this is a joint operation kind of thing. They're developing stuff together. Because there was that act recently that like the US and Israel were coming together to share intelligence and technologies. The US and the Israeli military were going to basically join forces, as opposed to China, right? I wonder if you're referencing that they're coordinating more officially now. It's kind of fucked that Al Jazeera and Fox have gone from being the most fringe to the most reliable. Well, Fox Business anyway. They just have to read between the lines and you get the real story. Just doing a brief actual weapons test. Just a flippant joke about Iran, Palestine. Got it. Okay. Yeah, thank you. At least they earned it. They did both improve their journalism. I mean, no media is reliable in my opinion. I take most sources to deduct my personal opinions, you know. Yeah, kind of have to these days. Truth is somewhere in the middle. Somewhere. I do love some Fox Business. It is pretty funny. And like that when that woman gets excited and says things like jerk circle and like, I want to see some interdiction. You. All right. Now, China's just launched done a missile test from a sub somewhere in the South China Sea, I believe, and like shot it over a number of countries into the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And it's like pissed off a lot of people. And like, this is like absolute like golden opportunity for Australian media to be like, to whip up the usual China frenzy sentiment and like scare everyone into like, oh, evil China's coming to get you. And so like China's retort to all of this has been like, we planned this, we've been planning it for fucking ages, and we told everybody about it. And it's like, I think Australia and other countries' response is like, you gave us like 3 hours notice that you're going to be launching an intercontinental ballistic missile, you know, like they can carry a warhead, and testing it in the Pacific. And this was all happening while Australia's like going around the Pacific Islands at the moment, signing like fucking defense treaties with like the Solomon Islands, with Fiji, and like China's like shooting missiles over these countries or these islands while Australia's walking around doing defense treaties with everyone. So like Australia's media is very suspicious, and they were just like, oh, they're doing it on purpose. Because of like the treaties, and like China's like, no, we planned this for ages, but they were a bit lackluster on the communication on this one. So again, the ravey theory of everything is like, I'm sure the truth is somewhere in the middle on that one, but we're gonna have a look through the propaganda. So let's go first to the mainstream media on this one and figure out like why we should be terrified of the Chinese today in Australia. It's like, in this installment of being scared of the Chinese and the evil communists, let's find out why we should be terrified, and then we'll like kind of filter through the media responses to this one. But like, strap yourselves in. This is terrifying stuff. Hope you're ready. Alexa, play Red Sun in the Sky. Oh yeah, I saw this all over my feed this morning. Smelled like sweet, sweet propaganda. Fuck yeah. Captain Bucket's in the house. Yo. Hope you are well. Well, Albo got his Chinese mates to launch a distraction so people would stop going on about Kylie. Dude, that's hilarious. Come on, Dilemmas. Like, what do you actually think about that Kylie situation? Like, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Like, if Albo didn't say that he wanted to bang Kylie, like, everyone would be like, huh, what a loser. He won't even bang Kylie. And then he does. And, like, all the snowflakes out there are just like, oh, so misogynistic. Oh, what an animal. Come on. You must be, like, secretly dilemmas me like, yeah, that's right, Albo. I'd bang Kylie too. Sup, beach faces. Mr. Abbott in the house. How you going? So what happened is someone asked him who he'd root, and he said Minogue. Is it that controversial? No, apparently he was like on a podcast or something, and like the podcaster was being like controversial, I guess, or like edgy, and like had a list of things that like you could do to Kylie Minogue, and he was like, "Come on, PM, what are you gonna do to Kylie? Pick one off the list," and like he refused to answer the question. And then he was like, fine, I'll just do it all, like, whatever. And then everyone's like, I knew it. He's a grub. I fucking knew it. MSN is having a field day over this. Pen tester in the house, how you going? A field day. US will conquer Greenland and will grape the seals. Damn. Fuck. Okay. Tell us what you really think, Mr. Abbott. I hope he doesn't. I hope they don't grape the seals. Sky News has gone woke with this Kylie shit. It's so funny, isn't it? Like watching Sky News turn into the bastion of, I don't know, the Me Too movement or something. Snowflake right-wing nut jobs. Oh, wait, Kylie now or back in the 2000s? Does it matter? Hey, let's do both. I like my new nickname. Kylie, can you still get it now, please? Come on, let's face it. We would all want to bang Kylie. No mystery. It was shag, married, date. And it was Kylie and 2 other women. Oh, that's not the same. And he just said, oh, okay, I'll just do it all. I'll do everything on the list kind of thing. And everyone was upset about it. Sky News has turned it into Waleed Ali. It's fucking hilarious. Huh. No matter what, mentally you are banging hot, Kylie. Mentally. Close your eyes. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, Ravi, Kylie now ain't what she used to be. Alright. Interesting. Alright, let's listen to some fucking propaganda, shall we? Alright, everyone terrified? Everyone's sitting on the edge of your seat. China's coming to get you.
Thanks for your company this afternoon. China's test launch of a long-range ballistic missile landing in the South Pacific has been condemned by Australia and its partners in the region, despite Beijing claiming it was a routine training exercise. Defence and foreign policy expert Peter Tesh joins us this afternoon. Peter, thanks for your time. Let's talk about the timing of this yesterday. Barely a few hours after Anthony Albanese signed a new defence deal with Beijing. Do you think that was a coincidence or not?
Well, good afternoon, Hugh. These sorts of tests are a long time in the planning. They are not pulled on overnight, but there's no doubt that the temporal coincidence suits Beijing's messaging, which is strategic and very much targeted at the region as well as at the United States. Beijing is bent upon projecting military capability globally against the backdrop of a non-transparent build-up that it's been pursuing for many years now. So while I think there's a convenient upside from Beijing's perspective to pointing the finger at Australia, the hypocrisy behind this cannot go uncommented, and I think we need to call it out for what it is, a destabilising move on Beijing's part.
Yeah, there are questions about how much Beijing knew in advance, whether their intelligence meant that they were aware that this signing was going to take place a couple of weeks ago. This is a JL-2 missile, we believe, about a 9,000-kilometre range from China. That takes in all of the Australian mainland very easily. They are very effective weapons, or they can be, can't they?
Well, they certainly are, and particularly as this would appear to be a submarine-launched missile, that range, of course, is relative to the submarine's position. So again, this is China signalling, and it, of course, is part of its broad strategy of seeking to impose a sphere of deference, trying to get countries to self-subordinate to China's strategic interests. And, of course, they've been paying close attention to the assiduous work that Australia has been putting in over recent years to deepen its framework of security collaborative relationships with PNG, with the Solomon Islands, Vanuatu and Tonga, of course. So it suits China's agenda, even if it doesn't do anything to reassure the region about China's true intent.
And why
Some
have
diplomatic
we been doing
pushback
that,
from Canberra.
okay?
The Foreign Minister, Penny Wong,
So, like,
calling
we
the-
have recently been spending a lot of time going around the Pacific and shoring up our defense treaties with nations, like they were saying, you know, Vanuatu. We've been doing this just over the last couple of weeks. Like, Albo's been over on a mad trip around the Pacific, you know, wearing floral numbers and all that sort of stuff, shaking hands with dignitaries and signing defense treaties. And, like, why? Why is that happening? Well, as we would know, as we were discovering a lot last year, we've ramped up our efforts with the Five Eyes nations and the coordination with the US, Canada, New Zealand, England, and like we're gonna all come together. And like the focus at the moment for the US, and like this includes Australia largely, like their national defense strategy from the end of last year, I think we read it, maybe it was early this year, was like focusing hardcore on the Pacific, like hardcore. They're going to leave, like, what's going on? I know this is a controversial topic, but like what's going on with NATO at the moment and Russia? Like they basically turned around to NATO last year when Trump came into office, and Pete Hegseth went over and started yelling at all the Europeans, saying that they're not spending enough on defense. They're like, Europe, you ramp up your spending and you deal with Russia, and we'll tell you what to do. And then like Australia or the Pacific region is where America will start turning its attention. And like here we are, after that defense strategy comes out, Australia's been going around shaking hands with people in the Pacific Islands and like setting up defense treaties because America has interests in this region as a second line of defense against China and like containing China so it doesn't rise into the Pacific. And like we're going around like a good vassal state, a good dog, and doing the defense treaties. And then so yes, I've got to agree with this analysis. I'm sure that China's a bit like, well, fuck, if you want to go around signing defense treaties as a little puppet of the Americans, then we're going to fire a few missiles at you and make you feel a little bit uncomfortable. So I'm happy with that. But like, is it like the fear mongering where like it's just, oh, China's just like randomly firing and testing missiles? Like, how weird is that? What's psychos? Why would they do that? Or is it like the whole Russian discussion that we're having yesterday? It's because they're being provoked, deliberately provoked, because people are moving into the Pacific to shore up America's interest, and like us, like a good dog, a good vassal state, is doing what we should be doing and protecting America's interests. Not even the golden shorts bra, that cute little bum. See? Hot. That's going to be trapped on the stream until somebody moves the chat. Got my cheese wing in the house. How you going? Isn't it weird how we know the name of CIA, Mossad, ASIO, etc., but we just call the Chinese intelligence Beijing? That's how secret it is. Or like that's how good Western propaganda is. How it's just like we just say, like, when we talk about Iran, we just say regime. And we don't use the correct words for stuff. It's because they don't try to pretend it's an independent agency. It's just another part of the government. Ministry of State Security, it is, apparently. So yeah, nailed it, Rogue. They are getting choked off like Japan did. Do not move the chat. Ha, it's gone. Somebody moved it. The Prime Minister said he'd shag Kylie Minogue. So fucking proud. So good. Yeah, like why are people like are so upset about this? Like apart from Sky News snowflakes, I guess. Oh my god. Australia is collateral damage 100%. Just like the Europeans are at the moment, or the Ukraine is collateral damage. But like, yeah, anyway, back to it.
Test destabilising for the region, and it could lead to Foreign Minister Penny Wong calling the test destabilising for the region, and it could lead to a miscalculation. Do you agree that there is the danger now of a miscalculation?
Well, I think there's always a risk when countries seek to project capabilities that unless they have a very clear method for assessing risk and cost benefit, that they can perhaps do things that might end up creating problems for all parties down the track. And this is something where, while I wouldn't suggest we should fear
so
imminent
phallic,
nuclear...
isn't it? The footage replayed over and over and again. The missile launch. So
attack, it does nothing whatsoever to reassure our region and Southeast Asia more broadly that China means what it says when it seeks a harmonious and stable region. These actions cut very squarely across that.
Yeah, little doubt now that the Pacific is contested space. Peter Tesh, thanks for your time this afternoon.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. And Blaz appreciates it too, apparently. This is actually an interesting and nuanced interview, honestly. Sorry, dipping in and out. I'm working for real today. I swear I'm working today. Thank you. It's good to know. CC, I think. Let me know if you put anything into Discord. I think I've been CC'd. Can't believe it. All right, so that's what we're supposed to think about this, I guess. And so, like, there's many people getting in on this conversation at the moment. There's, like, Pacific leaders as well that are pissed off. China missile reactions. Pacific leaders criticize Chinese nuclear capable missile test as reckless. Danger, nuke.
The might of China's military captured on camera.
There is no doubt that this is a provocative act by China, which does destabilise the region.
In Honiara.
It does. Look at how destabilized. All the islands are just floating off into the Pacific now, completely destabilized. Absolute chaos. The world stopped turning, actually. What did you write? It's scary, but man, how do the Chinese feel when they have the world's sole superpower and its vassals in the South China Sea? Like, we do this shit with NK. Yeah, like, I agree. Like, we are carrying out U.S. foreign policy decisions through our Five Eyes network, and, like, they've decided that, like, as per their national security strategy 2025, I'm pretty sure we read it at the end of last year, that, like, we're gonna be used as a fucking aircraft carrier or land base, and, like, we have to help project American power or Western interests in the area. So we're walking around doing the diplomacy stuff. That's our role here in the Anglosphere. We walk around and do deals with everyone, like, who we've been neglecting for, like, the last, like, 20 years. We had security relations and, like, pacts with all these countries, and then we pulled out because it was costing too much money. And now it's back on the menu because America's worried about China and the China threat. And so, like, we're back in there shaking hands with everyone and giving them money, and saying, yeah, look, if anything happens, like, you know, us first. You tell us first and we'll support you. No, fuck that. Australian Empire in 2026. Oh my God. Australian Empire. What do we got here? New Guinea, Spice Islands, Solomon Islands, New Caledonia, New Zealand. Fuck yeah. Take that, New Zealand. That's the biggest treasure right there. We're coming to get you, New Zealand. Coming to get you. All right, let's go with this Australian Empire all the way. Indonesia was one landmass before these tests. Yeah. Yeah, not a series of islands. Not like half the world would still be outpacing their launch capabilities, even if true. Like, China just has to put up with us having a forward defense policy in the South China Sea. Yeah, like, we get to, like, fly around and do whatever the fuck, and they can't test missiles. Like, seriously. You gotta love Paul Keating telling it like it is about AUKUS. Yeah, AUKUS. Bandsaw Bandit. Oi, bro. We're working up to your piece, man. I'm watching, like, Australian propaganda, then, like, other countries' reactions, and then we're gonna get to that Chinese piece that you have. Fucking love Keating. What did he have to say about it? That is, like, the worst deal in Australian history, basically. And we should be fucking ashamed of ourselves. Like, you can imagine him saying it, right? Like, completely blunt as fuck.
Solomon Islands sovereignty front and
I'm
center.
outraged. I thought you would be outraged, Bandit. I'm outraged, I tell you.
as the world and oceans around it become more volatile.
We even now have ICBM tests. Goodness gracious.
China's ballistic missile was launched with just a few hours' notice. It travelled over the Philippines, Guam and past Micronesia, landing in waters about 1,000 kilometres northeast of Solomon.
You know, it's pretty funny as well, because like that's basically they've shot over America's interests in the region as well. Like past Taiwan, like ostensibly American base. Philippines, definitely American bases. Guam, American territory. And like straight over and like just outside of the Solomon Islands, where like I'm pretty sure that's where Albo was when they were doing the test, shaking hands and kissing babies. We have ICBM tests. Goodness gracious, 3GPM. Oh.
Islands.
This is a very significant capability in terms of the range that's been demonstrated.
Taiwan's National Security Chief Joseph Wu posting, China has proved itself to be a bully on the bloc.
China is a good friend of Solomon Islands, but this is not something a friend does. This is not good in our region.
Offering this message to both the US and China.
Be our friend, but don't threaten us.
Mr. Wale's frustrations reflect the quandary Pacific leaders face with China. It's an indispensable partner and sometimes a generous donor. It built...
America doesn't test fire in the same area all the time, do they now? Never. Not our friendly allies. And apparently that's the truth of it, isn't it? It's like America has recently been testing in the Pacific as well. And like no one said a fucking word. But like when China does it, destabilizing the region. Smoking up for the CCP. Oh, good. This one's for you, G.
This stadium here...
Oh, if you are watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. Activate away. Do me a favor. Do yourself a favor. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're, on Twitch and stuff, follow for more, etc., etc. Hypocrites.
Hosting Independence Day celebrations. But Pacific leaders are also unnerved by its military actions in the region. And Australia is looking to capitalise. Stephen Jedgetts, ABC News, Honiara.
That's right. Alexa, play Red Bong in the Sky. I'll smoke it up for the PRC. What? Fuck the CCP? Oh my god. The PRC. Alright, let's see. What else? Oh, dude, do you want to do this? I guess this is for you, Gum and Cheese Wing, while you smoke up for the CCP. And Love Jeff if you're in the house. This one's for the two of you. Let's get the fucking Sky News take on this one, shall we? And Ground News. Smoking up for the Democratic Republic of the Congo. America is pissed because their Patriot missiles are crap and don't work, or they're completely useless in the age of drone warfare.
Joining me is Sky News defence analyst Peter Jennings, who's had senior roles in our Defence Department and headed the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. Peter, great to talk to you again. Look, I know we're probably sounding like a broken record on this too, but just the missile test today by China, how serious is it?
How serious is it, mate?
Very serious, and it's focused on the United States. This is about testing a sea-based intercontinental ballistic missile that has the range to reach any city or military target in continental United States. It follows, as you mentioned,
man. Like,
a
I haven't heard that one
land-based
yet.
test in September of 2024.
Like, I've heard people say, like, from where they shot it from, anyway, or like the area that they'll be operating in, unless they're just like going to go across the Pacific or something like that. Like the area that they'll be operating in, like they can attack northwest US, not the entire continent of North America. It's a bit of a stretch. These idiots look like they've had a bump of coke. Yeah, like the other one, but maybe not this guy. It's a bit lackluster. They work against $15,000 drones. They just cost about $1 to $2 million each. Albo be like, hey, yo, watch your fire.
Hainan Island, again, with a range of over 11,000 kilometres, so capable of hitting the United States. The message that China is really passing to the Americans is to say, look,
we could probably hit the Southwest too, yeah.
are your equal in terms of nuclear weaponry, and that is going to impact on how the United States has to deal with China in the Indo-Pacific. And it just so happens that where they've launched these...
That's the word. That's the word they kept on using. Indo-Pacific, not just the Pacific. It's the Indo-Pacific. And like when we read through the strategy, the National Defense Strategy, I think it was, they kept on talking about the ideas. And we need to protect our interests in the Indo-Pacific. We need to defend ourselves in the Indo-Pacific. Like America as a continent is just going to pick itself up and move literally across the Pacific Ocean and start living there now. And they need to shore up their security for some reason. Apparently. A defense treaty with Fiji is a wise choice. They offer luxury barracks for our troops. I think like Paul Keating was right that our defense relies on Indonesia as shit, and hateful as that country is and working with wider Asia. Yeah, it's regional. Like we need to be a regional player, but like we're just a vassal. Like all this stuff that we're doing at the moment. We are a vassal state. And like all we're doing at the moment going around is just kicking like China out of these islands. Like, and China's been going around doing the same deals with these islands as well, and like offering them material support. And we're just like, all right, us exclusively. If shit hits the fan, like all these deals, these treaties are signed in the sense that, like, if there's any type of security threat or some type of issue pops up, you come and talk to Australia first. It's gangland stuff. If anything happens, someone tries to break your window, or like smash up your shop front, like just call us, we'll protect you. But like we also, if they don't pay their protection money, we'll smash them up too. It's gangland shit in the Indo-Pacific. I think China beat us on Vanuatu. Yeah, that's what I think. It was like last week they were doing those discussions with Vanuatu, and Vanuatu's got like a foot in each camp, I think. We should be friends with everyone, an enemy to no one. And we're one of the few countries that could pull it off. Yeah, I believe so too. You'd have a good chat with Kevin Rudd, you would, Dilemmas. I reckon. We're like in an interesting position, Australia, for sure. Labor accused of mismanaging military. Meanwhile, the entire world, the Australian Empire. We can't fucking protect ourselves, let alone anyone else. Yeah, I guess. Look, we've even got Antarctica on that picture as well. I'll take that. Who would win in a fight? Trump or Lenin? Dude, Lenin for sure. Bro, that guy got shot like 3 times in the chest. Survived like, what, a good 6 months after that before he cocked it. Like Trump, if someone like touched him in the chest too hard, he'd probably cock it. He'd be bruised for days.
Missiles from, they can follow a sea corridor which travels east of the Philippines and south of Guam, all the way down to the...
Dude, that's so good. Rammstein said, we're all living in America. That's interesting. I can subscribe to that. Lenin was a Chad. Trump is weak and has small hands.
Furthest reaches of the South Pacific, travelling over water. And that, I think, is a particular test range which China values. And because they've done it twice now, once from land, once from a submarine, they'll continue to do it. So it reinforces the importance to China of the Pacific. And that's why they keep trying to influence Pacific governments in order to establish a military presence here, both locally and in terms of global security. This is actually a significant development, showing China at a new stage of military power.
Yes, it's 2 aspects, exactly what you said, the military power, but also the signal they want to send, the consternation they want to send. And but the thing here is, when you say they can reach America, I take your point, America's its prime target, can obviously include every city in Australia, but it all comes as the Prime Minister signed a deal today to help Fiji if it is attacked. Now,
dude, that's fucked. Trump prefers you to use gloves, according to the files. Ugh, man, I don't want to know what the reference to the files that is that you're talking about there, but my imagination runs wild. Fuck that. Alex Morrison. Ooh, just saw this stream come up. What have I missed? Oh, welcome. We are talking about the China invasion. So, like, strap yourself in. Are you Australian, Alex Morrison? Let us know. But, like, so we are led to believe China tested a missile yesterday and, like, shot it over a number of Pacific regions or players. And it's, like, pissed off a lot of people. And so the Western media, or, like, the Australian media anyway, is trying to make hay while the sun shines and whip up the usual China fear. So everyone's, like, comfortable with spending, I don't know, hundreds of billions of dollars on AUKUS or something like that. Because, you know, China's coming to get you. It's coming to get you. So that's what we're looking at the moment. And we're watching Sky News. The one, the only. China invasion. Asian. Getting censored good today, LOL. Oh, damn. Look at you. Hell yeah. They need someone smoking it up for the DRC. They need to chill. Maybe he'd win if Trump could get lucky and smother him with a love handle while Lennon is distracted with war injuries. Yeah, actually, you know, thinking about it like that, like he just has to sit on him and Lennon would probably cark it, I guess. I am a Queenslander, born and raised. Oi, bro, tell me. I'm from New South Wales. Are you watching the State of Origin tonight? Tell me you watch the State of Origin. And if so, what's your prediction? Obviously, you're going to say New South Wales is going to win in Brisbane. It's definitely going to happen. Fuck yeah, go New South Wales. I use the same method myself. Oh, man. I don't know. It's just like military is military. People got to test shit. Yeah, and like that's obviously what's happening is they're testing stuff. And like, yeah, I'm sure it's calculated. Like I'm sure they knew that like treaties were going down, so they're just like, fuck it, let's just fire this motherfucker now, while you know people are signing defense pacts and stuff like that. And like, you know, why not? Why not add a little bit of excitement to your standard military testing? Why not scare people a little bit? But like, yes, the propaganda machine is in overdrive now.
Help. Could we give Fiji really if, you know...
Well, that's what people are saying, Captain. Imagine if they missed and hit Fiji. Now, from what we understand, is like there was no warhead in it. It's just like, it's literally just a test. But like, yeah. I don't watch footy or State of Origin except for one time when I went on YouTube to look up the fights because it's funny. Oh, there you go. What a special Queenslander you are. You don't watch footy. Interesting. Reminder, we have missiles. We can defend ourselves. We have capabilities to invade and have thus far chosen not to. Doing a test is multifaceted. As said by China. Well, we'll get into what China says. I think if Australia had a guerrilla army and a conventional army, it'd be great for our actual defense. Let's look at how many military bases the US has around the world that Australia has access to. About 750 bases. How many does China have again? Hey, 1. Interesting. And like, how many do we have on our soil as well? And remember like all that stuff about like the port of Darwin being bought by the Chinese and stuff like that. And everyone was really upset how like the Chinese had come in and bought the port of Darwin and Australia's got to buy it back and we pissed off the Chinese over that. And like literally like right next to the port of Darwin are these American naval bases, which America has full jurisdiction over and full claim and rights to. And we're worried about the Chinese buying a commercial port to increase economic activity in the region. And like, meanwhile, America right there, full control. We've given up all of our sovereignty to that area to an actual military, and like no one cared about that at all. It's interesting, the psychology of the propaganda, or the psychology created by the propaganda. Let's look at no, I read that one. Sup, persons? We watching Sky Slop today. You better fucking believe it. Oh, yeah. Clive Palmer, CCP ads. Our army is basically trained as a guerrilla army. We should watch those. Clive Palmer, CCP ads? Dude, do you have some? I do. I'd watch that. Fuck yeah. I've heard of military, but what about military? Very good. We need AUKUS more than ever now. More than ever.
Forbid war ever did happen.
Well, Fiji is a decent partner with a small military and we have a close relationship with them, but frankly, it's just not the main game when we're talking about the big geopolitical events taking place in our part of the world, Andrew. The alliance relationships that count in the Pacific is the American relationship with Japan and the American relationship with us. So we are the three countries that have some capacity to push back against China's belligerency.
Belligerency? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Is this the one? Is this actual, like, anti-China United Australia Party propaganda? Dude, that's so good. I wonder what it's like. I can't remember it if I've seen this. Australia, protect our future. Watch now. Chinese communist government-controlled companies have exercised control of airports and ports in Western Australia, contrary to the security of Australians. All right, let's look at some real propaganda. Heidi, no way. Gang, how you going? It's been a while. Hope you're well. Captain Bucket, to be honest, I'm not happy about it. It threatens any diplomatic progress we've had with China. Yeah, because we were doing, I think, quite well on that front recently. But Sky News needs to shut the fuck up, and they have no idea what they're talking about. The guy in this ad sounds plastered. All right, let's have a listen. Who wants to? Okay, for the foreign, for the internationals, we're gonna watch an Australian political party and its ad fear-mongering about China. So I guess it farms votes based on fear. The sausage, me lord.
At 80 kilometres south of Karratha and the existing Karratha airport in the Pilbara, the Chinese Communist government-owned companies, with the help of the Labor Party, built and constructed a private jet airport.
Located close to the coast, approximately 30 kilometres from the huge port of Cape Preston, where over 16 million tonnes of products are exported to China each year. The airport runway is similar to the Royal Australian Air Force runways in Queensland and the Northern Territory, where Australia's fighter aircraft are based. Australia could not repel military aircraft if they landed from carriers offshore. A superior military air force could, in effect, control all of Western Australia's resources in the Pilbara and the North West Shelf gas reserves.
Labor Party whip Yang, born in China, was affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party groups dedicated to extending the Chinese Communist government's influence in Australia. Yang travelled with Labor Premier of Western Australia to meet the Chinese government.
West Australia is desolate. Yeah, especially in this part of it. Yes, I would say that's an accurate description.
In Beijing, Yang recruited over 500 members to the Labor Party. Australians must now be concerned that our politicians are acting in the interest of Chinese Communist government and not Australia.
The port of Cape Preston in the Pilbara in Western Australia is a deep water port. It has the facilities necessary to support and sustain large-scale naval operations in the Indian Ocean. The power generation and water desalination plant, together with the bunker fuel capacity, provide the necessary logistics to support a large ground force equipped with heavy equipment.
Dude, this guy doing the voiceover does sound like someone who's plastered, someone at the pub. I'm telling you, they got desalination, they got fuel storage, and they're going to take over. Western Australia is a dystopian wasteland ruled over by the Wicked Witch of the West. Yes, with control over all of the continent's resources. It's basically like that, the wild, wild west. There's a bunch of cowboy capitalists over there that just control all the resources, and everybody kind of works directly or indirectly for that economy, I guess. Actually, I think Spandonk would have a good opinion on this.
State-owned companies have exercised control over all these facilities, contrary to the security of Australia.
We can't trust Labor with our children's future. The Chinese Communist government won't allow Australians or any Australian company to control ports or airports in China. Why should Bill Shorten or Mark McGowan allow them to control our strategic assets? Enough is enough.
Yeah.
All Australians must stop the clandestine takeover of our country. Vote 1, United Australia Party.
Authorised by James McDonald for the United Australia Party, Brisbane.
That was... I feel scared. I was like, yeah, why don't we get to control ports in China? Eh? This is outrageous. I want my Chinese port now. Right now. And I'll take fries with that, please. Alright, enough Sky News. Should we do... Let's see what the Singaporean reaction is to China testing missiles. Let's have a look. That was a roller coaster of emotion. You know what? For a billionaire, right? That was shit production though. Like I wanted more explosion sounds and stuff like that. And like imagery of like Chinese, I don't know, people doing war games and like pouring off amphibious craft onto beaches. That's what I want. Let's have a look. All right, this is CNA, which is a Singaporean public broadcaster. Let's see what they have to say about it. Maybe they'll be more balanced towards China. It's only on lease with China. They paid NT. The US are here for free. Yeah, with their military on our soil. Yes. More capitalist now with commie flair. CNA is certified nursing assistant.
A test firing an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean, launched from a submarine and carrying a dummy warhead. It drew alarm from nearby countries, Australia calling it destabilizing and New Zealand unwelcome and concerning. The Chinese Navy defending its actions as routine, with the missile landing where designated, and relevant countries given notification in advance. Today's launch was carried out around noon from a submarine in the Pacific Ocean.
This was the UAP ad.
The crab people shall finally reign supreme. Crab people, crab people, taste like crab, talk like people. Crab people.
Crab people. Oh man, so good. Yeah, man. Taste like crab, talk like people. China, if you're listening, we hate the Yanks. Please forgive us for our stupid government. Please forgive us for our stupid billionaire class, more like it. Hey, forgive us for Clive Palmer.
Hours after Australia and Fiji announced a deepening of their defence ties. Concerns in the region, despite Beijing maintaining the launch targeted no one country and complied with international law and practices.
I wonder if that's true, hey? Chinese spreading their own state propaganda. They're like, it was scheduled and met standards and like international law. What is everyone fucking whinging about? Calm the fuck down. I wonder if that you can substantiate that. I wonder if our research assistant is like biased or not. I wonder what ChatGPT thinks about this. What would Sam Altman train ChatGPT to say about Chinese missile launches? Let's have a look. We are looking at reports that China launched a missile test for a new ICBM that had a dummy warhead on it and flew into the Pacific. Many countries in the region have criticized this action as inflammatory. However, the Chinese have stated that the test was successful, met requirements and international law. Are you able to clarify what international law they're referring to and if this claim is true? They launched a missile? Naughty, naughty. Yeah, no, naughty, naughty, apparently. The short answer is Chinese claim is partly correct, but it is contested. There is no international treaty that prohibits a state from launching a ballistic missile into international waters. However, there are several areas of international law and accepted international practice that apply. The freedom to conduct military activities on the high seas under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, provided that they do not interfere unlawfully with other states' rights. The obligation to provide warnings or notices to mariners and aircraft if the activity could endanger navigation is usually done through NOTAMs, Notice to Air Missions, and NAVARIA, navigational warnings. The fact that the missile reportedly carried a dummy non-nuclear warhead, meaning it was not a nuclear weapons test prohibited under the treaties such as the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, which bans nuclear explosions, not missile launches. Interesting. What is the Hague Code? Some Australian officials have referred to the Hague Code of Conduct against ballistic missiles proliferation. What is the Hague Code? The Hague Code of Conduct against ballistic missile proliferation is a voluntary international agreement that encourages countries to provide advance notification of ballistic missile launches, be transparent about missile programs, reduce the risk of misunderstandings. However, China is not a subscribing state to the HOC. The HOC. Let's call it the HOC. So it's not legally bound by its notification provisions. Interesting. Actually, I want to ask about that. The claim being made in Australian media is that China only gave 3 hours notice, where it is customary to provide at least 48 hours notice. Can you clarify where this claim about a notice period may have come from? Practice is a suggestion for international law. Nobody gives a fuck of your Navy size, of Clive's receding hairline. Savage stuff in the chat today, man. Notice, schmotice, yeah. I know, right? Based on that, on what has been reported so far, the 48-hour figure appears to be a statement accepted by military practice rather than a binding rule of international law. The claim appears to originate from the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, who likes a bit of Kylie Minogue. It's a standard procedure that tests such as this to be given 48 hours notice. This was not done on this occasion, apparently. Reports indicate that China gave regional states only a few hours notice. There is no treaty or universally binding international law requiring 48 hours notice. So maybe it really is just like US not happy, quickly, everybody jump into line and start talking about how unacceptable this is and how scary it is. Wow. 3 hours is insufficient for neighboring states, airline and shipping operators to assess risks. I guess that's a fair point. Okay. And like, who warned the fish? Like, what about all the fish that were out in the fucking Pacific Ocean at that point? Why don't they get warning? Eh? I ask you this. Will nobody think of the children? So basically China pulled a Panda Express, but with a plushie-sized warhead. Is Ping still harassing Bunker Cat? Alright. It's okay. I told the fish. Like, somebody think of the fucking fish here. Boils down to, if you're going to do it, let me know beforehand so I can get out of the blast radius. And they turn in the fish gay with radiation. So good. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more and follow for more on Twitch. You know how it is. If you want to, and I think you should, come and join us on Discord. So like that's the little chat that you can see in the bottom corner of the screen over there. Here's the invitation to it. This is where we share our propaganda and do other stuff like during the stream when people get censored, all that sort of stuff. Taiwan has been an integral part of China since ancient times and never was, is not, and never will be a country. Savage. I put some activator and afro sheen on the like. Thank you very much. Good on ya. All right, back to it.
And practices.
これに対しては我が方から中国の軍事活動が活発化している
In response, Japan conveyed its grave concern regarding China. I'm going to read this out for the lurkers. Increased military activity. From the standpoint of the security of Japan and the region, the government has concerns in regard to this missile launch. We will continue to maintain the highest level of vigilance and surveillance while closely monitoring related developments.
Australia has been clear that this proposal...
That's pretty much it. Oh, that was short. Fair enough. Thank you, Japan.
Australia has been clear that this proposal, this proposed test, is in the context of a rapid military build-up by China, which is lacking in the transparency and reassurance as to intent that the region expects. I would make this point. The Pacific Islands Forum leaders have made clear that they want the Pacific to be an ocean of peace. We believe this test is inconsistent with that objective.
CNN correspondent Deborah Wong with a possible messaging from Beijing.
Now, there are two key events happening right now, which analysts say could have triggered such a test launch. Australia, in fact, just signed a defense pact with Fiji, and what observers are saying could limit
America's pissed because China's missiles hit their targets. Fucking savage. Pacify the Pacific. She's a foreign agent. I knew it. She got a name like Wong. She's a foreign agent for sure. Taegan in the house, Taegan. Isn't Penny Wong Chinese? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. What would she know, right? I knew it.
China's influence in the region. And of course, the world's largest naval exercise, the US-led RIMPAC, is also happening right now from the 24th of June to the 31st of July. It's a very long exercise that happens once every 2 years.
Given that Penny Wong is Australian, yeah, but like most people, I think would just put two and two together on their own with that one. You'd have to say she's pushing us towards Israel states and now pulls out the China card. Come on.
Timing right now, the RIMPAC exercise is occurring, and during this time, China is trying to flex its military muscles, highlight the point that the island chain system and the US-led alliance system in the Asia-Pacific cannot contain China's military capability. Also at this time, we are seeing the US is stuck in a military setback in the Middle East. So China is also trying to test US reactions and the strength of its alliance systems.
China rarely conducts tests in international waters. It normally does so in its own territory. So such a move this time round again is sure to attract a lot of international attention, scrutiny over what was launched, how and where the test was conducted.
New Zealand says the projectile was fired by China into the South Pacific nuclear-free zone. So what is behind the backlash? And why does this area matter? The South Pacific nuclear-free zone was...
Well, is that what New Zealand said? New Zealand's kind of like, fucking who cares? That's interesting.
Created under the Treaty of Rarotonga, which entered into force in 1986. It encompasses Australia, New Zealand and the South Pacific Islands. The pact was largely born out of concerns over decades of nuclear testing by larger powers. Its core tenet prohibits members from the use, the testing and possession of nuclear weapons within the boundaries of the zone. China committed to parts of the treaty the year after its establishment. It ratified 2 protocols pledging not to conduct nuclear tests within the zone or use or threaten to use nuclear weapons against treaty parties.
China going to create a Temu Godzilla before we get official GTA 6 gameplay. Hilarious. Dude, that's fucking great. Temu Godzilla. Bring on Temu Godzilla. Plug your Patreon. Yeah, okay, fine. That's a good point. All right. Here is the Patreon. I'm just going to pop that in the chat for you. That's right. Nice and easy there. You do not get notifications through the algorithm, okay? So like I would like to put you on an email list so you don't miss out on streams and information. Go to Patreon. There is the link just up there, or it's on your screen. Go there and join up for free. No strings attached, but I can put you on an email list. Go and do it. For God's sakes, do yourself a favor. And like the stream. Go and do it.
Prohibitions under the pact are focused on nuclear explosive devices, but China's test of a missile from a nuclear-powered submarine is raising alarm. It conducted
False avatar. See you later. Thanks for hanging out. It's been good. Good luck with your work.
a similar trial 2 years ago.
It is the first time that China launched a SLBM from the Pacific. Last time was late 2024 when it launched a missile from Hainan Island. I would say that, it shows that the PLA's capability is expanding, and the message it is trying to send to the world is that China must not be underestimated. We should wait and see if China initiates similar missile tests in the coming month. Then it would be an act of escalation and definitely draws significant concerns. But a single test is more about sending a message rather than, forcing tensions upon the region.
Beijing has strengthened ties with Pacific Island nations in recent years on diplomacy and security. But its actions are drawing concerns from other neighboring countries, including, as we mentioned earlier, Australia. And
what's the tax on Patreon compared to Super Chats? Patreon is like, I think they take 8% of my earnings or 10%. Super Chat is like, they take like 30% of a Super Chat, I'm pretty sure. So like it's much better, but like I find people like Super Chats because of the freedom. They can just be like whenever they feel like it. Like, and Patreon locks people in for like a monthly kind of thing. But like the Patreon, like I love financial support if people can, but like it's more about like getting an email list together so people can get notifications despite the algorithm. What extra content do you do? None, to be honest. Like I used to put out like monthly videos where I just like give my thoughts on an issue, but like it's really just about the love of it. Like if you're interested, and it's like it really is about forming a alternate source for notifications. So like I don't do much. I don't have the time at the moment. Hojo, haha, immediately comes in chat and claims he's a grifter without giving him a chance. What's this? Is this the person last week that was just like, you've got Patreon? I knew it. Is that the one that you're talking about? Yeah, that's right. That's against his anti-capitalist tag. Yeah, having Patreon. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, taking the piss out of him. It was a pretty funny one. Gotta pay the troll toll to get into mystery hole. Interesting. Nice, you got a Patreon. I do. Worst grifter ever? Dude, I'm working up to it, alright? I'll get my grift on. You watch. That's right. I'll get my grift on one day when I get organized. And I'll start selling stickers and shit like that. Even Kami's gotta get paid, eh? That's right. It ain't free to live in this capitalist utopia, that's for sure. Dude, I thought the Singaporeans would take like more of a middle or of a neutral role in this one, but they seem to have gone on the attack a bit as well. Like everyone is up against the Chinese on this one. I don't know. I thought, Singapore had more neutral relations. They're like Switzerland. Apparently not. Did someone call you a capitalist? Yeah, like someone came into Twitch the other week and were like, what's this channel about? And like I kind of gave them an explanation. And they were like, it says you've got an anti-capitalist tag, but you have a Patreon? You grifter. And then they just took off. And I was just like, He's right. What am I doing? Trying to survive. Fucking. He's right. He likes to grift. He likes to drift. It's a talent, a true gift. Speaking of grifters, did you see the claim about our favorite right-wing grifter, Drew, dating a Labour councillor? Get fucked. What's going on there? What? Maybe he's looking for an inside. Yay, confetti. Super chat 5 AUD. Freedom. Your grift sucks. Yeah, I'm working on it. I know. Thank you very much, Ben Sore Bandit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Straight to the stream, baby. I'm telling you, I had some crazy costs recently. I told you guys about the fucking SSD that I bought recently. So I can save my streams. They're hundreds of dollars, man. If you want an SSD. My God. Can't believe how much it costs just to do storage. It's mental. But yeah, straight to the stream, baby. Fuck yeah. Thank you very much, Ben So Bandit. Alright, are we up to the Chinese one yet? No, let's see what the Indians have to say about this. I guess the Indians should be more neutral. They have good relations. Oh no, not really. Not the best relations with China. They have better relations with China. Let's just say. And she's Asian, so Drew really likes those immigrants, eh? Yeah, that's the best part. That's very interesting. Drew, what a complex man he is, eh? What about the Mongols?
On China, it has carried out.
Oh, this one's really loud. Holy shit. Sorry, what's your headphones there?
A rare submarine launched missile.
Red dot on Tomahawk. Red dot. God, I think I understand what you're asking there, but like, yeah, I'm gonna go with red dot, not Tomahawk.
In the Pacific Ocean, drawing concern from countries across the region. Beijing says the launch was part of its routine military training and that neighboring nations were informed in advance. But the test has renewed concerns over China's growing military presence and expanding nuclear capabilities in the Pacific. China says one of its strategic nuclear submarines successfully launched a missile carrying a simulated training warhead into the Pacific Ocean.
What was with the break there? What's going on?
According to the Chinese Navy, the missile accurately hit its designated target area in international waters. Beijing described the test as part of its annual military training program and said relevant countries were notified beforehand. The launch is significant because China has rarely conducted long-range submarine missile tests over the Pacific, making it an unusual public display of its military capabilities. Earlier, Papua New Guinea and New Zealand confirmed they had been briefed by China about an upcoming missile launch. However, the exact landing area was not disclosed. The launch has drawn criticism from several countries, including Japan, which urged China to reconsider carrying out the test. Analysts
Can you write their takeoff against your income? That'd be hectic. I wonder if I can. That's a good question, actually. Like they take their cut. So I've already been taxed. So don't tax me twice, government. Yeah, I wonder if I can do that. Let them have some fun. Yeah, so God forbid the boys shoot some cans. Let them have some fun. Phallic symbols. Yeah, a lot of phallic stuff going on there.
The missile launch highlights China's rapidly expanding military and nuclear program. According to the United States Department of Defense, China now possesses more than 500 operational nuclear warheads and could have over 1,000 by the end of the decade. The test has also revived concerns among Pacific Island nations, many of which still bear the legacy of nuclear weapons testing carried out in the region during the Cold War. At the same time, China has been steadily expanding its influence across the Pacific through infrastructure projects and closer ties with island nations, adding another strategic dimension to an increasingly contested region.
Yeah, that was pretty lackluster, I guess, the Indian take. All right, we finally made it to your piece, Bands or Bennett. This is one I really wanted to watch. So this is a channel called Reports on China, and it comes from the Chinese. It's not Reports on China from the Western media or somehow funded by the National Endowment for Democracy. It seems like this is an actual Chinese source. Now, this guy, Bands or Bennett, like, how do you rationalize this guy's face? Like, he looks so plastic. I thought he was AI. But, like, I think he's actually, like, a human being. I think he is human. But like I was struggling to be like, is this guy artificial intelligence or not? Like he looks really fake. But maybe he's just got a lot of makeup on and like dyes his hair and stuff like that. But anyway. Uh-oh. Bad butt. US shot down a Pakistani 737 out of the sky. When? Like recently? Too much Botox maybe? Yeah, not AI. Just too much plastic surgery. He speaks with a different cadence too. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yesterday, China...
God, this one's loud as well. Fuck yeah. Goddamn. All right, let's have a listen to a Chinese take on this one.
Yesterday, China tested an intercontinental ballistic missile in the vast Pacific Ocean. Now, it sounds kind of scary, but Beijing let countries in the region know well in advance.
This morning? That's crazy. Why? Dude, the Pakistanis must be pretty pissed off about that. What's going on there?
And used a dummy warhead. But despite being open and transparent, Western governments and media have kicked up a massive stink, calling the test destabilizing and unwelcome in what they describe as the ocean of peace. But that is really interesting, considering the United States of America routinely does the exact same tests in the Pacific Ocean and no one bats an eyelid. So why are Western media and governments so selectively outraged? And does the average Westerner know that the US conducted an ICBM test in the Pacific Ocean just weeks ago? To unpack all the alarmism, we'll be joined by today's special guest, Professor Warwick Powell from the Queensland University of Technology. I'm Andy Borham here in Shanghai. Let's get reporting.
From Shanghai.
Yesterday, the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy conducted an historic submarine-based flight test of an intercontinental ballistic missile carrying a dummy warhead into the Pacific high seas. China Daily reported that this was the farthest trial of any Chinese Navy missile to date, hitting its target precisely at 12:01 p.m. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning emphasized that the process was safe, standardized, and professional.
It is a routine military training activity that is not directed at any specific country or target. The countries concerned were informed prior to the launch. It is consistent with international law and customary international practice. The whole process was safe, standard, and professional. We hope such and such countries will not read too much into it. We can only hope. We can only hope. I saw this Warwick bloke on Bogan Intelligence yesterday. What's like, is this guy, this dude that you're talking about here? Bogan Intelligence. What a name. Oh, this Professor Warwick guy. Okay. He's an Aussie that lives in China, I think. No, I think it's the guest that they've got on here that they're talking about, that Dilemmas is talking about. Yes, a smart man.
Stressing it was a routine part of annual training and urging relevant countries not to over-interpret the event. Despite China providing advance notice, the Australian government reacted with a formal protest. Foreign Minister Penny Wong branded the test destabilising to the region, a sentiment echoed by Richard Marles on the very day Australia signed the Ocean of Peace Defence Agreement with Fiji. The Australian media has mirrored this government alarm, transforming a standard training exercise into a narrative of direct provocation. News outlets have amplified claims that China is lobbing missiles into the Pacific to intimidate smaller states, often featuring voices like Shadow Foreign Minister Ted O'Brien, who branded the test irresponsible and unwelcome. This sensationalist coverage frames the launch as a targeted insult to regional peace, with outlets like ABC News highlighting O'Brien's claim that China's actions provide a very clear contrast to Australia's peaceful intentions. As usual, Western media loves to create a stark, one-sided portrayal of a region under threat from an aggressive China. But as viewers of this show know full well, that alarm is at odds with reality. And there is one key piece of evidence that even you may not know
Such
about.
a good word, isn't it? Lobbing missiles. Hey, Just shooting them out willy-nilly. Oh no, these missiles are beached as, bro.
And that is that the United States frequently launches unarmed intercontinental ballistic missiles over the Pacific, with tests occurring as recently as March and May of this year. Does the Australian public know of these tests? Did the Australian media label those tests destabilising and aggressive? Of course not, because this level of condemnation...
He doesn't move enough. I think he's imitating AI. Yeah, there's something about him that seems really artificial. He's like the most artificial human. If you have really like human AI, there must be really artificial humans as well. And he's like crossing over into artificial territory. I think it's just the way he presents, isn't it?
Is exclusively reserved for
Take
China.
your hand off the mouse, bro.
Now, to help us unpack these...
Like his hand moves. It's weird.
biases, we're joined by Professor Warwick Powell from the Queensland Institute of Technology. Professor, welcome back to the show.
Yeah, it's good to be with you again, Andy.
Long time. Now, the reaction from Australian media has been intensely alarmist, framing this routine training exercise as a direct and hostile provocation rather than a standard and, quite
Yes.
frankly, a
He's a cyborg human. Yes. Maybe he's transhumanist. Hey, he's with he's gotten together with Peter Thiel, hanging out together.
Military procedure. Now, the Sydney Morning Herald, which presented the launch as calculated strategic threat, featured analysis from none other than Justin Bassey, the executive director of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, a group that specifically receives funding directly from US weapons manufacturers and aims to scare ordinary Australians into believing that China is a threat, just so that those companies can make millions of dollars selling weapons to your country. Now, he said, this test firing represents an escalation in China's ongoing military expansion and sends a deeply concerning strategic signal to Australia and the wider Indo-Pacific. Now, Professor, considering these portrayals of China lobbing missiles and sending concerning strategic signals to its neighbours, how do you evaluate the Australian government and media's response? Is this a measured analysis of a military event, or are we witnessing a case of strategic scaremongering?
Well, I'd suggest that it's actually just a function of a centuries plus of deep anxiety from the Antipodeans down here in the Southern Hemisphere, insofar as their own displacement is concerned as European settler colonies in Asia. And these concerns, these anxieties about Asia and China in particular...
Just yeeting them. Yeet. The ICBMs, bro. Yeet them 9,000 Ks, baby. You can do it. Dude, how's this guy? It's just like, it's nothing but white settlers with fucking anxiety because they're plonked in the farthest corner of Southeast Asia, and they're coping with the fact that China's large and in charge. That's his take on it. Savage take there from the Queensland University of Technology.
Back in Australia at the very least, these anxieties about Asia and China in particular go back in Australia at the very least to the middle of the 19th century. It's shrill, it's confected, and of course it's hypocritical because the talk of the Pacific as somehow this domain of, historic peace belies the fact that ever since the Second World War, the United States has actually treated the Pacific as what was called in the late 1940s America's Lake, and that the sub-imperial sheriffs, whether they're Australia or New Zealand, were tasked with keeping the Southern Pacific island nations within the fold. So, within that context, I think it's it's a little bit rich. It's a little bit anxiety.
Antipodian? Why is Australia called Antipodian? Australia is called Antipodian because it lies on the exact opposite side of the globe from Europe. The term comes from the Greek word antipodes, which translates literally to opposite feet. For early European explorers, it described a mysterious southern land where people seem to stand upside down compared to the Northern Hemisphere. So good. When I was like traveling in the US and stuff like that, I was looking at a map of the world, like on somebody's wall in somebody's like living room or something like that. And like, I was like, it was north oriented, right? So like, everything looks like it normally does on a map, where like Australia's down the bottom. And like, I was just like pointing at things in relation, and like the Americans that were with me, and they're like, oh, so is this like confusing for you to see a map of the world like this? And I was like, what? And they're like, oh, because like Australia's on the bottom, right? And I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? And they're like, oh, well, like in the Southern Hemisphere in Australia, don't you have maps that are turned like upside down, so Australia's always on top? And I was like, what? And they're like, so like, aren't you used to your country being on the top of a map? And I'm like, no, like this is how we look at maps too. We understand that like there is a north-south axis, and like we don't mind looking at a map where Australia's not on the top. And they're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I think it'd be really weird to look at a map where America wasn't on top of the world. And I'm like, yes, you know what? I can completely understand why you would probably have a problem with that. But no, we Australians don't mind being at the bottom. We don't turn the maps upside down. We understand that like, things are pretty northern centric, and we can deal with that. It's okay. I am so embarrassed to be from this country, but like, look, this one is less embarrassing than other stuff in the sense that they were like, oh, but like, wouldn't you guys as people from the Southern Hemisphere want to be on top, so you'd turn it around, like so you could be like, dominant or something. It was like a domination thing. And I was like, no, we don't care about that stuff, man. It's okay. I know you guys like to be potentially on top of the world, but like, we don't have those grand plans. We know our place. We know where we are. That is so dumb. I don't know why the conversation came up, but they were like, oh, is it confusing looking at a map like this? I was like, nah, it's okay. It's not confusing. I'm used to it. Northern oppression, we call it in the land down under. Northern oppression from Europe and the US, or like North American continent, and like North Asia. No, this conversation is confusing. Yeah, it's so good. Oh man, so funny. So just that's funny. Antipodean, thinking that Australia people walk around upside down. That's hilarious.
Written, and it's entirely over the top. Let's not forget, as you said, that the United States actually undertakes these kinds
But we are on top. Yeah. Aren't we? I feel on top. Yeah, I'm sure. We'll never shake the feeling. Never. Should have said it's especially hard tying your shoes in the opposite direction and watching them struggle with it. Oh, wait, dude, you know what was funny? Because of The Simpsons, heaps of people were also like, oh, does it literally, like when you flush the toilet, does it go the other way? And I was like, oh, we don't have the same type of toilets that you guys do. Because like what I noticed was weird when I went to, I think it was most of the places in America I went to, like the toilet bowl is full, like up to the brim almost. And like we have like that tiny little bit of water at the bottom. So I was like, there's not much circular action going on when you flush the toilet. So I can't remember seeing it go the opposite direction. But yeah, like everyone's perception of Australia is like severely tainted by The Simpsons, man. Like, like they did, like they're really worried about what direction the water spins in my toilet. And I was like, I don't know if we have that much water in our toilet. Yeah, splashback must be off the charts. Yeah, you can feel it, man. Oh, my German cousin said he enjoyed watching the shit swirl around the toilet when he came here. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I'm not used to that much water. I grew up in a time of water restrictions, and so like the water level is tiny in Australian toilets. But yeah, they were really fascinated about which direction the water swirls in. Solar Bear in the house. How you going? I don't know, man. I regularly play Knifey Spoony with the boys down at the pub. I'd love to see footage of that for us. You down at the pub, playing knifey spoony. That's hilarious.
Of tests on a frequent basis and have been actually over the top. Let's not forget, as you said, that the United States actually undertakes these kinds of tests on a frequent basis and have been actually doing so for many decades. I mean, this is what major powers do. The real issue here is that China has demonstrated its capacity to go well beyond the second island chain. To also demonstrate its capacity with its nuclear deterrence trifecta, and to ensure that people well and truly understand that China has the capacity to ensure that any attempts to pursue encirclement and aggression on China's territories will not only be met in kind within the local theatre, but could potentially extend much further on. Put simply, if you're going to threaten Shanghai or Guangzhou, then San Francisco and Los Angeles are also within our sights. Now, the United States has had bases right through the Western Pacific now.
So who brought the Western, like the US bases thing up? And it's just like map of US military bases around the world. It's like, look at China plonking its country next to all these American military bases. It's such a good meme if you've seen it. Look at the US base there, 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 US base there. It's like all around bordering. This is the first island chain. So good. Oh man. Total 815 bases around the world. Crazy. 845. Mental. Look at these Chinese putting their national boundary right near all these US bases. Bastards. America's just pissed because China holds the golden ticket to their missile and plane development. Huh.
For 70 plus years, it sanctioned and embargoed the People's Republic of China until the late 1970s. This idea that the United States is somehow a benevolent purveyor of peace and all good things within the region is simply not true.
Now, while Western outlets have fixated on a narrative of sudden escalation, of course, Chinese officials and media have framed the event in strictly procedural and defensive terms. Mao Ning, China's foreign ministry spokesperson, described the launch as a routine arrangement within an annual training program that was consistent with international law and customary international practice. She explicitly highlighted that the entire process was safe, standardized, and professional, and also urged Western nations not to read too much into it. But they most certainly have, including, I might add, Winston Peters, a foreign minister of New Zealand, who condemned China's test, calling it deeply concerning, unwelcome, and inconsistent with regional stability. He explicitly called the Pacific an ocean of peace and stated that New Zealand and its Pacific neighbours had no interest in China using the South Pacific as a testing site for missile capability. Now, that's really interesting because, like you mentioned, the US routinely performs the same tests in the Pacific Ocean.
You won't see ABC, 7, 9, 10, SBS, CNN, Sky, or any of the other rest showing a map of US military bases. No, I'm sure you won't. And imagine if they did, people were like, whoa, that's a crazy map, isn't it? Grrr! Who started the grrr? Eh? This one's for you, Virginia. Grrr.
In fact, the US does the same tests, as you said, multiple times every year, including May 2026, and March 3 and 4 of 2026. So do you recall ever seeing the same kind of alarmism and scaremongering in the Australian media around those tests events?
Well, of course not. And in fact, the only time these sorts of things get reported is, with a little bit of fanfare about, how Australia's great Western protector is demonstrating capability and strength. So look, all of this is a little bit hard to take seriously, to be honest with you. The thing to be concerned about is that the Western media in particular seems to be quite intent on, as they have done for a number of years now, whipping up all sorts of fears within the region. and governments are playing along with it. Of course, it plays to not only some domestic.
Oman getting targeted too. So what did you say before Bahrain and Oman getting targeted? So much for the ceasefire, right? Oh man, bulldozers out for Kylie.
Audiences, but importantly, it plays to the need for sub-imperial powers like Australia and New Zealand to demonstrate to those in Washington that they are, doing the right thing. None of this is helpful for regional peace and stability, actually, but it's important to understand the wider backdrop. The reality is that after 70 odd years of being contained and being hemmed back by American and allied military capabilities within the Western Pacific, China has actually been able to break the first island chain. It broke that, in my view, probably about 10 years ago, though different people will have a different take on it. But the balance of power in the Western Pacific and in Southeast Asia has fundamentally changed. There is no going back to the status quo ante, and all of this shrill scaremongering contributes to the risk of creating an escalation in the region rather than one that promotes diplomatic solutions and long-term rearrangement of the security architecture in Asia that actually recognizes the legitimate interests of the biggest power in the region. Now, until the West comes to grips with that, comes to grips with this fundamental change in the balance of power, then they are going to persist in actions that can lead to what people in the game called a security dilemma, which is that the more you do things in the name of enhancing security, the worse the security situation becomes. And unfortunately, I think from the point of view of the Western powers and those who have benefited historically from America's protective umbrella, every time they respond and react in this kind of way, they actually make things worse for themselves.
Just one last question for today, Professor. In your opinion, what is the West's aversion to China having the ability to defend itself militarily? And why does one test from China evoke so much alarm in Western governments and media?
Well, they'll jump on anything, of course, and any particular incident will be used to amplify threat claims and to justify the misguided policies such as AUKUS, right? This idea that Australia is going to commit $368 billion to...
It's a fair point. Like, this type of stuff, like, they just spray the media and the public consciousness with like, oh, China's testing intercontinental ballistic missiles capable of carrying warheads. That's right, nuclear warheads. Hey, AUKUS doesn't sound so bad now, doesn't it? All you whingers out there complaining about how shit AUKUS is, eh? Well, the Chinese are out there testing weapons, testing missiles in the Pacific. This is not a hypothetical anymore, all right? We need AUKUS, you plebs, so stop your whinging. It's pretty true. It's a fair point.
Bunch of never-to-appear submarines, largely so that Australia can participate in America's own ambitions, right? So, that's what this is largely for. It creates an environment that manufactures ongoing consent for an intensified military-industrial complex grift. And there's a bunch of stakeholders who, of course, are substantial financial beneficiaries of this kind of instability.
Professor Warwick Powell, thank you so much for your time today.
Dude, is this guy turtly enough for the Turtle Club? For show. This guy can join our friend Brian from the New Atlas, asking the real questions. No, well, we know this is because of AUKUS, though. Yeah, 100%. What's this? Who put an essay in here? Just to be fair, Google AI's take. AI mode conversation. China nuclear capabilities, you said. China nuclear capabilities. China nuclear capabilities. What's going on there? There's a bit of repeat going. China's nuclear arsenal is the world's third largest, estimated at over 620 operational warheads by the Pentagon. The People's Liberation Army is rapidly expanding into nuclear weapons of China program, deploying new ICBM silo fields and advancing a credible triad. China's nuclear modernization features several key components. Expanding stockpile projections suggest Beijing's inventory could reach 1,000 warheads by 2030, up to 1,500 by 2035. Submarine-launched ballistics. China operates nuclear-capable submarines equipped with advanced projectiles like the JL-3. A recent demonstration in the South Pacific highlighted this sea-based deterrent. ICBM silo fields. China is constructing multiple new silo fields for solid fuel intercontinental ballistic missiles, expanding its land-based strategic reach. If you want, tell me, do you want to see how Russia compares? Oh, that's just the rest of the copy and paste. China's nuclear arsenal remains significantly smaller than those of the United States and Russia, which together command about 83% of the world's usable military stockpiles. Yeah, don't like the Russians have like 5,000 or something like that. Americans just behind that. I thought China had more than that, though. I thought they were in the thousands, too. No? Apparently not. Apparently not. Who's the real aggressor, eh? Goddamn Chinese. Testing their missiles. Actually, I'd like to ask my research assistant about that. I have heard a wild allegation that the US regularly and quite recently tests ICBMs in the Pacific as well. Can you clarify whether this is true? Yes, the United States regularly conducts ICBM test launches over the Pacific Ocean. There you go. These routine tests of its land-based nuclear deterrent and have been taking place for decades. That's from Missile Threat. US tests Minuteman 3 ICBM. Recent examples, 2023, 2024, 2025, and again in March and May of 2026. This is from Business Insider. There you go. Why is China's launch receiving more criticism? Let's see what AI thinks about this. The criticism is not simply that China launched the ICBM into the Pacific, because the United States and historically other nuclear powers also conduct long-range missile tests. Instead, governments, including Australia, have argued that China's launch differed in several respects. It was reportedly given much shorter advance notice. China has conducted very few full-range ICBM tests into the open Pacific compared to the United States, making such a launch more strategically significant. Dude, isn't that crazy? Like, the argument is like, yeah, but the US does this all the time. It's not unusual. But when China does it, like, they don't do it enough, so it's strange, don't you think? That's an interesting way of arguing. It occurred amid heightened regional tensions, leading neighboring countries to view it as a stronger strategic signal. I'm down with that, but like, this is an interesting one. Yeah, but America does it all the time, so who cares? America has bases all over the world. They're not aggressive. They just have military bases everywhere. But if China does it, now that's real belligerence. Oh yeah. Was rail isn't supposed to have nukes, but they do. Yes. Yeah. What do we have in estimates in the order of like 80 to 100 or something like that? Yeah, sorry for the essay. The main point was that they control maybe 17% of the stockpile at best. Very interesting. If they launch 1 million, it's acceptable. 1, you are a threat? Yeah. The real threat is they launched 1. It's irregular. They shouldn't be doing it. We're used to the Americans doing it, so it's fine. It's a non-issue, really. It's not even news. Like, why are we even talking about this, honestly? Oh, Larp Jeff is typing. So you are lurking today, I see. I tried to watch some Sky News before Live Jeff, but it was a shit go. I must say. It was a shit hit piece. To be honest. I know, do we want to watch something like this? We're interested. Like, this was before the launches happened. So crazy to know that, like, the Australian mainstream media comes out with, like, hit pieces like this just before the missile tests. The next conflict. Should Australians be worried about the Chinese military's unpredictability? And, like, they're just spreading this propaganda, right? And, like, unpredictably, they launched a missile, like, 2 days later. Isn't that crazy? More explosions in Bahrain. Oh. My son came to me so proud of this drawing he did yesterday. I shed a few tears. Dude, no fucking way. Is that a commie flag? A commie star? Dude. What a fucking legend. Dude, so good. So good. What a fucking legend. You must be one proud father. I don't think my kids have done any artwork like that. I might have to introduce them to the concept of communism then. See what they have to say about that. Like, when they ask me questions about, like, you know, why do people go to work? And, like, why do we have to spend money on stuff? And I give, like, a complicated economic answer. They just, like, look at me and they're just like, fuck, why did I ask? Jesus, just shut up. I'm going to ask that ever again. I'm glad that you've got a better style than I do. Love, Jeff. Tell your son I'm proud. I'm proud too. US claim they've intercepted all again. Who would have thought? All right, let's. Would you like to see some trashaganda by Channel 7 about whether Australians should be worried about the Chinese military and its unpredictability? This was like, 3 days ago, just before this launch. I wonder if they predicted this launch. US naval vessel being targeted? Get fucked. That's crazy. Straight for him. Just go straight to jail. This video is sponsored by Bay. So good. Which in turn gets money from the Australian government and you pay for it, dude. The media also show the Australian media is keen on licking up the asshole of USA politics in the DC. Dude, even the people watching this type of propaganda question it. To be honest, China never considers Australia as an enemy. Just like Mike Tyson never considers 8-year-old kids as an opponent. That's crazy. Why would China need to kinetically attack Australia? What strategic purpose would... Dude, like, even the top comments on a piece of propaganda like this are people that are critical of the idea that China is belligerent. No way. About time we had a real war. This faux war is getting old. Interesting. It's because this is his favorite song, Red Sun in the Sky. No way. Dude, what taste your son has. That's crazy. I'm so... Ravy would be proud of that. Dude, that's crazy. Bro, they fucking bombed a funeral. Or did they? They hit the funeral. Oh, God. That's lame, isn't it? Like, seriously, shame. Yeah, what about... This faux war is getting old. Yeah, we want real action. Alright, let's watch some propaganda, shall we? Let's watch some propaganda. This is a good piece. Why you should be terrified of China. Dun, dun, dun.
The China threat.
There are a whole range of capabilities that are really problematic for both the United States and its allies.
Bristling with high-tech weapons, Beijing is inseparable from the case.
On that topic, my daughter is turning into a little socialist. She's always talked about wanting to help everyone that's starving or homeless. This morning she was telling me how she wants to give all of her money to help starving people when she's older. Even when the voice referendum was on, she made her own protest sign as she's Aboriginal. Brings a tear to my eye. So proud of her. Hey, what's this? Has she been reading the Bible too? Giving your money away to help those in need? Hey, What would Jesus say about that? Hey, Jesus was a dirty commie. Go watch out for your daughter, Hobo Joe, turning into a commie. They tried to warn us. And look, the younger generations turning into commies. Thought we stamped that shit out. Good on her. Eh? Good on her. The kids are okay. Yeah, fucking hell. Waste of a bomb targeting a funeral. Return on investment is poor. Dude, that's savage. The targets are already dead. Fuck. Shout out to your daughter, Hobo Joe. Hope she keeps the fucking magic alive. Maintain the rage and enthusiasm into her adult life. Good luck.
For Australia spending tens of billions more on our defence in the years ahead.
We could get ourselves into a very dangerous situation.
The issue? How dangerous is China's surge in military capability and its emerging partnerships?
I honestly had no influence either. I don't want to be the person that tells them what to believe. I have that feeling as well. Like, my kids are really young, but like, I try not to be like, you must believe in this, like, kind of thing, and indoctrinate them into a way of thinking. It's like hard not to, obviously. But like, yeah, that's interesting how they come across this stuff, isn't it? Couldn't help myself, sorry. The issue.
Hello, welcome to The Issue. I'm Tim Lester. $425 billion over the next decade.
We all indoctrinate our kids, mystery. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I try not to. Like, it's hard not to. Because, like, they pick up traits off you. And, like, they get their understanding of the world. But, like, I try not to be too overt about it. You know, you must believe in this. I try not to be like that, at least.
The number announced by the government in April's National Defence Strategy to make our forces more lethal. They say it's $53 billion above where defence was heading. The opposite.
Dude, they're running fucking propaganda for, like, the US here. Like, the US have been breathing down our necks, like they have been, like, with all the NATO allies, saying, like, you got to spend more on defense. You got to ramp up to 5% of GDP. And the Americans have been ramming down our throats here as well, being like, you got to spend more of your GDP on defense spending. And, like, Albo and that have been kind of, like, dancing around it recently and being like, yeah, we spend enough. Like, we'll look into it. We'll get back to you, Barry. And I think the New Zealanders have done the same thing as well. Like, they're putting pressure on New Zealand to spend more of their GDP on defense. And they're kind of like, we'll get back to you. Very interesting. I'm taking the mutts out for a toss. LOL. For a lob. Do some lobbing. Good luck to you. See you later, Mr. Abbott. Thanks for hanging out. Indoctrinate them into free thinking, mystery. How dare you? Child services about to get a note dropped. It's funny because my son is the opposite. He wants to be the big millionaire, but not do any work for it. It's always an interesting conversation. I'm sure it is. A quickie eat.
Says it's not enough. To help us understand the threats driving this urgency for more spending on defence, we contacted the prominent American research organisation RAND.
Oh my God. They're not even trying to hide it. Isn't that crazy? They're just like, to understand why Australia needs to spend more money, we contacted an American think tank. Oh my God. Is this legit? Like, are they even trying anymore? Fucking hell. Dude, Rand Paul.
And East Asia security expert Mark Kozad joins us from outside Washington, D.C. to tackle the issue.
Yeah, tell us.
Mark Kozad.
Tell us why we, humble little Australians, need to spend more. Tell us, American overlord. Fuck yeah. My God.
Thank you for speaking with the issue. First, a lot of your background, as I understand it, is tied up with US defence intelligence. Tell us a little bit about your work in that area and how you came to your current job.
So I started off as an Air Force intelligence officer, and was more of a generalist. And then once I left active duty in the Air Force, I switched over to the civilian side and went to the Defense Intelligence Agency. And while I was there, my primary focus became East Asia security issues, and in particular, focused on Chinese military issues and Chinese strategy and operational planning issues.
Mark, senior ministers in our government often tell us we're in the most dangerous time since the Second World War. Are they right?
I think there's an element of truth to that. I think right now the big issue that we face is just the unpredictability. We're starting to see a growing number of connections between China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, as well as a number of other countries. We're starting to see networks
starting to see, like, these are military experts, and like they're just starting to put the dots together that Iran, China, Russia are working together. Like, have they not heard of like BRICS as an organization or something like that? And then throw North Korea into the mix. Did you know China and North Korea have relations? Did you know this? We're all starting to see the writing's on the wall, ladies and gentlemen. And now we need to be strategic about this before it gets out of hand. Like, are these guys fucking serious? America's getting bitch slapped by the Russians and the Iranians at the moment. Lesson not learned. Actually, you know, it's funny. Like, they're getting directly bitch slapped by the Iranians right now, right? But like indirectly via Ukraine. The military complex loves it. Yeah, I guess that's the real takeaway, isn't it? You'd think they would have learned after Vietnam and Afghanistan, but hey, yeah, fuck. I think that's the thing that I've got to keep in mind here. It's like this is just fucking making bank for the military-industrial complex. A certain level of industrial capitalists out there. So like, hey, let it rain, baby. Let's just stoke this warfare. Let's let it rain.
More out of necessity on their parts than out of affinity. And so I think those drive them in ways that we really weren't anticipating them going, probably 15, even 10 years ago. So I do think at this point, it is a very difficult time, a very dangerous time. And the different types of threats that we face vary greatly from year to year. So I don't think that's an inaccurate characterization at all.
Mark, give us an idea of just how remarkable the modernisation and the growth of China's military has been.
This is the 30th anniversary of the Third Taiwan Strait crisis that happened in 1996. If we go back and look at the PLA at that point, they were just coming off 5 years after being shocked by what the United...
How many not wars have they even won? I don't know. You have to ask Pete Hegseth. So I changed the name to the Department of War so they could start winning again. Didn't work out with Iran, apparently. Pete Hegseth, not a good track record so far. You had one chance at an actual war with the Department of War, and he fucking blew it.
United States and its allies did in the Persian Gulf against Iraq. That was something that they had predicted would go very differently than what it actually did. And when we started looking at that crisis, they were really limited in the types of capabilities they had and the types of responses that they were able to muster. In fact, they really didn't muster an effective response from a military standpoint. If we move 30 years forward, what we see is just a
Where is Hegseth? That's a good question. I haven't seen him pop up recently. Apart from like videos of him training with Marines and doing push-ups and shit like that. Yeah, a bit quiet on the Iranian front at the moment, isn't he?
Different PLA. It's much more technologically capable. The number of advanced systems and the proportion of advanced systems that exist in their military is significantly higher. I mean, magnitude's different from what it was. When we start looking at the types of capabilities that they've developed, they've really been very effectively focused on looking at the types of problems that they believe that they would encounter if they ever had to fight the United States and its allies. And that's looking at things like what we term as anti-access area denial types of capabilities, things that are there to try to prevent us from gaining access to bases in and around China, advanced air and missile defenses, and
we called it too much coke. He needs it to be so G'd up all the time, right?
The Navy and Air Force that are growing by the day. In fact, their Navy is, by some counts, the largest in the world, and their shipbuilding is just really second to none in terms of the volume and the capacity that they have. So it's just been a marked difference, particularly on the technological side of things, to see how the PLA has developed and the types of capabilities that are available to it today.
And their missile capability.
That's an interesting point as well. What a concession he's made there. I guess it just justifies more military spending. I have just heard a American military analyst say that China arguably has the largest navy in the world. I have just heard an American military analyst say that China has the largest navy in the world. Are you able to clarify this statement? Number of battle force ships, China 370, United States around 300. Total Navy tonnage. Aircraft carriers 3 conventionally powered, 11 nuclear powered submarines fewer. Global overseas bases. Like that is the denominator in this equation, isn't it? Global overseas bases. It doesn't matter if you have a big navy if you can't fucking park it somewhere and like refuel, restock, do whatever you need to project that naval power. Thank God for all those American bases scattered across the globe. Who would have thought? It's all about projection, baby.
Do we know about their capacity, if they wanted to hit either the US or Australian mainlands?
So for the United States, the primary threat from a missile standpoint is...
Wait. He's on the first step. Get your head out of Trump's ass. Trump never made it to step 2. He's still there 20 years later. So how do you fit the entire admin and half of Congress in there? Do you remember the South Park depiction of Pam Bondi? And like she's constantly got a brown nose or covered in shit, basically. Trump's colonoscopy would be interesting. It's crazy.
Is from their nuclear force, and they are rapid missiles
in mainlands.
So for the United States, the primary threat from a missile standpoint is from their nuclear force. And they are rapidly expanding the nuclear force. That has been one of the later parts of their modernization efforts, but they're starting in on that. And some projections are that they will have made significant progress on that by the 2030 timeframe. We're already starting to see that. From a conventional standpoint on the United States, they do have cruise missiles and cruise missile submarines that are capable of striking select targets, but it's not really at volume. There's a much wider array of systems that are coming online for the Chinese that are capable of striking Australia. So some of their intermediate range ballistic missiles, as well as air-launched cruise missiles. And some of the systems that they're working on are getting to be much more accurate and much more have much longer range.
So do you think China's leaders are developing a military to win a war in the conventional sense, or do you think they're developing a military believing that in strength they'll actually never have to fight a war, they'll get what they want without conflict?
I think they're hoping for the latter, but the real goal is being able to have a military that can actually fight a war. They were very concerned about the turn of events, particularly in the late 1990s, looking at what they viewed as pretexts for Western action, particularly against Yugoslavia, but then later against Afghanistan and Iraq, and looking at things like human rights and democracy promotion as more a cynical element of strategy to be able to exercise power politics. So for that reason, they're very concerned about the capabilities that the West has.
I haven't vetted this. Ooh, the surprising rise of Belgium's radical left. It goes with them killing it in the soccer at the moment, right? Interesting. I'm going to add that onto the list. Thank you very much, Forias.
Including Japan and Korea. And so they have been focusing on the development of actual military capabilities. I don't think that they want a conflict, but I think they're preparing for it, and the types of capabilities they have, I think it's very important for them to be able to demonstrate those in order to both deter, but also to leverage some level of coercive power.
In today's terms, how does their relative military strength compare to the US and its allies like Australia?
I think you need to look at it in the context of different types of scenarios. So I think if you're just looking at it in general, the United States still does hold some significant technological advantages. One of the things that the PLA has been doing is rapidly closing that gap. But at the same time, they've been producing systems in very large numbers. While they are trying to develop a more efficient and technologically capable military, they're trying to do so in a way that still allows them to have a considerable amount of mass. So when you start looking at scenarios, particularly those around China's periphery, so Taiwan, the South China Sea in particular, what we see are just significant numbers that are going to be very hard for the United States and its allies to counter in a future conflict. Where I think one of the real advantages for the West has been over the years.
They speak about it as like China's got a mass of weaponry and it's trapped in its region. So like they're talking about like China cannot really project, but like it will just by sheer volume, it is prepared for a conflict. So what does that mean if you read between the lines and have to put two and two together there? That like any type of conflict involving China would be around its borders. And so it would be against someone who is fighting China in their part of the world, not China going out, cruising around the globe looking for a fight, like other people who shall not be named, who seem to have no problem fighting in places that are nowhere near their sphere of influence, technically. Very interesting. Like openly admitting it. If there was going to be a conflict and China got to use the volume and the scale of the equipment and personnel they are mounting at the moment, it would be done in their hometown. Most likely because of fucking someone poking the bear. LOL, well, we know how massive their weaponry is in comparison. So much fear mongering. But like, yeah, they're just saying like they're ready for, which is what I thought was the Chinese military strategy anyway, is for like arming China, ready for people that are going to bring the fight to them. Didn't you hear America's on top of the world? Everything. Yeah, they're on top. I've seen the map. They're definitely on top. I've seen the map. All right, quick diversion, because I just actually am interested to see what the fuck is going on. I wonder if Telstra got hit. All I could think about was, when it went down, was like cyber attacks. But it's probably not that. It's probably someone's done an update somewhere and it just knocked out the entire fucking ecosystem across the country. And someone's like, don't do the update. It's not ready. They'll always brag about how massive their weaponry is.
Good morning, everyone, and it is still morning. At approximately 4:30 this morning, we identified an issue affecting some mobile calls and data services. So the issue is impacting a number of nodes within our network that keep time across the mobile network. And when
it's the Chinese, I betcha. Cyber warfare, telling you. I hate it when people say that. Like, I don't believe you that it's the morning.
These nodes are not operating as expected, which is what has occurred. Other parts of the network can be affected, resulting in intermittent issues with some mobile calls and data sessions. We've been able now to restore some of these nodes, but that will take time for that to reset across all the thousands of servers across the network. We believe that just under 90% of calls and data services at this point are now working correctly. So customers who are having trouble making a call, I encourage you to try again, and depending on how the call is routed through the network, it may connect successfully on another attempt, and people are seeing that occur. If you're at home or in the office and you have access to Wi-Fi, we encourage you to use that. If you are connected to Wi-Fi, services such as WhatsApp messaging or Teams or Facebook or FaceTime should continue and will continue to work as normal. Moving to 000 calls. So 000 calls follow a different settings in our network, and therefore they were not impacted in the same way. We have seen a small number of reports that we are investigating, and as part of our standard process, which has been operating through the night and through this morning, we conduct welfare checks when any call to 000 fails, and we've been doing this. We do ask customers not to test and try out 000 unless you need to, unless you need 000.
Testing if 000 works. I wonder how many douchebags out there do that and clog up the network. Why are you calling? I'm just seeing if it works. What if he takes questions? I want to know what the source is.
We don't yet know the root cause.
Fuck off.
We are investigating that urgently, and we'll provide updates as soon as we get more information about the root cause. We know that customers across the whole community rely on our connectivity, and this network challenge has caused many issues, and it's been a big disruption to many people's days, and we apologise for that. Our teams are working right now as quickly as possible to get things back online, and we will share updates with you as we have them. So thank you so much for your patience, and we'll go to some questions.
Dude, he must be a bot. Like, they all say the same thing. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but thank you for hanging with us through this troubling time. Fucking hell.
Is nodes located?
So they're located in Melbourne and Sydney, largely, and we have restored a number of them, and there is further restoration to occur.
And what does a node look like?
That's a great question. Think of it as a form of server that is updating other parts of the network.
So is it essentially a server box in a data centre?
It will be in a data centre, isolated one building. We know where the issue is, and the teams are moving at restoring them. We don't yet know what the root cause was.
And is that a Telstra-owned data centre, or is it outsourced?
Telstra-owned.
Yeah, and what suburb, sorry?
In Melbourne and Sydney.
Okay, so two Telstra data centres.
There's multiple Telstra data centres in multiple locations, but
this is why you need more data centers. Yeah, interesting. Maybe this is why we need more nationalized data centers. Or if they're going to build them, make sure, what was the name of the policy? A reservation policy. A data reservation policy, so we can start using other data centers when Telstra goes down. It is an interesting case study in surveillance capitalism. Yeah, like I was saying, like people were saying like train networks were going down, traffic lights in certain cities and stuff like that, or suburbs going down, all connected to the network, and then just like, whew, that's the day the power went off, man.
We understand where they are, and those are being restored now.
Now it's happening too. Like, wouldn't it be like if this is a hardware issue? And it's happened in both Sydney and Melbourne. Wouldn't it be like just a completely crazy coincidence that you'd have a hardware issue in two hotspots like Sydney and Melbourne, very, very isolated from one another? geographically, and like you just had a hardware malfunction in 2 sites in 2 of the most populous areas in Australia, just like that. Who would have thought that the hardware just gave out just like that at the same time in 2 major centers? Interesting. I wonder what it is. It's the Chinese.
Well, is there any suggestion of malicious activity?
At this stage, we have nothing to indicate malicious activity, and we've been in contact with all regulators and government agencies to that effect. But we continue to investigate, we continue to remain curious and explore every avenue, but we have nothing on that.
You said at the start it was a timing issue. It's like essentially a broken clock.
Well, you can imagine that lots of computer systems, they have to synchronise time. It's one of the ways that you authenticate what's going on in the network. And the time synchronisation in those nodes wasn't working as it should.
You were without reception as well? Yeah. They're crazy. It's incredible how interconnected everything is. And it's a nice reminder of how the world really works, eh? And how vulnerable the population is, it would seem. The economy, fuck the population, people, who cares? But the economy, it came to a standstill.
Sure. You've been in this a long time. What's the scale of this disruption?
So it has been intermittent, but it has been national. So it doesn't matter where you're located. It is not around a particular state. It's not about regional or metro. It could impact any call that's been routed through, and it was intermittent.
When was the last time that Telstra had a national outage of this scale?
That is a good question. I don't have the answer to that. We can come back to you. I think this one is a set of intermittent outages. If you go back to 2016, where there were more significant outages, I don't think it is at that scale.
At its peak, how many customers do you know were affected?
I don't know. Thousands of customers.
Could it be in the hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands?
I don't have an answer to that. It could be in the tens of thousands, but I think it's more likely in the thousands.
Given that we've had public systems like Beeline go down, we've had payment systems like Tyro go down, essentially it's an outage that's affected the whole country though, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's been an intermittent outage with both data services and voice services. And I reiterate intermittent. So for things like payment systems, it could take a payment system out. We believe that restoration is underway though.
Will you consider compensation for your customers?
Our focus at the moment is absolutely on getting things up and running, and we will deal with our customers post the event, as we will work with government and regulators on any other actions that need to be taken.
So just to clarify, have there been, as far as Telstra aware,
our 000 system didn't even get brought up. Yay.
any fatalities related to people who couldn't call 000?
We have made welfare checks. I don't have any information to share on that at this stage, and as we continue to monitor, we will update as soon as we know anything.
On the 000 calls, Michael, is it in some areas where Telstra is the emergency network? Does that mean there are calls that cannot get?
My Telstra payment may not make it this month. Yeah, don't worry, they'll be there. They'll be there, fucking with their hand out. Don't you worry. Eh? But I didn't get the service that I was expecting. Yeah, well, you still have to pay anyway, asshole. Or they will cut your service. And further months. Now what we need is some type of collective action on that one. If all of the Telstra customers out there say, let's do a fucking mass strike on this one. We're not paying our bill for this month until you figure out your Telstra service. Like, they'll have to just deal with that. They can't force everyone off the network or they'd be screwed. Bring back the mass strike. Bring back collective action. A consumer strike. That's what we need. I don't listen to this douchebag dance around questions anymore. I want to know. What are the chances of 2 nodes going down in like completely separate areas and locations that affect the entire network? Like, what an unfortunate event that is. I really gotta know. Alright, let's listen to a little bit more China fear-mongering, shall we? I wonder if he gets off or just talks to this guy for the whole time. No, he does. Interesting. The entire piece is a Rand China fear-mongering piece. By law, if everyone wanted to pressure ACCC, they would get a huge fine for charging for an undelivered service. Alright, we figured out the way. Let's make this go viral. Start contacting everyone that you know and telling them to make complaints to the ACCC. Let's do this.
Has been in its institutional and essentially personnel types of strengths. And what that means is we've demonstrated over time a significant amount of adaptability and flexibility, the ability to deploy across the globe, as well as high levels of training and technological proficiency, which I think still gives the United States and its allies a significant advantage in many respects against China. That said, I think that with the Chinese military, they're overcoming or they're able to compensate for some of those things through the development of their technologies and also through the significant amount of mass that they've been able to build up over time.
February 21st last year, Task Group 107, 3 Chinese warships, stun Australian authorities and commercial airline pilots by conducting live fire exercises in international waters off the New South Wales south coast. I questioned Mark Kozad on what we should make of China's changing relationships, including with Russia. But first, the live fire exercises and the high-profile circumnavigation of Australia that followed.
What was China doing there?
I think there are two elements of that. First is just the fact that they have gradually been expanding their operations areas over the past 30 years. So when we talked about that 30-year period from 1996, what we've seen is their, particularly their Navy and their Air Force, being able to operate at significantly greater distances from the Chinese mainland. I remember it was a big deal in the late 1990s to see Chinese pilots flying over water on a consistent basis. That's not an issue anymore. We see that on a daily basis, and we see them continually pushing that envelope. I also think that there was an effort to demonstrate to other countries, so more of a coercive signaling element behind those actions, because they wanted to demonstrate that they could deploy to these places, they could operate, and they could do so in a way that was threatening, if needed, against U.S. allies. So I think there are really two pieces going on
against
there.
U.S. allies, more like against U.S. naval bases, U.S. bases in Australian territories, more like it. That's what it really is. Like, we can reach you. And like, look at how far down we can come into the Indo-Pacific region. Hey, we got it. And we can circumnavigate Australia. People were freaking out about that. Do you remember? In Australia. Freaking out. China just circumnavigated Australia. And they did live fire testing as well. Crazy. It's crazy, man.
The first is the demonstrating proficiency, and the second is an element of signaling and deterrence from the Chinese perspective.
There are, of course, other ways to fight than a conventional war these days. Yeah. There's cyber attacks, economic warfare, cutting undersea cables, whatever it might be. How much do those other potential measures of weakening the US and its allies concern you? And which ones should we worry about?
They concern me a great deal. One of the reasons why China has been so effective in its responses over the past several years has been that they have had a pretty good understanding of where our points for escalation are. So we focused on calling them gray zone activities on the part of China. So they're lower level types of activities that are meant to signal, coerce, but also not cross a line that would get into larger scale conflict. When we start looking at the capabilities that the Chinese have been developing in those areas, whether it's cyber capabilities, very difficult to attribute. So it puts a lot of onus on the target states to be able to prove that China did something. When we start looking at non-military use of maritime forces, so in particular, the maritime militia, the Chinese Coast Guard, as well as their fishing fleets, we see a significant number of ships that are at their disposal to be able to just flood areas and create de facto claims on geographic and maritime features, as well as also do other illicit kinds of activities, whether that's intelligence collection or potentially doing other kinds of direct action like cable cutting. And they've developed other specialized capabilities to be able to do that. So I think from that standpoint, there are a whole range of capabilities that are really problematic for both the United States and its allies. And in fact, over time, we have seen a marked increase in these types of activities from China. So in some respects, I would argue that they feel more confident that they're able to do these types of activities and not have to face any types of significant consequences or run the risk of getting into a larger conflict or escalating into something greater than that.
You mentioned earlier...
I'm just going to go on a fucking wild limb here and just say, like, isn't it crazy that, like, in the context of what we have been looking at this morning, where, like, yesterday China was launching missiles. Let's just take the fear-mongering for, like, legitimate truth, like actual, like a real concern on the behalf of, like, Australian national security or something like that. We have Australia going around the Pacific, shaking hands and doing treaties with everyone to cut China out and make sure that their strategic alignment is with Australia and Australia's allies, being with the US. And we've been going around doing that. So they test a missile just to show everyone what their capability is. All right, let's buy that story. They're like, all right, we can see what you're doing and encroaching in the Pacific and, like, cutting us off from relationships in the Pacific region. Here's a missile launch to show you, like, how far we could fire a nuke if we really wanted to. And then the next day following that, Telstra goes down. Like, you know, if what this guy is fear-mongering on is true, that they have significant capabilities in the grey zone, what the fuck that means, really. That in the grey zone of capabilities that are outside direct conflict, you have cyber warfare up your sleeve, economic warfare up your sleeve, and, like, using civilian assets to bully people, like fishing boats to knock people out, like in what's going on with, like, claims over islands with the Philippines and with Vietnam and all that sort of stuff. Could you imagine if this was a grey zone activity, that, like, China just kind of flexing muscle a little bit and attacking civilian infrastructure? That would be crazy. We are pissed because they cut some cables, etc. Maybe China got some tips from the US, like destroying Nord Stream, maybe. Dude, cable or table cutting, because table cutting is just cutting aid to bring a foreign nation to the table. In the context, I think it might be what he meant. He was referring to geopolitical action and espionage. More attacks on Bahrain at the moment. Damn. Yeah, I'm watching the updates. Crazy. Oh shit, the grey zone. That sounds really scary. The grey zone. Dun dun dun. Sounds like some Max Blumenthal shit. We're listening to an American military analyst talk about an idea of the grey zone. Are you able to clarify what that means from a militaristic perspective? It refers to activities that fall between normal peacetime competition and open armed conflict. Maritime coercion is one of them, as he was said, using the Coast Guard vessels. Cyber operations, hacking government agencies and critical infrastructure. Disinformation campaigns, lame. It's called propaganda, you fuck. Economic coercion, imposing trade restrictions. Yeah, fair enough. Like when you sanction a country into the ground, impoverish them and leave them destitute. Who would do shit like that? Military pressure, conducting frequent air and naval patrols near other states' territories without attacking it. Legal and diplomatic tactics, lawfare, using domestic and international legal arguments to reinforce territorial claims. Why is it called the Grey Zone? Interesting. Why is China mentioned? Because of the South China Sea and Taiwan, of course. Highway to the Grey Zone. Grey Zone, Max. We must become the Grey Man. Don't knock Max. I'm not. He's interesting, that's for sure. He must have a fucking target on him. Max Blumenthal, Alright, back to it.
Yeah, the emerging alliance between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Where do you see that heading?
I'm very skeptical of the idea that this could develop into a military alliance. I think that there are significant differences between each of those militaries, which really limit the kinds of cooperation that they would be willing to do with one another. In addition, when you start understanding differences in their strategic objectives, especially from a Chinese standpoint, they have been very wary of getting too involved with different partners in ways that could drag them into a conflict. So they do.
Yeah, old Maxie went to the funeral. We watched that yesterday. How did he get a visa? That's a fair question. Maybe he knows some people. How's he going to get a visa back? It's a real question.
Maintain some control over their own environment and the types of actions that they find themselves in. Now, that said, I think the cooperation is going to continue to grow. It's so important for each one of those countries. And as they start seeing what they view as more unpredictable and aggressive types of Western action, one of the things that they're going to continue to do is rely on each other for technology, for economic support, for sanctions relief in different cases. So I don't know that it's going to evolve into a military alliance, but at the same time, I think that the incentives for cooperation are growing by the day, and we have seen them take on more and more willingness to be able to cooperate on different levels.
And they matter, I think, don't they?
Yeah, I know.
What's your
Thank you. They
judgment?
all have a main enemy. Like, why are they coming together and willing to cooperate? It's like some force, some mysterious force out there is driving them closer and closer together. Seriously, like, fucking come on, Mr. Rand. Are you serious? It's just like, yes. Unbeknownst to us, there is some magical force in the universe that is drawing them all together, and they all are antagonistic to the US. Like, it's not fair. Why? Why does the universe do this? Everything conspires against us. It's not fair.
On how important China has been to Russia's war in Ukraine.
Russia couldn't continue the war without China. So yes, these are extremely important relationships and the types of support that they're providing. We can look at it and say, well, it's not military support, so it's not as important, or they're not giving high-end weapon systems. But for instance, in Russia's case, the Chinese have been providing things that are allowing the Russians to maintain military production on important systems for them. They're able to provide sanctions relief, economic relief in ways that is keeping the Russian economy afloat. So I don't think that, those efforts are anything to be scoffed at. I think they're incredibly important for the countries involved.
Mark Kozad also discusses Taiwan, the democratic island China covets as its own.
So good. As soon as you say the D word, then like everyone's like, oh man, I gotta feel sorry for those guys. It's not just like Taiwan. It's the democratic island of Taiwan. Don't you feel bad now? Huh? Hey? What we know about the US attacks on Iran. US CENTCOM says the military operations began on Tuesday in response to Iranian fire targeting 3 civilian-crewed commercial ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has neither confirmed nor denied carrying out those attacks. CENTCOM says its forces hit more than 80 targets, including Defense Systems Command and control networks, coastal radar sites, and anti-ship missile capabilities. More than 60 IRGC small boats were also targeted, it said. Iranian state media reported multiple explosions across strategic locations in southern Iran, including the port city of Sirik, Keshem Island, Bandar Abbas Karg Island. Iran's IRIB state broadcaster said most of the attacks targeted civilian areas and that shrapnel from projectile at Sirik commercial pier wounded several people. Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters strongly condemned the strike as a blatant act of aggression and warns that Iran's military will deliver a crushing response. It also said it would not allow outside interference in the Strait of Hormuz, declaring that the only safe passage for commercial ships and oil tankers is the route designated by Iran. Interesting. Yeah, like, why don't people just get the message already? Just do it. Just go via Iran. I guess that's what they're teasing out now, isn't it? America's just pissed because China has cut them off with rare earth. Yes. Like, that's the real upper hand in all of this, isn't it? Like, who controls the fucking rare earths, which are overwhelmingly important ingredient or factor in modern military equipment, right? You want Mr. Grab 'em by the pussy to respect boundaries, LOL. Well, like, testing boundaries seems to be what's happening at the moment. Let's just see how many ships we can get via Oman, and we'll figure it out later. If they do anything, we'll shoot them a couple of times. Just so they don't forget it.
Reclaiming it could be the flashpoint for a US-China conflict. This as Australia finally coaxes Vanuatu to sign the Nakamal Treaty, meant to prevent China from establishing a foreign military base there. Prime Minister Albanese welcoming Vanuatu.
Do I pray to Jesus or Dr. Trump? Hey, oh, I'm just a medical doctor. It's not Jesus. It's okay.
Vanuatu's leader Jotham Napat to Parliament in Canberra.
Nakamal will help our two nations build a more prosperous, stable and secure region.
No, I think it's a very important strategy, and I think it's a good one. One of the
sure
things that we
would think it's a great strategy, right? We're just carrying out your fucking plans anyway. Seriously.
have to realize is that for many countries dealing with China, they recognize the potential problems that China presents. They recognize the tendency towards coercion. They recognize the types of incentives that the Chinese offer and the types of strings that come along with those incentives. So I think there are ways that we can enhance these relationships, provide incentives for those countries to work more closely with the West, in this case, Australia. And I don't think it's a foregone conclusion in any respect that China is going to have an open door in all of these places. I think many people are very wide-eyed about what the Chinese bring.
So it's a diplomat.
Wide-eyed, come on. Seriously. These places like Australia are caught between a rock and a hard place, between two superpowers that are vying for strategic leverage in the Pacific. And like America just has the edge at the moment, using Australia to do the diplomacy. We are missing Saint Shi for this convo. Yes. Interesting. All right, we're going to have a quick break. I'm not getting any value out of this propaganda, this schlapaganda. I thought it would be more, I don't know, overt. Instead of just like speaking to a fucking American think tank about how scary China is. Like, come on, man. Like, are they serious? Like, what is this guy going to say? No, nothing to worry about. If anything, China should be worried about the US. I wonder how the algo helps pro-American / Israel supporters. Yeah. I have to change my algo up a little bit. Doing a special investigation. You would have loved the Kylie combo too. Yes. Thirsty man. All right. Gonna have a quick break and we'll come back with some more. If you haven't already and you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. And we're going to get into some Nigel Farage. I've actually been waiting for that. I want to see what Nigel has to say for himself. If you weren't aware, Nigel Farage just quit politics in the UK like overnight, just like so all of a sudden. And like everyone's like, what the fuck is going on there? So like we're going to get down to the bottom of that. It's not a real thing, I would say. I think it seems to be some type of publicity stunt, some like maybe long game, some strategic response to something. But yeah, Nigel Farage has quit Parliament, and like we're gonna get to the bottom of that next, because like sending shockwaves around the world. He's quit, but running it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, like the stream, chuds. Yeah, year of the chuds, apparently. All right, strap yourselves in. Let's have a quick break. We'll be back. Chuds and chudettes, we will be back.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry tell me why. When they tell me why. When they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why.
All right. We're back. It's freezing in my house today. 4IS, you're modding over in Twitchland today. Can you see? I haven't seen Sarsaparilla Jane in weeks. I reckon now in a stream. Do you ever see Sarsaparilla Jane lurking? I know she has to work and stuff like that. I was wondering if you see. Yeah, you haven't seen her. You haven't noticed her around. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Too bad. I wonder where she is. Yeah. I don't know who that is. Sarsaparilla Jane. I don't see her lurking. Yeah. Haven't seen her in a while. She was in like the stream pretty regularly up until like a month ago, maybe, I'd say. But I was wondering, like, cause she works, if she just lurks and stuff like that. All right. Works and lurks. What a tongue twister. All right, now, shall we get into Nigel Farage? Say it 10 times fast. Yeah, I was wondering that the other day because I hadn't seen her, in a while. I was like, oh yeah, Sarsaparilla Jane, lurking and working, work. No, I can't do it. She just dropped off, even in Discord land. Yeah, fair enough. All right. Where did I find? Where's my Farage stuff? Let's have a look at what he did. All right, let's get an overview of what happened to Farage. Dilemmas, did you know about this? Farage carked it, bro. Your man. Actually, no, you like the other dude, the Restore Britain guy, don't you? What's his name? What's that guy's name? Rupert Lowe. Farage isn't hardcore enough. You want some Rupert Lowe in your life. Farage Gamble.
Nigel Farage, the leader of the right-wing populist Reform UK party, has resigned as a member of the UK Parliament. Farage has faced weeks of mounting allegations about his finances, including an investigation over a £5 million gift from a cryptocurrency billionaire. In a pre-recorded statement, Farage insisted he has broken no laws, and he accused the media of endangering his family's privacy. His resignation will trigger a local election, and Farage has vowed to fight for his seat. Let's get more.
Oh, you watched it? Address this morning? Yeah, actually, let's go to the address actually before we get into any of this analysis. But that's the situation. He's been accused of, like, I don't know, dodgy finances or something like that. He's been harassed by the media. Who would have thought a politician getting fucking swamped by media when something controversial happens? And he's like, that's it. I've had enough. I'm sick of the media. And so, like, instead of trial by Parliament and media, he's supposedly attempting trial by voter. And so he's going to let the voter decide what's happening. Is this the whole thing? I don't know if that's the whole one. I can resign, or you can have the mystery box. The box. He's going to use the money to pay for protection since the news published where his daughter goes to school or something. Something about a free gift. Yeah. Right, let's see what he has to say about it. Maybe this is the full one, actually.
Nigel Farage is getting up to speak. Here it is.
When Rishi Sunak called a snap election that it would be beyond me. But I did it, and I was very, very proud. That evening, going into the morning of July the 5th, 2024, to be the elected member for Clacton-on-Sea. I was very proud of that evening, and I have to say the last 2 years I've really enjoyed the job of being an MP. The people, the constituency, it's an office that I genuinely adore. I couldn't have believed that night that we'd have rocketed to the top of the opinion polls, and now we've been number one for the last 350 opinion polls in a row, often with big leads. We've also built the biggest membership of any political party in the country. And of course, on May the 7th, just gone, we achieved some huge successes in the local elections. Not only did we achieve breakthroughs in Scotland and in Wales, but we absolutely dominated in the Midlands and the North, the old Labour heartlands. And that is why Keir Starmer is now on his way out. Not to forget that in East Anglia, the Conservatives have now by us been reduced to nothing more than a rump. It seems to me that the establishment have now decided that they can't beat us fairly, so they've chosen to use foul means. Let me be absolutely clear. After the furore and the media pile-on, well, not just the media.
But he is playing the victim, though, dilemmas. I thought of this chat immediately. But like he is. He's just like, I've been hit by the media. I'm the only politician in history who's ever had a hard go via the media. A succulent rump. We have the biggest lead, the biggest polls. We are the biggest, the best. So hot. Everybody's talking about it.
The other political parties too. Let me be absolutely clear. I have done nothing wrong. I have not broken the law in any way at all. I have not misused public money. And you know, for the first 2 years...
I have not had sexual relations with that woman. What is Nigel Farage being accused of in terms of misuse of funds or public money? Specifically, what is the accusation? Very briefly. I'm not saying he is, but it made me chuckle when he started talking about it. Okay. He's had 2 assassination attempts and gets more negative media than any president. Oops, sorry, wrong politician. If the glove don't fit you, can't convict. The allegation is not primarily that Nigel Farage personally spent taxpayer money improperly. Rather, it concerns whether he failed to declare financial benefits and gifts as required under... Okay. Right. It's like what Trump's been doing with that... What's that woman's name? That's on the Fed. And he was trying to get rid of her because she didn't declare her house or something like that as like a financial benefit or a declaration of some sort. They got her on a technicality. Mortgage fraud, I think he was saying. A $5 million gift from cryptocurrency investor Christopher Harborn, which Farage says was a personal gift for his security. Investigators are examining whether it should have been declared under parliamentary disclosure rules. That's from The Guardian. The woke Ian, more like it. I stand with my guy Rupert. Undeclared support from Associate George Cottrell, including alleged funding for security staff, social media assistance and accommodation before and around the time Farage came PM. The question is whether these amounted to registrable benefits that should have been disclosed. So should he have disclosed it? I don't know, man. Getting $5 million from a cryptocurrency investor for security, that's a good one. It's not like the gift and donation system in the UK. And here is corrupt. Don't worry about it.
Being an MP.
It's not corrupt. It's bourgeois. Like, we just got to get used to this is how the system works. It's not broken. This is the system.
In any way at all. I have not misused public money. And you know, for the first 2 years of being an MP, my personal MP expenses are zero. Not, of course, that you'll read about that in mainstream media. And yes, of course, Parliament has its rules about how members ought to behave. And I believe I've absolutely obeyed those rules and done so under getting good legal advice.
I did not have sexual relations with that leather couch. Fucking hell. My God, JD Vance. Classic technical player rhetoric, not a bug, but a feature.
Standard rules are clear. This is what they say. The code applies to members in all aspects of their public life. It does not seek to regulate what members do in their purely personal lives. Now, it would seem from the last couple of years, from the way I've been treated, that the press would rather our members of Parliament had no assets and no wealth at all. They seem to fundamentally object to any MP that has outside income. Indeed, they view those that have continuing business interests with severe skepticism. Making money is not a crime. Now, going back to the 90s, I was in the commodity markets. I had a very, very good, high-earning career. I gave that up at a huge cost. Being a member of the European Parliament for 20 years cost me a huge amount of money. But I did it because I had a goal. I had a goal and a belief that we should leave the European Union, get back to being a self-regulating nation that makes its own laws, charts its own destiny, and among other things, of course, controls its own borders. We might not yet, 10 years on, have reaped as many of the benefits as we ought, but one day, I believe...
Get money. It's okay, Nigel. We know you're worried about Rupert, not the media. Stop being a poor boy.
We will. And let's be frank. If I hadn't done what I'd done, there would have been no referendum. There would have been no Brexit. I came out at the end of that with very little money indeed. But over the last 10 years, I've been writing, I've been lecturing, I've been broadcasting, I've been investing. I promoted 1 or 2 financial products, and for those that followed me into them, they've more than doubled their money, which I'm pleased about. I also worked extensively in those years of 2021 to 2024 as an influencer with over 7 million followers on social media. So yes, over the last 10 years, I have financially done well. But that of itself...
You're such a hard-working man. I know, right? Multiple jobs. Influencer. True British lad he is. Oh, man. We're only making plans for Nigel. He has his future in British Steel. We're only making plans for Nigel. I forgot that one. Follow me and you too can be rich. Double your money, they say. Double it, baby. Oh, yeah.
Upon as a crime. And yes, I had the equivalent of a lottery win. A large personal gift. And I'll come to that and the details of that in just a second.
In just a second.
The really big question that I want to pose is, do we want leaders that know how to make money? Do we want leaders that have run businesses, employed people, and understand?
Dude, it's so good. It's the Pauline Hanson defense. It's just like, oh, I ran a fish and chip shop. What would everybody else know? Hey, what would these career politicians know? Hey, what about these welfare bludgers? What would they know about how an economy works? I ran a fish and chip shop. It's the fucking Hanson defense. So good. Hey, do we not want leaders who are rich, successful people, who know how to network and rub shoulders with the right people, if you know what I'm saying? Don't you want somebody who knows how the world really works? Fucking hell. Be fucking grateful.
World works. Well, I'm going to argue today, we absolutely need successful people from all walks of life, but particularly from business and industry. We need them not just in Parliament, we need them in government if we're even going to have half a chance of turning around the dire economic state this country now finds itself in. Contrast that with a cabinet, 24 men and women, not one of whom has any serious experience of private business, who frankly haven't got a clue. So don't be surprised that in economic terms, we are going down the drain. Now,
heavy pause there. LOL, except he wouldn't have the donation gift for his security if he just stayed working all those really hard jobs he mentioned. But he only needs it because of his politics. That makes it declarable. Wow, he's going to address that, all right? Spare donk, all right? Hold your criticisms till the end, please. He will address that shortly.
Now, Standards investigating me over the gift has now reared its head again as a result of a lot of copy in this week's Sunday Times, incidentally written by a journalist who publicly says that he despises me, and despite the fact that many of the things that were written in the article were wholly inaccurate or indeed irrelevant, yet another Standards investigation is underway. Standards are now being used as a political tool. On the gift, it was given to me on an unconditional basis. I can do with that money exactly as I wish. But there is a much bigger reason why I'm going to need that money, and it's simply this. For over 20 years now...
Here it comes. It's just like, look, I got given money. Why is everyone freaking out? Everybody gets gifts, but you're a politician. And what? It's unconditional. Like, I just got splashed with cash as a gift, no strings attached, and everyone's freaking out. Like, come on. Who wouldn't take that? Seriously, who wouldn't take that? Okay, fine, but you are a politician. People do find this type of stuff very, very questionable. Yeah, but like, come on. I mean, like, come on. Give a guy a break. I guess he's got a point then. Hey, can I get some of these gifts? Well, yeah, he described it as winning the lottery. You just aren't in the right lottery, Hobo Joe. You're just going to go rub shoulders with the fucking cryptocurrency guy. And maybe he'll just give you unconditional 5 million. Yes, so good, Farage. I am not a crook. So good. Seriously. Oh, man. We aren't in the right class. Yes. We need to be in one of those adjacent classes to the bourgeoisie. You know, politics, rub shoulders. Then you get your $5 million. And then in the same breath, be like, hey, nobody ask any fucking questions. Asshole.
Been subject to simply this.
Well, here it comes.
For over 20 years now, I have been subject to constant demonization by the press. For daring to be outside the consensual view on many issues, I've been attacked again and again. And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times. Yes, you will know of some of the incidents, milkshakes thrown in my face, placards bashed over my head. But let me promise you, you only know about a fraction of the number of times that I've been assaulted.
I am being persecuted by the fake news media. Fake news. Fake 20 years. Eh? Instant BS. Eh? He's been hated for a long time. Eh? People were hating him before it was cool. Nah, I cackled at most. Attacked Polly. Then milkshakes? Yeah. When you lick the boot, you get rewarded with the crumbs from the bourgeoisie mouths. Yes. And like fucking 5 million pound crumbs. Fuck yeah, bro. He's only gotten mainstream criticism in the last 5.
One little example you've probably never heard of. It was a Sunday afternoon a few years ago in the local village pub. In come the mob, about 50 of them. We decided the safest thing to do was as quickly as possible.
Dude, that is fucking hilarious. I am lactose intolerant. I could have died, Margaret. So good. A whole milkshake. Seriously.
Afternoon a few years ago.
I just want to hear him say Sunday again. So good.
One little example you've probably never heard of. It was a Sunday afternoon a few years ago in the local village pub. In come the mob, about 50 of them. We decided the safest thing to do was as quickly as possible to get into the car and to drive away. But the mob surrounded the car, banging on the bonnet and the windscreen, kicking the side of the doors. It was a genuinely dangerous and terrifying situation to be in. The car was written off. I didn't even bother with an insurance claim and did everything I could not to make it public. But these are the kind of things that I've had to put up with over many, many years. And over the last year, it's got worse with an attack on my home, very similar.
He is our Diana. I don't know who Margaret is, but it felt right that he would yell at her. Margaret, get out of the car. Don't make the insurance claim either.
To the one that the Prime Minister suffered. And literally daily online calls for me to be murdered. For some reason, that doesn't seem to worry the police.
There is just something about a British man telling a story. It just hits that satisfaction spot. 100%. Voltaire in the house. How you going? Mob equals a bunch of blue-haired lefties breaking their soybean bones from punching the car. Many, many years. Now here's what happened last year while I was running. Well, thanks.
Repeatedly over the years, online calls for me to be murdered. For some reason, that doesn't seem to worry the police. Repeatedly.
Nigel Farage ASMR. Yeah, every time he breathes in, the dramatic effect of it as well.
Over the years, I asked the Home Secretary for help. I was rejected again and again. And in that period, when I wasn't in elected politics, between 2021 and 2024, I ran up personally very, very substantial bills to make sure that I was safe. When I became an MP, Parliament said, yes, we will help you with security. But almost unbelievably, just a couple of days after the murder of Charlie Kirk, 70% of that security funding was withdrawn. I am going to need security for the rest of my life, and I cannot even tell you how grateful I am to Christopher Harborne, because now I will never, ever need to worry about...
Nigel Farage. So good. Oh, man. Stop. He's already dead. Very, very substantial, I bet. Like, I'm sure he does. Like, I wouldn't be able to afford security. Run out the flagpole and see who salutes, but no one ever does. Bahrain getting absolutely smashed at the moment. Ew.
Whether I've got the resource. Well, the new attack from the media is that somehow I am a crook. I am dishonest. Yet another reason to hate me. Commentators over the weekend have said, oh, look at the interviews Nigel's doing. He's not himself. He's getting angry. Well, here's why.
Here it comes.
For some reason last week, the editor of the Times newspaper decided to publish a picture of where my daughter lives. There is no public interest in my daughter whatsoever. She is not involved in current affairs, doesn't seek to be involved in current affairs, and has never been used by me once at any point in my political career. No photographs on election addresses or anything like that. I've always done my absolute best to protect the privacy and safety of my family. By publishing that photograph, the editor of the Times has directly threatened her security. I wonder what happened to the Leveson inquiry of years ago.
I'm a crook. I am dishonest. Here's another reason to hate me, Nigel Farage. He said the thing.
Inquiry that sought to bring better balance between what the press could do and families of those in public life. Worse still, she now has broadcasters haranguing her. Sky News were one of them, and when I questioned them on it, they willfully and deliberately lied and said on their channel that they hadn't contacted the family. Well, let me be clear. I will not tolerate intimidation of my family. I will not tolerate the location of where they live being revealed. I will not tolerate any of my family being endangered because of what I choose to do in public life. So yes, you can ask, am I angry? But I've never been angrier in my life. I'm also pretty upset with the behaviour of this Labour government. They began in 2025 and then tried again into 2026 to cancel elections for taxpayers, and to do so on a vast and epic scale, albeit with the connivance of the Conservative Party. Why? Well, of course, fear of reform. I'm proud of the fact.
Oh, mate, don't say that. Because that irritates me, and I punch blokes in the mouth for saying that. God, it's so good. So we have our own Nigel Farage. Who would have thought? It's Catabro. And I punch blokes in the mouth. Little creepy the way he talks about his daughter, just saying. The yelling. You should have thought of that before you put your family in danger, fuckwit. Savage.
That we fought a legal action that got nearly 5 million council tax voters the right to go out on May the 7th and give their view. Now, of course, they want to reduce the voting age down to 16. Again, they think that will help damage reform. And just a couple of weeks ago, following the Makerfield by-election, they changed the voting rules for the Manchester mayoral by-election. They've gone away from first past the post, again for fear that reform might win. And now they've come after our money. Now, to be clear, in the early days after the last general election, it was the huge increase in our membership at £25 a time that actually got us into a position where we could build a proper party. Over the last year, some big donors have been attracted to us. Extraordinary. These are men who've gone off as entrepreneurs around the world and succeeded. The sort of people we used to admire over centuries. Now government ministers refer to them in Parliament as malign actors. And so they keep changing all the rules again and again just to stop reform. Frankly, it is like living in a communist country. I could never have believed such a thing would happen here.
Well, blame the fucking radical centre, bro. It's radical centrists that are doing this. They feel the threat from the far right, and they're literally changing democracy or politics. Let's not use the D word. Doesn't make sense. Politics to shaft the hard left. The far right, I should say, not hard. The far right from getting in. Radical centrists. They need to be taken care of. You think I'm a little harsh, mystery? Interesting. Well, look. I don't think anyone's family should be called into question for somebody's individual political beliefs and actions. But, you're right. What did he expect, though? Honestly. What did he expect? And he's just having a whinge. Actually, you are referred to as the Epstein class. Hell yeah, we did it. Brexit means Brexit. We managed to foster a community of fear and hatred to our fellow citizens. Oh no, why do people hate me? Commies just coming at people all over the place. So good. It's the commies. It's always the goddamn commies. Little does he know Or like they won't put their finger on the fact that it is actually all coming from the center. Like all the crazy stuff that everyone complains about these days, with the way the economy is going, the way politics is going, how it's all failing. It's all coming from the radical center. But no one wants to diagnose it though. Commies. Oh no. Yeah, I need to go. Harsh. And yes, families shouldn't be targeted, but get in the real world. Yeah, I know. I get it. I know. I'll switch to edibles to try them out. LML. Ooh. Hopefully healthier for you then.
Ignore the fact, of course, that over decades peerages have been given to donors, and that Labour's donors, in the run-up to the 2024 general election, now seem to have been awarded the most extraordinary government contracts. Perhaps Dominic Cummings was right last year when he said Whitehall will break the law to stop Reform winning power. And we've been subject in the last few months to the use of illegally obtained information, firm evidence of computer hacking, and now leaks from government agencies. And this is all, of course, a great distraction, because we're about to get a Prime Minister who's coming in with no mandate whatsoever. He didn't even stand on the 2024 manifesto. This country needs a general election, even if Labour, the Conservatives and the media don't want it. And whilst this pile-on against Reform happens, the boats continue to cross the English Channel. Our fractured defences make us look weaker and weaker against what I think is now an increasingly dangerous Vladimir Putin. Business confidence is the lowest it's now been for 16 years, and I speak to you from a capital city where men can't wear watches and women can't wear jewellery on the street. Britain is broken and the public know it, and we need change. Now, the issue with my daughter was the final straw. Enough is enough. And I thought over the weekend, what shall I do? I could go out and try and make some real big money. I could go to the USA, where I've got plenty of offers. And then I thought, why should I be judged today or in history in the future by Sky News and their ilk?
Yeah, fuck you, Sky
Why
News.
should they be the people that decide my fate when, as I repeat, I've done nothing wrong?
Yeah. So why'd you quit then, you fucking idiot? Come on. What's really going on here? We'll get to the bottom of this.
About it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which should happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions.
Yeah.
This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go. And that is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win. I will fight to continue the political revolution that Reform has started. And I would say this to you, the voters of Clacton: if I win, you win. Because if I lose, they win, and we will never, with the two old parties, get the type of fundamental change that we need to fix broken Britain. Thank you.
Thank you. The people? Who? The proletariat? I don't think so. People are easily distracted with shiny things. Farage is polishing hard. Damn. Does he need some polishing? Can only polish a turd so much. He sounds like he's begging to come back to live in the house. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Savage take. All right. Woo, look at that screenshot. That's a bit scary. Crazy. Futurama Zap Brannigan. Time to begin our life as civilians. Dude, this is a good montage. And they're trying to like prostitute themselves out. And they won't kiff. Not Zap Brannigan. Let's have a look at this. How dare he tarnish Sky? Love Gem. That's what you reacted to out of all this stuff. It's like, how dare he say that about Sky News? I feel like Sky News is a very different beast in the UK compared to what it is here in Australia. My God.
One day a man has everything. The next day he blows.
Ooh, Govan in the house. Check that later. Champagne.
Up a $400 billion space station. One day a man has everything. The next day he blows up a $400 billion space station. And the next day he has nothing. It makes you think.
No, it doesn't.
Come, Kith. It's time to begin our life as civilians. That's an order, soldier.
Everybody's talking at me. I don't hear words they're saying. Only the echo.
$400 billion space station. Roughly the price of orcas. That's so good. Champagne. Yay.
Of my mind. People stopping, staring. I can't see their faces, only the shadows of their eyes. I'm going where the sun keeps shining through the pouring rain.
Thank you for sharing. That's Farage right now, out with his dart and his fucking pint glass hanging on street corners. I could make money, I could make a lot of money. I just don't want to. I saw Midnight Cowboy years back. Is that what they're sending up? It's a reference to Midnight Cowboy. Interesting. Thank you very much. The immediate move from Zap holds the can while gift dances to Pimp. So good. Why have you your head in the sky news when the reality is on the ground news? Just for you, Voltaire. Ground news. It works. It doesn't work for everyone. It works for some.
This now from DW's Birgit Maas in London. Birgit, should we read this resignation as Farage acknowledging a mistake, or is this just him grabbing the media spotlight and trying to strengthen his political profile?
Anyone want to take a hit of that before we hear from this sometimes terrifying looking German woman? Anyone want to take a stab at that? Is he literally just like, all right, fuck it, they'll investigate me, but if I get re-elected, then it doesn't matter. So like, fuck them. I'm going to pike out now, and it's an admission of guilt? Or maybe not. Or it's just a publicity stunt. Fuck ground news. I had to. Bit of a trip. The cowboy at the Studio 54 scene, LOL. Okay. Fuck ground news. Someone started it. It's either people start doing grrrs in here, or they start saying fuck ground news. I'm in with you, hobo. Solidarity, brother. So yeah, do you reckon admission of guilt, that's why he's quit? And then like, if he gets re-elected, maybe there's some rule that he can't be investigated again because he got re-elected. Uh-oh, here come the gurus. Here they come. This one's for you, Virginia. I wonder what the ploy is.
In a way, Terry, it was quite a bit of a bombshell announcement that really kept these Westminster people on the edge of their seat, because the speculation was, could he maybe really resign from public life over these continued investigations that he's facing over his financial affairs? But no, he did say that he would resign. But then he also said that he would stand again in the coming by-election. So basically what I think what he's trying to do is trying to gain the political momentum, basically trying to be exonerated by voters. So there are continued questions about his finances, but in case he did win these elections, basically the same seat that he has at the moment, but just stepping back and then being re-elected.
I was watching the latest Boy and they had a Ground News sponsor. And I said it out loud without thinking. Just subconsciously saying it to yourself. Fuck ground news. Oh, is this the grr thing? Is that what you've cut there? You've dropped there? Oh my god, it is. Come on, everybody. Do it with me now. What sound does a bulldozer make? Come on, everybody. Let's do this together.
Can you all sound like bulldozers, please? Grrr. Come on, I want some bulldozer noise. Pauline, can I... Oh, beautiful. Pauline, may I invite you to the stage quickly, please? Ben, come and help me with the thing.
Quickly,
you might
please.
remember Elon Musk was given a big chainsaw to try and cut government tape and bureaucracies over in America.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
We need more than one of these things. We actually need a beautiful, big, fat, where is it? It's coming. We need an orange bulldozer. Let's hear the noise. Grrr.
More bulldozer noises. So good. The subtitles are the best. I call it the spruce goose. Get in. I said get in. Get them dozers out for a ploughing. Grrr. Pauline. What did you call it?
Okay, I don't hear that noise. Let's hear a bit more. Grrr. Can you all...
Grrr. Oh my god, this is fucking painful. Vagina. Why would you do this, Vagina? Vagina, no. Stop saying grrr. Stop.
That would make him, he could argue that he has the trust of the voters, and whatever the parliamentary watchdogs decide, it's kind of irrelevant because he has already been elected again. So I think it's in a way of drawing
do you reckon that's an actual trick then? Like if he gets re-elected, then he's not subject to those rules because that was under a previous time? That's pretty crazy. We all have to participate in Vagina's kinks. Yeah, fucking apparently. Come on, everybody. Growl for me. Do you think One Nation will win? Like, win what? Win seats? I'd say so. Will they form government? And will Pauline be crowned Queen Pauline? Supreme Queen Pauline? I think that's very unlikely. Very unlikely. But hey, we got fucking 2 years to go. You know, strap yourself in, man. Gotta play the ball as it lies. Them's the rules. I wonder if he can get around that. That would be clever. If that's a way to get around that. Let them eat butt. Right, so on the mat, does it say the court of public opinion or you gotta trust the reader, Bob, I should say. All right. Let's get back to it. Let's hear the justifications fly and the strategy.
Away from these allegations over being unscrupulous with donations and trying to regain the political momentum.
Okay, so Farage's resignation will trigger a by-election, and as you say, he plans to run again, win. Is victory, though, likely to be straightforward for him, or could there be surprises?
Of course, there could be surprises. He does have a comfortable majority, and Reform, his party that he is the leader of, it's in leading in the opinion polls, and the victory that he had in his constituency in Clacton and Seeds, neglected, many people would probably say, little town on the English coast. He had a comfortable majority, and I think he is leading in the opinion polls. But then again, you can never be sure if there's maybe, a progressive alliance maybe against him. There is another party who is outflanking his party on the right, so anti-immigration Restore party, and they have been basically up and coming. So there has been this slight loss of momentum that Nigel Farage and his Reform Party had enjoyed since the last general elections. And one part of their loss of the momentum was also the continued speculation about Nigel Farage's personal wealth and what kind of donations he's accepted and why he hasn't declared all of them. And so
fuck it, eh? The Nigel defense. Who cares? He's like, so what? I'm rich. It doesn't matter. You want people who are rich in government because they're good at business. They run fish and chip shops and give out loans. And, you know, they're good with doing businessy things. Right? That makes good governance. Obviously. It's common sense. You want rich people running the government. It makes sense. Yeah, you're all just jealous of me. That was basically his retort. You're all just jealous. You wish you got £5 million unconditionally. Suck it. That's what you get. All right, so let's get a British take on this, not a German take. I don't know why I went there, to be honest.
After a sharp exchange at Heathrow yesterday,
you have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else. Cut.
Nigel Farage announced he was making a major announcement. The lectern was delivered to party headquarters, his MPs gathered.
Big smile is what I'm going to say. Big smile.
You know, I'm looking forward to the press conference.
He might have a while to wait. These days, Nigel Farage prefers no media-controlled events. No questions.
Well, the new attack from the media is that somehow I am a crook. I am dishonest. Yet another reason to hate me. Commentators over the weekend have said, oh, look at the interviews Nigel's doing. He's not himself. He's getting angry. Am I angry? Well, I've never been angrier in my life.
I'm fucking angry, I am. Only he is the one who works hard, not these other plebs. Yeah, they wouldn't know anything about government because they can't even run a business. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says its naval and aerospace forces have carried out joint missile and drone operations targeting 85 sites at important US military facilities. Interesting. 85? And what was the report that we got before? The US had struck 80 sites in Iran. Hey, we see your 80 sites and we raise you 85. Take that.
Journalists kept outside heard him condemn Sky News for knocking on his daughter's door. He said media and government were conspiring against him over the undeclared £5 million gift. And he decided on something drastic.
Today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which would happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go.
Yeah, you tell them where to stick it, bro. Stick it up, yeah. Vote bin face for Clacton. Has anyone heard of the bin face thing? I wonder what that's about. I'm not across it. Resigning from a job that he didn't do just so he can apply not to do it again. It's so good. It's like when people talk about like Pauline's track record of showing up to Parliament and like she's in the Senate, what, like 20% of the time? Is that right? Yeah, Binface is an actual candidate. You don't know Count Binface? I haven't been following it. I've just been seeing headlines on it. Like Farage versus Binface and all that sort of shit. Vote Count Binface. Does he actually remember where Clacton is? Oh man, you need to get into Binface. Yeah, I haven't been following it at all. Total crook. At least he said it. I am a crook. I am dishonest. Alright, maybe we should look at him versus Binface. Quick diversion, shall we? I wonder if they
This isn't a legitimate by-election. It's one that's been called in order to short-circuit parliamentary standards. Rupert Lowe not standing is the right thing. I don't think the Conservatives should stand.
No, I'm not going to watch this. Fuck that.
Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has announced he's resigning from the UK Parliament to recontest his own seat in a by-election. The far-right leader is facing intensifying scrutiny over allegedly undeclared donations from major financial supporters, including a £5 million gift that he received from a Thailand-based cryptocurrency billionaire.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll find it later. Unless somebody has a good link that actually explains.
After a sharp exchange at Heathrow yesterday,
You've broken all
the rules, you bastard. How could you bastard?
Should be
I hope he keeps the helmet on at night like Banana Boy.
the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up to the entire establishment, to frankly tell them where to go.
tonight the Conservatives led the way as other political parties confirmed they will not be running in the Clacton by-election, which pollsters had Nigel Farage as firm favourite to win. They hope to turn a potential Farage carnival into a sideshow.
We're not standing a candidate in the fake by-election, which Nigel Farage is causing to distract people from what is happening. We need to let that investigation run its course.
This is a desperate stunt from Nigel Farage, and it's obvious why he's doing it. He is up to his neck in sleaze.
If, as expected, Nigel Farage gets re-elected, the investigation into his undeclared £5 million gift could...
Little mask. Mustache, it's our Banana Boy. Stick two fingers up for bin face.
resume, and he could be handed a penalty that triggers another by-election.
I think the Standards Commissioner and the Standards Committee, if he were returned to Parliament, would have to think about whether or not this sort of attempt to game the system was an aggravating factor that would justify further penalty.
Nigel Farage acknowledged his £5 million windfall looked like a lottery win, but he insisted forces were conspiring to paint him as a villain.
They keep changing all the rules again and again just to stop reform. Frankly, it is like living in a communist country. For over 20 years now, I have been subject to constant demonisation by the press. Being a member of the European Parliament for 20 years cost me a huge amount of money.
Nigel Farage alleged foul plots had brought him to this point.
He went on telly having a hissy fit because for the first time he is finally having to face some scrutiny after a very long honeymoon, and he cannot handle it.
Some people look at this and say, well, this is just Nigel Farage trying to dodge an inquiry which he can feel was going the wrong way for him.
Look, Nigel was very clear that he has broken no rules. He's an absolute...
He's not the arbiter of that. That's not how it works.
He's done absolutely nothing wrong. But
he doesn't sit in judgment. If
the people sit in judgment.
Well,
the people
actually,
sit in
there
judgment.
are rules about how an MP behaves.
Actually, we're a democracy. Or at least we in Reform believe it. You might not think that if you look at the other party.
Savage, you tell him, bro. This is a democracy. Fuck your rules. The people will decide. We have mob rule here, motherfucker. That's what democracy is. Mob rule, baby. Meanwhile, all the Labour MPs are asking, who knew this was a thing? Why is it just the Labour MPs, though, dilemmas? Why can't it be all the MPs are asking, who knew this was a thing? Can he do that? Why haven't we done that before? Goddamn game changer. Communist country. Isn't that an oxymoron? Yeah, if you know what fucking communism is. It's not just everything left of your right-wing opinions. It feels like living in a communist collection of organized people after the abolition of this state.
Which sounds very Trumpian, because Donald Trump would say, the fact that voters vote for me, that trumps everything else.
Look what the Labour Party is doing. They've announced they're going to change the law so that British citizens cannot give donations to Reform.
You've changed subject there. I was asking about the rules that govern
the Labour
behaviour
Party
of an MP.
illegally cancelling the election of 5 million people. You've got the leader of the Conservative Party likening Nigel Farage to Jeremy Ford.
I accept your proofreading. All the MPs. Except Rupert. Yeah. Fucking, he's squeaky clean, that motherfucker. Hey. Fuck yeah. Rupert's got nothing to hide. Read him like a book, you can.
A man who stood trial for incitement for murder.
You're jumping around with different subjects.
Nigel for the election of 5 million people. You've got the leader of the Conservative Party likening Nigel Farage to Jeremy Thorpe, a man who stood trial for incitement for murder.
You're jumping
You've
around
got
with different
parts of the
subjects
media
there.
banging on the door of Nigel's own daughter's house, someone who's got nothing to do with
You're
public
jumping
life.
lots of subjects there. Does
Well, it's
Nigel
all the same
Farage-
story.
Is it?
We ultimately
Sky
trust...
News knocking on someone's door is the same as whether an MP should accept the rules of Parliament. That's quite a jumble.
The establishment are trying to play judge and jury and executioner. Well, enough of that.
Many detected Nigel Farage borrowing lines from his old ally across the Atlantic.
I was attacked more than anybody in the history of our country.
And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times.
But yeah, I think there was a bit of Trump in that. I think the main thing that it said to me, though, was that Nigel Farage actually still has some fight in him. I think there has been this view that perhaps he's backing off, he's frazzled, he's not so into the fight anymore. This is the decision that actually most puts a middle finger up at that theory. This is a guy who's not only willing to go for a by-election, he said he's ready to go for 2 if he has to make this point.
See you all in Clacton. Nigel Farage in the summer.
He now faces a lonely by-election with no major party running against him. The focus, potentially, less on his anti-establishment views, more on his friends and finances.
Looks like he got some pretty good security just then. He had like fucking 4 guys standing around him. I thought that's what he was whinging about. I have to pay for security. It's not fair, it's not.
What do the voters of Nigel Farage's Clacton seat make of today's developments? Our communities editor, Darshna Soni, is there for us. Darshna.
Well, it's been a scorching hot day here, Krish, and some people are asking whether Nigel Farage has called this election because he's feeling the heat. Now, if you thought the Makerfield by-election was consequential for the future of our country, Nigel Farage today said to voters here that this by-election will be just as important. And just as Andy Burnham wanted to prove that he has the popular vote up there, the support of his base in Manchester, that's what Mr Farage is hoping to do here in Clacton. And you have to remember, he's hugely popular here. I was here during the last election and saw people queuing up to shake his hand, to have selfies done with him. So he knows that he has got a lot of support here. The voters of Clacton who previously voted Conservative are an older electorate, mainly white, but there are also pockets of deprivation here. Some people have been speaking to me about the cost of living, about the fact that prices are going up. So we wanted to know what they thought of the fact that their MP has been earning millions of pounds since he was elected. And he said today that he has sacrificed a lot of potential income when he became their MP. It has to be said that his salary and income is far higher than the average here. Now, Nigel Farage framed this as an election all about the establishment versus reform. He said it'll be up to the people of Clacton to judge him, not the media or Parliament or the Standards Commission. So we asked the people of Clacton what they make of it all. This is what they told me.
Would you vote for him again?
Yes, probably, yeah.
The £5 million, all of those questions wouldn't put you off?
No, wouldn't, no.
Do you think that this election, though, is a way of avoiding those questions about that money? It is, isn't it?
Do you reckon they find people that have no teeth on purpose to interview? Or it's just like completely coincidental? Like it looks like he's missing top and bottom there. Like, poor dude. They're just like, he's a Farage voter for you. Look at this guy, eh? What does that say about the NHS? Facebook group approval queues for participation requests reveal some of the gross stuff lots of One Nation supporters like to pretend aren't One Nation's values. Socceroo Star says monoculture debate. Bullshit. What's this? Suspend. Oh, unrelated to stream. Tenuous link to multiculturalism. Demonization from Farage plus Hanson. What's this? Socceroo's culture. Socceroo Star says monoculture debate is bullshit. Of you, go home, mate. Your culture not wanted here. Get our own. Does that person even speak English? This Barry? It doesn't seem like they've got a great command of English anyway, right? Of you go, mate. Like off you go, maybe. Your culture not wanted here. Got our own. Actually, maybe it makes more sense with off there. It's a typo. All right. Back to it.
I wouldn't have thought so. If he stands what he's saying, I think it's good. But we don't know, do we?
We don't know.
So none of these questions about the money and the £5 million.
Money's gone missing in Parliament for years. I mean, it's just that they're against reform coming in. Conservative and Labour have just been absolutely useless. So time to have somebody else in, I think. And I think because of that, and they know that everybody is starting to think reform needs a chance, I think they're just questioning every single budget.
But do you think they're right to question him? I mean, he did get this amount of money, and do you wonder what he would get in return for it from this guy who's into crypto? Do you think there are legitimate questions?
I think if you dig deep into every single person that walks in Parliament, they've all got their dirty ways, let's be honest.
And they don't put you off?
No.
Every MP gets security for themselves now, so why shouldn't he?
But do you not have any worries about that £5 million? I mean, what did this crypto guy want in return?
No, not really.
Well,
Fucking who
that's just
cares?
it. No one knows, do they? Who can answer that question?
Nigel Farage could if he stayed and didn't resign.
If he's willing to tell you.
If he's willing to tell you. So good. That's what an investigation is, right? Just goes to show just how badly the government has dropped the ball in looking after its citizens. Why? In what sense? Like, in the sense that, like, people are just like, yeah, they all do it. Who cares? And people don't really give a shit. Is that what? Is that why nobody has any faith in the government? So it's like, well, if everybody else wets their beak, why not Farage?
So people do have questions about that money, as you saw there. People understand that it is right to question Mr. Farage about it, but they are also very much behind him, a lot of people that we spoke to. They say that he does have popular support here, and that's what he will be banking on when we...
Yeah, they don't even care about the 5 mil. Yeah, it's like when we were talking about when Pauline got the plane. And I was just like, yeah, and fucking tough. Who cares about the plane anyway? Let her have it. She can have all the planes she wants. No, they did it. Yeah, let's all crowdfund another plane for her. This time make it a jet. She deserves a jet.
We go to another by-election here in a few weeks' time.
Darshana Soni in Clacton. Well, a short while ago for our Forecast podcast, I spoke to the creator of the Conservative Home website, Tim Montgomery, who's now a Reform supporter. He was joined by Ben Habib, a former ally of Nigel Farage, as he was the co-deputy leader of Reform UK, but he's since left the party and is now a confirmed critic from the right. And they were joined by the pollster Luke Trill from More in Common UK.
I don't think so. I don't think he's handled this affair particularly well.
Ah, stop. I want bin face. Anyone? Come up with a good link for me there. Bin face v Farage. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. If you want to stop a party from rising, write better policies that draw voters away. That's how democracy works. But it's not, though, is it? Like, no one cares about policy. It's about image, baby. No confirmed candidates to run against Farage other than bin face. So good. Race for like bin face versus Farage. Count bin face just destroyed Farage in 10 seconds. All right, let's have a look.
Okay, so this happened during the Makerfield by-election, and I'd like you to see it before I say anything else, because no amount of context I can give you is going to prepare you for it.
It's not the Tory candidate. Looks like something out of Star Wars. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I better...
to talk to him,
No, I'm going to hand you back to... Oh, right, okay.
You want to talk to me?
Yeah, go on then.
Go on then.
Right, what? Who are you?
My name. What kind of journalist is this? You don't know? Have a look.
I've got my list here.
Burnham.
No, I realise that. Oh, you're Count Binface, yeah?
There you go. You did go to journalism school. Excellent. Yes,
A long time ago.
I beg your pardon?
I said a long time ago.
Yeah. Oh, well, I wouldn't have known.
Why are you standing in this election? Just a stunt?
It's A, because it's happening. B, I was at a loose end. C, because I believe elected mayors should serve out their terms before they're eligible to stand for Parliament.
Oh, you've made a serious political point there.
Well, no, you're supposed to be impartial, mate.
Yep, that really happened on Sky News. Grown man in a bin costume interrupted live by-election coverage and the reporter generally didn't know who he was, which, if he'd been near any kind of UK election in the last few years, well, that on its own is a bit of a small crime. But to be fair, a quick reminder, if anybody has been living a normal, well-adjusted life, Count Binface is a satirical candidate who stood against, amongst others, Boris Johnson and Theresa May. He was never come close to winning. I mean, that isn't the point. The point is what happens when you let a man dressed as a bin answer questions that actual politicians spend entire careers dodging. So watch what he does here.
So let me carry on. I'm going to rephase the traffic lights on Liverpool Road. I'll price cap Wigan kebabs at £2. I'll make cyclists who disobey the highway code have to ride unicycles instead. And I will turn HS2 into FFS1 and reroute it.
Not going to swear, are you?
No, I'm perfectly... Although we are past the watershed, but don't worry, I'm a...
No, we don't want you swearing, please.
I promise I won't. I'm a good boy. And no, but I'm going to reroute it through rail executives' homes. I'm going to build at least one affordable house. I mean, I could go on. What's Andy said he's going to do?
Dude, that is fucking hilarious. Oh my god. I'm going to build at least one affordable house.
I'm going to build at least one affordable house. I mean, I could go on. What's Andy said he's going to do?
Oh, he said lots he's going to do, and he changes his mind from time to time. But anyway...
Now, none of that is real policy, obviously, but notice the shape of it. It's focused, it's got a target. Reroute the railway through the homes of the people who run the railway badly. It's a better joke than most political comedy because it's actually making an argument. Accountability should land on the people responsible, not the public who has to pay for it. Now, here's where it stops actually being a joke.
Do you live in the constituency?
I do tonight.
Well, it sounds as though you don't.
What, do you?
No, of course not. I don't live here, no.
So why should I?
Well, a lot of candidates like to boast that they're local. You're obviously not too concerned about that.
Well, I'm looking at the putative Prime Minister Nigel Farage. He spends more time in America than in Clacton. So why should
you don't think Mr. Burnham's the putative Prime Minister then?
Well, they both putatas, that they will be the next PM. But I think at least Andy feels like he's slightly local to the area. But
So there we are, a man in a bin costume who's openly admitted he doesn't live anywhere near the seat he's contesting, just used that exact admission to make a sharper point about Nigel Farage than most political journalists have managed in the past 2 years. Because, well, here's the thing, Binface isn't wrong. Farage has voted in 171 divisions.
He gives off that
this
vibe,
parliament.
doesn't he? You must bring us a shrubbery. Another shrubbery. This one a little bit higher. A nice little path around it.
Gone long stretches over 2 months without casting a single vote, including a run of 77 consecutive missed votes that ended in May. It's since he was admitting years absent.
That's not a
job that he doesn't have yet. Then the real one is about his.
So that's something. If I was to win...
He used to be the MP for Leeds, just not very far from here.
Exactly. If I win, I swear...
That's not going to happen.
Well, exactly. So I'm going to say, I swear I'll move to Makerfield if I win.
Okay, all right. I'm sure they'll all be delighted.
I mean, he knows it's not going to happen. He says so. And that's the difference. But I'm not telling you to take...
Dude, that's fucking hilarious.
We're going to hear now from a less conventional candidate, someone you might have seen in the background in some of those very much watched moments of declarations in Makerfield. Count Binface also stood in the election as leader of the Count Binface party, and he joins us now. How did you do? It was a bit of a disappointing night for Binface.
Well, firstly, it's an absolute pleasure to be on your spanking new show, Sophie. Thank you so much. I am on board my starship, the Alboreto, right now. It's a holodeck, sort of decked out to look like one of Britain's premier budget chains, but it's not that, I promise. We're up in orbit. And no, I'm cock-a-hoop. If you were looking at the results, actually, a space warrior, it is you...
Dude, what does it say there? Make what? Make something great again. Wish I could read that.
It is a truth universally acknowledged that a space warrior in possession of 95 votes must be in need of a hearty breakfast. I thought you'd appreciate that quote, just like your host, your co-host Wilfred, who's done a runner. And yes, well, I mean, you also someone else.
Look, if you want to talk Jane Austen to me, I'm here all day. I love a bit of Jane Austen.
Well, I tell you what, you might also like A bit of Jake Austin.
I wish I could read Mystery 2026. Earth. Is that what it says? Make Earth great again. Thank you very much.
Liberal Democrat candidate. And Sophie, I was only 68 votes away from one of the so-called mainstream parties. So yeah, you want a bit of Austin? I want a bit of Austin. Bring it on.
I think my favourite part of your campaign literature was when you said that the Labour candidate is campaigning on a kind of anti-Labour, get Labour out, get the Labour Prime Minister out platform, and that you're not the real novelty candidate in the race. I mean, how much of a bizarre by-election was it in Makerfield?
That's awesome. It could be a Greens hat, eh? Mega, make Earth great again.
Well, you've taken the words right out of my my bin there, Sophie. Of course it's mad. Yeah, I turned up on your planet expecting to be the novelty candidate, and each time I take part, this is my magnificent 7th election, and I finished a magnificent 7th. More and more, I'm becoming the sensible mainstream option. You're quite right. Has any Labour or Conservative candidate ever previously stood on a platform or vote for me, the party leader's terrible? It's a curious one. And on top of that, you may have noticed that point 10 in my manifesto, I made it that one deliberately, is that elected mayors should serve the entirety of their office before they're eligible for Parliament. Because, of course, Andy's been very cheeky. But we had a jolly good chat, you know, potential Prime Minister to actual space warrior last night. He was very, very giving, and we had a nice time. I think there's scope for some diplomacy there.
Okay, it's great to speak to you. I have to say, I'm particularly loving the fact that you were broadcasting to us in full bin outfit from a hotel room. Who knew that bins, booked hotel rooms just like the rest of us? Absolutely great. Thank you very much. Count Bin Face speaking there.
She cut him off. He's better unscripted, I think. Very interesting. Very interesting. I love the way Binface has organized his spaceship to look like the inside of a Premier Inn bedroom. That is a lie. I want party with Binhead. Count Binface to you, asshole. Dude seems cool as. Yeah, me too, man. Maybe we should interview him. It was a space station built to look like a budget hotel room on the holodeck. Yes. Fuck yeah. Very interesting. Wow. What a world, hey? And like, yeah, he does seem to be more legitimate, like the way that he speaks, than the regular politician, run-of-the-mill centrist slot politician that we get. He actually answers questions and has some character. Who would have thought? That's a scary notion, isn't it? Absolutely terrifying, it is. Absolutely terrifying. All right. Let us continue the trend. We're going to move topics now. Like, that's enough. Farage is pulling some stunt here, and it would seem that his stunt is potentially a way of getting around potential corruption charges. So, like, if he steps down, then gets re-elected, he can't be investigated properly. Like, that's a long game. But good luck to him. Okay? If that's how to play the game, then that's how you play the game, baby. Count Binface, his actual channel. He has 100,000 subscribers. Good on you, Count Binface. Okay? Voting for Binface. Alright, one more. Oh, it's a song.
The country's sick of stubborn. He's only in year 2. You voted him in with a crazy landslide. But he didn't know what to do. Now he's burning broken West Street.
God, it's awful. Oh my god. And he's been around for a while as well, I think. Ye old Binface. What's the oldest? Let's see how old the channel is. 7 years ago. Eh? 6 years ago. Fuck yeah. Some OG Binface. Let's see where he started. 6 years ago, you want to try that? Binface goes Vogue. Count Binface on Brexit. Ooh. Let's have a listen. One more. This is OG.
Hey, Binface, you all right?
It's Count Binface to you. I'm fine. How are you?
What's been on your mind today?
Well, I can't hide from the fact that there is this general election campaign going on.
And how do you start your day?
Well, as a species who is intimately connected with bins, I do tend to get up pretty early. Then I shall quell any rebellions on Sigma.
Dude, that's so good. He's playing 4D chess. There it is, yeah. Here's Nigel. Dude, I tend to get up early. So good.
I do tend to get up pretty early. Then I shall quell any rebellions on Sigma 9, but I'm always sure to clean up afterwards. Keep the galaxy tidy.
Now come on, fish and chips or Sunday roast?
A Sunday roast on a Wednesday. Perfection.
Why are we having this election?
You are having this election because Boris Johnson, the blonde...
Dude, it's so good. Gary's Economics versus Binface. The collab you didn't know you needed. That would be good. I get down with that. Might bring Gary to life a little bit. The dogs are whooped. What the fuck are you guys watching? I left for like an hour and I come back to this. Okay, so we just watched Mr. Abbott. We just watched Nigel Farage in the UK has quit Parliament because he's been accused of taking bribes, essentially. And like, so he quit. So there's a snap by-election that needs to be called to replace him. And so he's just going to run again. And I think he's hoping that will mean he can't get investigated because the people have voted for him, even though they know that he's taken money on the sly. And then there's a guy that runs in UK elections against like candidates, it would seem, just to show how ridiculous democracy is. And like, this is potentially his contender at the moment. A guy called... Count Binface, because no one wants to, it would seem no one's really going to put a candidate against Farage because they know they're going to lose, essentially. But Count Binface will do it. Could you imagine if he actually did it, though? Count Binface got votes, like a serious number of votes. Could you imagine if Farage went down to Binface? That would be hilarious. That would be fucking hilarious. Auditions for a new Ned Kelly movie. Well, anyway, that's what you've walked into, if you're wondering.
Bombshell, who is currently your Prime Minister, thinks he can unite the Leave vote and fracture the left, who are still led by the divisive Corbyn. And then, of course, there is Brexit, which remains, in my considered opinion, a shit show. Hey, good to see you. How's it go? No, he's gone.
This one divides opinion. But Marmite, yes or no?
Marmite, tricky one. So what I've done is I have written 2 articles, one in favour of Marmite and one against it. And I shall decide which one to send to the Telegraph at the most opportunistic moment for my career.
What's your favourite band?
At the moment, I must say I'm listening to a lot of Count Basie, Counting Crows, and of course, Chris Rea. Mainly Chris Rea. Make of that what you will.
And how do you rate your chief opponent, Boris Johnson?
Boris Johnson. You know, I say this. I think novelty candidates should be allowed to stand. I mean, why not? No matter how ridiculous they get up. And this Boris Johnson, or whoever really is inside that ridiculous hairy costume, let them have their 15 minutes in the sun. Or preferably on the surface of it.
What would you say to voters?
Well, I would simply say this. This is a once-in-a-generation election. The second once-in-a-generation election in the last few years. And so if you ask me, it's time for surreal change. It's time to vote Count Binface.
It's time for surreal change. Dude, that is fucking genius. It's time for surreal change. And they did it in one shot. That's pretty good. Now this is charisma. Brilliant tag. Yeah, fuck yeah. It's time for surreal change. That's what we need. That'll bring on the revolution. Some surreal change. Fuck yeah. All right. Let's change it up, shall we? Let's change it up. Yes. Vader song as well. How'd you get away with that? Copyright that shit. All right, 4AS, if you're still here, I think you put this in before. Let's have a look at what you were talking about. I haven't heard about this. So, the surprising rise of Belgium's radical left. We don't get a lot of stories about the rise of the radical left, the far left. We got a lot of far right parties that are actually political contenders. But are we about to find out that there is a far left party, or that might actually be a contender in some type of election somewhere? The surprising rise of Belgium's radical left. A big political shift is taking place at the heart of the European Union and NATO, the Workers' Party of Belgium. A Marxist organization once completely exiled to the fringes of politics has surged in the polls, tying for first place in Brussels and threatening to shake up the traditional Belgium and European establishment. Get fucked. In this video, we try to understand how a group of 1960s Maoist students who abandoned their universities to work on factory floors built a modern digital operation that now outpaces mainstream parties. And what would happen if a Marxist force takes executive control of the host nation of the EU and NATO? Interesting. Hope you're there, 4AS. If not, I'll give you a timestamp for later.
Is Belgium about to become the EU's first Marxist-ruled country? I was looking at this poll chart for Belgium from Politico the other day, and I noticed something odd.
Just
PTB,
look how
the
many
workers'
parties European nations have. Look at that. It's crazy, isn't it? They actually have pluralistic politics. I saw a fake post of Trump saying Belgium is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Dude, so good.
Party of Belgium has doubled their results since the last election, jumping from 12%.
Yes, Belgium beat US. Yeah. And like convincingly by the look of it. I think that I saw one clip of I think the US goalkeeper. Poor guy. Yeah, 4-1. Damn.
Which granted them a mere 6th place in the election to 24, which ties them for first place within the margin of error. That's within Brussels, the capital of the country. In Antwerp, they are already at 20% too. In Wallonia, they've risen to 18.
Belgium becoming more and more based. Voting in Marxists, beating the imperial core. Crazy. Smacked down.
And even in Flanders, they just passed the double-digit mark. Now, granted, Belgium is a very fractured country politically. There's 4 parties polling between 20 to 25%, and 4 others tied.
Making up for what they did to the Congo. Hey, can you blame that on all of Belgium? Hey? Or one particular figure. Mao. Very good. Mao.
But still, this is a huge climb. And if we go back to 2016, PTB was only polling at 6%. It had a meteoric rise over the past decade. And it's fascinating to me that a Marxist socialist party has been able to do this.
Yeah, how did they
Furthermore,
do it?
PTB, or PVDA as it's known in Flemish, is the only party that is represented. fully as a national one, representing Brussels, Flanders, and Wallonia. Many or all of its competitors have split into regional parties of either side. So could this be the tipping point for Belgium to become a Marxist country? What would happen if they reached power in an upcoming election? And how did they get this far already? Let's find out.
General knowledge.
The political landscape
goes hand in hand with some common sense. Remember that.
Europe has seen a fair share of surprises over the last few decades. Even inside Belgium itself, with its current prime minister coming from a Flemish party that defends reunification with the Netherlands. But outside Belgium, few stories are as fascinating as the rise of the Workers' Party, known as the PTB in French and PVDA in Flemish. This party has accomplished something that many political...
Parti, what is it? Parti du Travail de Belgique. You know, what a crazy country as well. Like, they have to have... I don't think they have one national language. I think they speak both German and French. I was thinking about it more. I think context and common sense is the title. Ooh, hey? CCS. Well, that can be the party name. Context. Look, it's all about the context. Come on, context and common sense. Interesting. All right. Note that, please. Note that. I wonder if this aerial is accurate. I wonder if, like, the forests around here used to take up all the expanses of Europe and now being cleared away. All right, back to it. Context and common sense.
Scientists thought was impossible in modern Western Europe, taking a marginal, kind of hardline, Marxist-Leninist organization and turning it into a major, mainstream political force. It seems to have been the exact opposite throughout most of Europe since the collapse of the USSR and the end of the Cold War. Many traditional left-wing parties across Europe have shrunk, or they compromised their values to stay in power, leaning more to the center. But the PTB has done the opposite. It stuck to its arguably more radical roots, repackaged the message for the modern era, and started winning over voters by the hundreds of thousands.
Dude, this is like, how do you repackage this stuff? I wonder how they repackage. That's a DSA symbol, isn't it? Democratic Socialists. Don't they have that rose thing as well? Do you know what this rose symbol comes from in socialist history as well? Like the fist with the rose. Like heaps of socialists at the beginning, or people complaining about wage slavery, was just like, you know, give the people, like the people need enough money to afford bread so they can eat. Yeah, it is. Okay, it is a DSA thing. But like the rose is supposed to be like, well, actually, life is more than just being able to eat and like afford basic sustenance. You want to have some nice things in life too. So the rose is supposed to be a symbol of like better living conditions, actually. Shared prosperity and shared wealth, as opposed to just fighting for your right to scrape a living and a fucking, you know, a very basic existence. So that's why they have the symbol of the rose in some socialist circles. It's interesting. Art is important. It is. But like, I wonder if people know the meaning of it anymore.
Understanding how a Marxist party managed to achieve this in the heart of Europe requires looking back at where they came from and what they actually stand for today. To understand the PTB in modern times, you first have to go back to the 60s. Their roots lie in the big student protest movements of 1968.
The rose is flighting for your right to party. So saith the Beastie Boys.
Specifically, PTB in modern times, you first have to go back to the 60s. Their roots lie in the big
toothbrush symbol. That's pretty funny. They're coming for your toothbrush.
And what they actually stand for today. To understand the PTB in modern times, you first have to go back to the 60s. Their roots lie in the big student protest movements of 1968, specifically at the Catholic University of Leuven. At the time, and even up to today, Belgium was deeply divided over language and culture, and the university itself was at the time splitting between its Dutch and French-speaking sections. Amid the chaos, a group of highly ideological students, led by a charismatic figure named Ludo Martens, grew disillusioned with traditional politics. They viewed the existing Belgian Marxist Party, or Communist Party, as too soft, bureaucratic, and worst of all, friendly and aligned with the Soviet Union, which they believed had abandoned true revolutionary ideals and potentially didn't have Europe's best interests at heart. Influenced by the Cultural Revolution in China, these students first embraced Maoism. They founded a movement called Amada, which stood for Alle Macht aan de Arbeiders, meaning all power to the workers. What made these students different from typical university intellectuals?
All power to the workers. Oh shit, they did the third way. Dr. Evil was from Belgium. Hey, that old chestnut. Hey, that's a fair point actually. Watch out. Being mad at someone over their language is so funny to me. I don't like the way you talk. Get him.
Intellectuals was their commitment to kind of get their hands dirty. To truly understand the working class, these educated young people left their studies behind. They took jobs as factory and dock workers, miners in the heart of Belgium's industrial sector. In places such as...
Did a bunch of comments just get snipped? I don't know, man. Like, I can't actually tell from here. So, like, I think Ravy might be able to help you there. If you're getting cut out there, Rogue. If Ravy's around. If not, like, there is... my mother had webbed feet. What was her name? Chloe or something like that? My mother, Chloe. Webbed feet. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. Sometimes it doesn't even make it through to the mods. My son asked me to make an engagement ring box for his girlfriend. A little morbid. It's pretty cool, though. Even though it does look like a coffin. It's cool. Looks great. I'm here. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't even make it through to us then, Rogue. You're just getting chopped, bro. If YouTube censors won't tell you, it'll just disappear. When said to me to mod, I'll say held for review. It'll say held for review. Gold member, LOL. I am from Holland. Isn't that viewed? Alright, back to it.
Antwerp.
So, like, isn't this interesting? We have a bunch of students who are like, nah, fuck it. Communism has lost, or the Communist Party has lost its roots. Let's just go get jobs with the proletariat and then organize from there. Very interesting. Supposed to look like a coffin. Matches the ring. Coffin cut gem. Interesting. Get it.
Heart of Belgium's industrial sector. In places such as Antwerp and Liège. They wanted to build a party from the factory floor up. In 1979, Amada officially transformed into a structured political party, taking the name of the Workers' Party of Belgium. For nearly 3 decades, the PTB remained on very much the fringes of Belgian politics. Despite their militant work in the trade unions, they were kind of seen as a dogmatic sectarian party. They won only a fraction of percentages in elections, and to the average Belgian voter, they were effectively invisible. So by the mid-2000s, the party realized that if it didn't change its approach...
Come on, Binface. That's Count Binface to you. Hey, Greg. Say it right.
It was going to disappear. The old guard was aging. And voter, they were effectively invisible. So by the mid-2000s, the party realized that if it didn't change its approach, it was going to disappear. The old guard was aging, and that dogmatic language of the 20th century was failing to connect with a changing workforce. In 2008, they held a historic party congress that changed everything. They decided to stop talking like an ancient revolutionary textbook and just start...
What? Wait, before I ask Jag, are you listening to this? How long have we been talking about this?
decided to stop talking like an ancient revolutionary textbook and just start talking like regular people. They didn't abandon their core Marxist beliefs, but they fundamentally shifted towards solving the real problems that people had on a day-to-day basis, to the reality of the working class. The party opened up. It restored some lost relations with unions and other progressive organizations. It became a modern Marxist party. According to them, a party for everyone that wanted to change the world, for the working class people, for the people first, not for profit. They also heavily embraced social media, building a digital operation that would eventually surpass almost every other political party in Belgium. Crucially, they built a massive network of community solidarity that gave them real-world credibility long before they started winning or getting good results in elections. Their most famous initiative is Médecins pour le Peuple, Medicine for the People, a network of clinics where doctors, nurses, and other specialists provide completely free healthcare to people in working-class neighborhoods. The
Rise of the far left in Belgium. Very good. Very good. Dude, where do you find this shit? Like, honestly.
Doctors who work there completely free healthcare to people in working class neighborhoods. The doctors who work there accept the same flat salary as any other PTB staff member. This project showed voters that the party wasn't just making empty promises on a stage. They were actively treating and supporting marginalized communities without asking for anything back, and even before they got into power. Today, the PTB describes itself as a modern Marxist party. They don't hide their anti-capitalist stance, but they frame it around fairness and solidarity rather than a Soviet-style state control. Their platform is built on a few important and highly popular proposals designed to contrast sharply with standard European austerity. So what are those proposals exactly? Well, first is their economic policy. The PTB very strongly advocates.
This is, what is that, Newer Port high rise in the westmost area of Belgium. But like, how did you come across this? Like, honestly, the rise of the far left.
It's for a millionaire tax, a wealth tax that would target the top 1% of fortunes in Belgium and use that money to fund public services. They also actively campaigned for lowering the retirement age back to 65 years, increasing the minimum wage, and capping the prices of essential goods like electricity and food. They're also—
Dude, what a platform. Millionaire tax to fund public services. Got to make that fucking clear. Lowering the retirement age back to 65 years old. Like, who's not going to get down with that? Like, honestly, who's going to be like, no, I want to retire at 67. Come on. Increasing the minimum wage and lowering taxes. Regulating prices for essential goods like power and food. Come on. Unfortunate smelting accident. That's right. It's coming back to me.
Big defenders of Belgium's unique wage indexation system. This is something that already exists and it automatically raises salaries to keep up with inflation, but it's a policy that a lot of business groups want to remove. On the European stage, the PTB is pretty Eurosceptic, but from a distinct left-wing perspective. They don't want to leave the EU, but they view the European Union as a machine built by and for multinational corporations. They argue that EU treaties legally enforce neoliberal policies. They mandate the privatization of public services like railways and mail, and prohibit countries from properly regulating markets to protect their people. What makes the PTB even more unique in Belgium's incredibly complicated political system is something that I mentioned earlier. They're one of the few, for some people the only relevant national party that is left. Belgium is strictly split into Dutch-speaking Flanders in the north.
Dude, I think somebody made that joke already. Trump invading Belgium next. Oh, maybe it was about the soccer, actually. I think it was Hobo Joe that said it, didn't he? No, maybe Voltaire. Someone said they're going to find a nuke in Belgium. No, Voltaire, yeah, I saw a fake post Trump saying Belgium is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. There it is. So good. You should interview the PTB once you get enough followers. Fuck yeah. Why not? Let's brush up on my French or my Dutch. Just Google Maps, silly joke. Yeah, right. Fuck yeah, what resource, eh?
Speaking Wallonia in the south. Every other major political family, the socialists, the liberals, the Greens, the Christian Democrats, have completely split into separate, sometimes independent Flemish and Francophone parties that sometimes barely speak to one another. The PTB remains a single unified organization. They just have one name in Dutch and one name in French. They have one leadership team, one strategy, and they explicitly reject the linguistic nationalism that often defines Belgian politics. They preach working class unity across both sides of that language border. Now, for a long time, the PTB's efforts didn't translate into big electoral gains. They won their first 2 federal parliamentary seats in 2014, but the real explosion happened after 2017, leading into the historic 2019 triple election, when people voted for federal, regional, and European seats. And this has continued into 2024. In 2019, they went from a minor political nuisance to what was effectively a political earthquake. They surged from 2 seats in the federal parliament to 12, capturing nearly 14% of the vote in Wallonia and making big breakthroughs in the capital of Brussels. By the time the 2024 election...
The workers of Belgium unite. Rejecting identity politics and embracing working class solidarity. Is this real life? Yeah, like what the fuck is going on here? They're platforming on people should retire in a respectable fashion. People should have access to things like electricity and food. Hey, let's cap that shit so it doesn't go wild on the market. And like, let's raise the minimum wage, tax people and pay for some public services. Like, who would have thought? Provide health care for people in community networks. Who would have thought, eh? Look at these dirty commies trying to raise the standards for people. Disgusting. But I think the secret ingredient on top of all of that, like solid foundation, is like he's mentioned multiple times that they've effectively used social media. I don't know what that means exactly, but it's a factor, man. In this surveillance capitalist age, it's definitely a factor.
Came around, they solidified their positions even further, growing their presence to become an unavoidable power in the parliament. So why did they grow so fast during this specific window? The answer lies in a perfect storm of economic anxiety and mainstream political failure. The late 2010s and the early 2020s were difficult.
Yeah, social media is the biggest tool today. But like, you have to have a strategy, though. You have to have a strategy because the algorithm is not gonna help you. If anything, it'll destroy you. But like, yeah, I would love to be a media manager for a party. Yeah, what an interesting job that would be. Fucking hell, you must have strategy. Like that is the thing about Mamdani. Like, look, he's polished, he's got a great smile, he can speak really well, but like his social media strategy was it was a good game. Good game. Right? Able to depose like real established candidates. And where did he get that strategy? He stole it, right? From Chi Aussie. And then backstabbed him afterwards. Fucking mental. Yeah, probably didn't carry on about culture war topics and more people would listen. Yeah. Bahrain actually thinks F1 is going to be rescheduled for October. Savage, bro. Alright, back to it.
They still are. Between the financial fallout of the pandemic and the severe energy crisis that was triggered by geopolitical instability, the cost of living has skyrocketed. And while traditional ruling parties in Belgium kept talking about complicated budgetary deficits and corporate competitiveness, the PTB ran aggressive and highly effective campaigns showing how energy conglomerates, for instance, were making billions in profit while ordinary families couldn't afford to turn on their heaters. They also took advantage of disillusionment with the traditional left. Historically, Wallonia and Brussels were strongholds for the traditional Socialist Party of Belgium. However, decades of that party participating in governing coalitions had left working class voters kind of frustrated. To stay in government, they often repeatedly agreed to compromises, budget cuts, and pension reforms. The PTB successively framed the traditional center-left as a group of career politicians who had kind of sold out their base.
The center-left, the fucking radical center. Dude, this is fucking mental. They're career politicians that fucking sell out. They care about the people. It's fucking politics is a game.
Center-left as a group of career politicians who had kind of sold out their base. When voters looked for an alternative to vent their anger, the PTB was there. They were clean of any scandals, untainted by unpopular government decisions. Granted, this is because they were never in government yet, but still.
I wonder if the GDPR helps break through the suppression a bit easier. It's an interesting point. I wonder if it makes a difference, actually. I wonder if it does. It'll help. It'd definitely help, eh? Wow. I wonder.
Above all, they bet on being just one of the people. The PTB requires...
Savage. I just harnessed my Genghis Khan gene pool.
All of its elected officials. Above all, government decisions. Granted, this is because they were never in government yet, but still. Above all, they bet on being just one of the people. The PTB requires all of its elected officials, from local city councillors to federal MPs, to live on an average worker's salary, usually around 2,500 euros a month. And they have to donate the rest of their government paychecks back to the party. This policy works as a great piece of political marketing. It allows PTB politicians to look a working class voter in the eye and prove they're not in it for the money. This created a deep sense of authenticity that traditional parties just don't replicate. So, if their popularity and support continues to grow, do they have a chance at winning the next election? Well, like everything in Belgium, especially politics, it's complicated. In Belgium, no single party ever wins a majority. The country is so political.
What a fucking world that would be, hey? Politicians earning the average worker's wage, eh? No way. Could you imagine what would change if they did? That's fucking crazy. Like, that's some old school Marxist stuff. Very, very old school. That's like fucking Paris Commune shit from the 1800s. Yeah, forced to use the public sector. Yes. And forced to be in tune with the actual pressures on average people. Like, not like feel it, like feel empathy for it, but actually feel the burn. No private health insurance. The politicians would just be more corrupt, I'd say. So always with a pessimistic look on that. Like, more corrupt than they are now. More corrupt than Nigel Farage taking £5 million of someone so he can have some security. Dilemmas. Very interesting. Very interesting. Who can count the 76 seats in the Belgium election? Who can count to 76 seats in the Belgium election? Is it Indonesia that pays pollies 1 million plus? I don't know what you're referencing there, actually. Not down with it, sorry. What does this thing say?
Fragmented, that governments are always, well, like everything in support continues to grow, do they have a chance at winning the next election? Well, like everything in Belgium, especially politics, it's complicated. In Belgium, no single party ever wins a majority. The country is so politically fragmented that governments are always big coalitions of 4, 5, once even 7 different parties jammed together. So winning for the PTB doesn't mean getting 51% of the vote. It means becoming so large in Wallonia and Brussels that it's mathematically impossible to form a left-of-center government without them. In recent polls, they have consistently fought for the number 1 or number 2 spot, at least in the French-speaking parts of the country. Despite their massive voter support, their chances of actually entering a federal government remain pretty complicated. The traditional center-right and liberal parties have made it clear that they view the PTB policies as dangerous and unworkable, and PTB doesn't want to work with them either. But other than that, they're still highly selective about entering power too. They've repeatedly stated that they won't join a government just to get cabinet seats if that means compromising on their core demands, like lowering the retirement age or implementing that wealth tax. They watched traditional Marxist parties in France and Italy join coalitions in the past, get watered down, and then punished by voters. But they are key parts of local majorities in a couple of municipalities, like Sint-Jans-Molenbeek or Vorst with the Greens and the Social Democrats. These aren't small towns either. They have 160,000 inhabitants, respectively. Nationally, though, it seems PTB would rather stay powerful in the opposition, pulling the entire political conversation to the left, than enter a government where they have to enforce policies they hate. However, at the regional level in Wallonia or Brussels or other major cities like I mentioned, the pressure to form a left-wing alliance with the traditional socialists is big, and that's where their most realistic shot at executive power lies. In a hypothetical scenario of them reaching power, the country would likely change a lot. They would implement that wealth tax. They would change the tax system, cutting taxes for lower and middle income workers. They would probably nationalize a lot of key sectors. They would invest in public works. And for the average citizen, if their proposals were followed and...
Isn't that a crazy idea though? They're like investing in public works, which is like what everyone used to do when you're nation building. That's what you do. You invest in public works. And like that, you have to be a radical far left party to believe in that shit now. Like it is a fucking surprise that anything ever happened, right? That like public works is now the agenda of the radical far left. Like, hey, we need roads. We need highways. We need dams. You know, maybe even cultural institutions. Like you would never have built the Opera House in this day and age. Never would have happened. The Sydney Opera House would never have happened. People would have complained. No, it would have been fucking high-end apartments for fucking billionaires. Maybe even like James Packer or someone would have put a fucking casino there. But like, no, someone decided that this area is of public importance on like a very, very prominent location in Sydney Harbour. And so it should be a cultural institution. And so they etched it out and made sure it was something of public utility. Cultural, not an actual utility. But like that sort of stuff, public works is a radical far left idea now. That's fucking mental. My sister's granddad built the Luna Park face. Wow, no way. There's my claim to fame. Yeah, all that sort of stuff gone. Like you wouldn't have Luna Park even. Like it's prime real estate. That would have been sold off to developers. Easily. And it'd just be, yeah, some billionaire, centi-millionaires property. Crazy. My sister's granddad. You mean sister-in-law then, I guess. You don't have the same grandpa?
Worked out properly, this would probably mean a massive redistribution of wealth from the top down. There would be a significant strengthening of the social safety net and a big government check on corporate power. But it could have some negative consequences too. For instance, a PTB-led Belgium wouldn't fare well as the only Marxist-led government within the EU. They would probably defy European fiscal rules. They would fight for European treaties to be rewritten, and this would lead to a massive political showdown. The EU has mechanisms to penalize countries that violate the treaties. But, dealing with a founding member state that holds the keys to where the EU headquarters are could make things a little different than they have been in the past for other countries. But I think the biggest threat to a government like this wouldn't just be that political bickering. It would be the reaction of global markets. Capitalism is highly interconnected. If a wealthy Western European nation elected a government dedicated to taxing millionaires and limiting corporations, they would probably face some capital flight, and some corporations might pull their headquarters out of the country, financial markets would definitely try to punish them, trying to make them into an example so that other countries don't follow suit on these measures that are negative for whoever is profiting from the status quo. So if they made it into power, their survival in government would depend entirely on whether its grassroots support was strong enough to withstand that big external economic pressure. The most realistic scenario, even in the unlikely event of them actually reaching a leading position in government, would be of some compromise. And either way, it's interesting to see how they are pulling the conversation to the left on all of these topics and potentially forcing other more moderate and ruling parties to switch up on their proposals in order to not lose all of their support to them.
Interesting. Yeah, they would. They would get fucking attacked hard. Can they withstand the external pressure from foreign capital or capitalists or internal capitalists, the revolt that would ensue, and the smear campaigns? It is important actually having that local network then, isn't it? It's fucking crucial. Absolutely crucial. I'm a latchkey kid of what is latchkey kid of divorce? Like, what's that? Latchkey kid. I don't know if I've heard of that term. Very interesting. Thank you, 4AS. That was interesting, man. Very, very interesting. All right, we're going to have a very quick break. We'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. Activate away, away, away. Latchkey just means you were neglected. Oh, that's heavy, bro. I thought it was a reference to, I don't know, some type of home situation. A single parent often not home while the child is home due to work. Oh man, that's fucking heavy. I was too. That's not a shock, lol. Well, I think I said it nicer, but yeah, pretty spot on. Yeah. Latchkey. Oh, heavy. Okay. Thank you. Didn't understand where you're going with that. Just thought I should clarify, just in case I'm missing something. All right. Well, there it is. We've got an interesting submission from 4AS there about the radical. It's like this is the far left, right? So like the far left wants. Well, this is how scary the far left is, okay? You ready? This is how fucking radical and extreme they are. They want to decrease the pension, the age that you can retire. Decrease it. They want to lift in minimum wage. They want public services. They want to tax wealthy people to pay for said public services. Some really fucking extreme stuff, right? That's what happens when you get to the far left. They care about working people. It's pretty scary shit, if you ask me. The rise, the rise of the far left. So good. Look at that brown bread. That looks fucking hearty. So good. Congressman Thomas Massey. I spoke to McConnell for about 20 minutes this morning. He said we should end war with Iran, quit giving aid to Israel, stop spying on Americans without a warrant, and he's really sorry about how my primary turned out. Interesting. I rise every morning. Eh? Is that because you are related to Count Binface? And as a bin, I rise early every morning. Very good. Very good. Alright. Alrighty then. Nice buns. Fuck yeah. Gotta love a good bun. Thank you very much, 4AS. Alright, here's an interesting one. I have no idea, have not road tested this at all, but I thought it would be fucking funny. If not funny, at least interesting. Far Left Thursdays. Perfect intro to Far Right Fridays. Well, we have Far Left Thursdays, technically. Theory Thursday. I guess you would call it, right? Yeah. I have no idea what this is going to be like. Bear with me, okay? Someone brought up, I think it's because we watched that guy, Matt Walsh, I think it was, on a Far Right Friday. And like he was saying why it's so stupid when people say that Jesus is socialist just because he wanted to help the poor and he encouraged people to give their money away. And like wanted to feed poor people and stuff like that. And, you know, spread healthcare, basically. That's not what Jesus was about. He was not about those things, and he's not a socialist. And so, like, this is some Christian channel, I guess, some great Christian TV channel beyond today. And, like, this pastor or priest or whatever the fuck this guy is going to, like, was Jesus a socialist or a capitalist? And so we're going to get, like, a Christian church style, mega church style, I guess, lecture here from someone explaining why Jesus was either a socialist or a capitalist. I'm assuming they're going to tend towards the free market here because that's kosher with what like mega churches do. They're all about like, you know, profiteering and stuff. So like Jesus is obviously a capitalist. But like, hey, I don't want to fucking preempt it. Maybe this guy's going to get full commie on us. But like, we'll find out. I will be playing the devil's advocate on Friday and be the right-wing apologist. I actually seem to do that more than I thought I would, to be honest, on Far Right Fridays. Apologizing. Apologist for the right. All right, let's do this, shall we? Was Jesus a socialist or a capitalist? I don't know how this is going to go, but like, why was Jesus white? Living in the Middle East and all his mates called Paul, etc. Press X for doubt. Dude, that's hilarious.
So can Jesus be classified as a socialist or a capitalist? Well, let's face it, both systems are fatally flawed.
Ooh.
Is it possible that there's a third biblical economic system that, in all honesty, has never really been tried?
There is the third way. People call it fascism. I wonder where he's going with this one. Why turn Earth into heaven when they can just wait till after they die in order to experience the communist utopia? Dude, that is such a good point. Hey, like, why? Why do it on Earth? Heaven is supposed to be a communist utopia, right? No one really owns the means of production. Everybody gets what they require and get to do what they want all the time. Right? Heaven, the communist utopia, everyone's dying to get into. All right,
reading online.
Check this out.
In preparing for this topic, I spent a great deal of time reading online, articles, blogs, watching videos from news sources about the ongoing debate on whether Jesus was a socialist or a capitalist. Both sides, by the way, use the Bible. I was surprised. And sometimes both sides condemn the other side as being, well, very bad Christians. Socialism versus capitalism is no longer just
Come at Cheese Wing. Dude, we start talking about Jesus and then you just show up in the chat like that. That's crazy. That's scary. It's like divine intervention. Bro, welcome back. The question of the afternoon for you, Gummy Cheese Wing, is: was Jesus a socialist or a capitalist? And we've gone to like a Christian TV station, and they're gonna do this. Smoke it up for Jesus Christ, whatever the topic is. Smoking up for insert here. So good. Welcome back.
A political debate. It's actually become a religious minefield. The Bible does contain a lot of information about taking care of the poor.
Divine interdiction. We need some interdiction. Yeah. All right. Fox business.
A political debate. It's actually become a religious minefield. The Bible does contain a lot of information about taking care of the poor, the value of work, the right to property, instructions on how to run a business, and even principles on how to manage your money. But are those teachings based on socialism or capitalism? Now, before we look at some of the passages, and I want to actually look at a couple parables that are used to support the teaching of socialism, and I found these used in many places, and another parable that's used to teach capitalism, there's something very important I want you to understand. When Jesus walked the earth, neither socialism or capitalism existed as economic systems. They didn't exist. So when interpreting Jesus, we need to be aware.
Dude, this guy is based as fuck. Most people you speak to are just like, but capitalism has always been around because there's been money. And it's like, all right, fine. Yes, okay, there have been markers. But that doesn't make capitalism. Dude, what the fuck is beyond today? All right, slow down. We are watching some type of Christian television station here. I'm not sure what it is. Beyond Today is, maybe a mega church sponsored gig, not sure. But they are asking the question on everyone's lips. Was Jesus a socialist or a capitalist? And so that's our sermon for today, just for you, Captain Bucket. Mr. Rabbit, a camel would walk through the eye of a needle before a rich man enters the kingdom of God. Definitely capitalistic. You should watch the Protestant megachurch preacher call people demons. Kenneth Copeland. Jesus was a foot guy. He was an anarchist. Eh? Uh-oh. Beyond Today is probably tomorrow. A Muslim would argue it's also in their religion to feed the poor. So is religion capitalist or socialist? The real question. Yeah, I could see him up there giving this presentation with an imam somewhere, right? Jesus was a hippie. We all know it.
That his teachings center on. So when interpreting Jesus, we need to be aware that his teachings center on the religious, social, and economic values of the kingdom of God. He instructed his followers on how to live by the values of God's kingdom in a world that does not follow God's ways.
So, I guess the question is, which system of economy fits more with the values of God, which is being charitable, looking after poor people, and providing fucking health care to those in need? Jesus was a syndicalist. He was a carpenter, pro-union and workers' rights. Blessed are the workers, for they will inherit the earth. Don't do business in the church. That enraged Jesus. Look, everyone's coming out. Everyone's an expert on this topic.
And this still is the message of Jesus Christ to us today. Okay then. So can Jesus be classified as a socialist or a capitalist? Well, let's face it, both systems are fatally flawed. Is it possible that there's a third biblical economic system that, in all honesty, has never really been tried? Well, in Jesus' Olivet prophecy, he gives two parables. And these are used to support that he was a socialist, and they're used to support that he was a capitalist. And I've read about it in many articles. I've seen it many times on videos. So let's look at what Jesus said in these two parables. They're given back to back, and it's in Matthew 25. In the parable of the sheep and the goats, what we have
is that Jesus says that when he returns, he's going to separate people, sheep and goats. And there's a criteria that he uses to make this judgment between righteous people and unrighteous people.
Jesus was a tech support scammer that was executed for demanding people to get him Google Play gift cards to fix their computer. Give Caesar what's Caesar's. Jesus was neither. He was an altruist, much like a lot of religions.
People, and this is part of the criteria that he uses. He says that these people will have done something special to him. They will have fed him and taken care of him. And he said to them, when I was hungry, you gave me food, and I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. I was naked, and you clothed me, and I was sick, and you visited me. And I was in prison, and you came to me. And the righteous people say, well, we didn't even know we were doing that. When did we do that? And Jesus says, assuredly, I say to you, inasmuch as you did it to one of the least of these my brethren, you did it to me. And so there are those.
That's some commie shit, eh? If you do it for anyone in our society, you do it for all. Communist to the core. Jesus is a biscuit. Let me sop you up. Bitch biscuit. Jesus was a Palestinian man. Yeah, that's right. The Israelis are coming to finish the job. So good. Oh, man.
Those that use this to say, Jesus, because of this consciousness he had of and moral instructions to take care of the poor, that this teaches that, well, Jesus was a socialist. But there's a parable he gives right before this, and it's used to teach, or people say to teach something the exact opposite. It's the parable of the talents. And in this parable, what we have is a master that's going away, and he brings his servants together, and he says, I'm going to go away for a while. So he gives one of them 5 talents, and one of them 2 talents, and one of them 1 talent. And he says, look, while I'm gone, I expect you to use this.
Shroud of Turin is a pretty interesting area of investigation. It does make you wonder dilemmas. I'm surprised. Thought you were pretty anti-religion. Jesus. Now that's communism. Jizz for all of us.
Talent. And he says, look, while I'm gone, I expect you to use this for my good. Now, talents was a measurement of money. That's what that means in English, in the Old English that this was translated into. And so he gives them these talents and he leaves. And he comes back. And the one he gave 5 to said, oh, look, I produced more. Here's 10. The one who had 2 said, I produced more. Here's 4. The one who produced 1, though, came to him and he says to him, he says, Lord, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you have not sown and gathering where you have not scattered seed. And I was afraid and went and hid your talent in the ground. And look, there you have what is yours. And this master, this Lord, looks at him and says, you wicked and lazy servant. He actually takes the talent away from him and gives it to the man who had 10 talents. And then, and this is important, Jesus wants us to understand that this is a spiritual principle. Because he says, cast the unprofitable servant into outer darkness. Okay, well, this one is used, just like the other one was used, to teach a economic, political system and say, no, that's what Jesus was talking about, capitalism. Well, let's look at the subject of these 2 parables. And
whoa. So what was the story then? That the Lord giveth 3 people some money. One guy doubles it. The other guy, makes it a bit of profit. The other one does nothing. And the Lord cast away the unproductive one. God damn. Well, that's a reach. It seems like it's heavily taken out of context, that one. You had to explain it first. I christened my son just in case. Only thing I know is that I know nothing. So why'd you christen him? Why not choose another one? Whoa, christened. That's interesting. Why christened? It's a very interesting choice. Very interesting. Wow, you could pick any of the cool religions, man. Why not go something pagan? Touch your roots, man. In case of what possession? Dude, that was an interesting story. Why'd they tell that one? Why is he picking this one as a point?
I would have not picked these two parables to teach capitalism or socialism, but they are used over and over again. Jesus introduced the parable of the talents with, the kingdom of heaven is like. Okay, this is his subject. The kingdom of heaven.
Dude, what is the parable of the talents? Talons? Is it? What is the parable of the talents? It seems to be from the book of Matthew in the Bible, New Testament. One of Matthew's best known parables. Wealthy master goes on a journey and trusts his property to 3 servants. One receives 5 talents, another receives 2, the third one receives 1. A talent in this context is not a skill, it's a very large unit of money or weight. While the master is away, the servant with 5 talents invests them and earns 5 more. The servant with 2 talents also doubles the amount. The servant with 1 talent buries the money in the ground to keep it safe. When the master returns, he praises the first 2 servants, saying, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a little. I will set you over much." He rebukes the third servant for doing nothing with that which was given and takes away his talent. For to everyone who has will be more given. Sorry, will more be given. But for the one who has not, even what he has will be taken away. Interesting. Okay. This parable fucking slaps. Pure banger. Drop the hymns. Afterlife insurance is how to look at it. Yeah, I know, but like, what if you pick the wrong one, Dilemmas? What if you pick the wrong one? Why don't you pick another one? Like a sexy one or a cool one? Like, why Christian baptism? Christian baptism. Why a christening? Exactly. Oh God, I hope you picked the right one. Or the insurance policy is null and void. Yeah, what if Satanism is the way to go? The story about Jesus' return to be ready. It's just a parable. Well, it's a basis for capitalism. Or it's a justification for capitalism. It doesn't even really sound like a good one. It sounds like they're clutching at straws. But like, whatever. This guy will explain it. There's a lot of straw clutching going on here.
Heaven.
What is this? Oh, yeah. Are you saying Christianity isn't sexy? Sexy Jesus. All right, I take it back. What if you get to the pearly gates and they're like, ooh, yeah, no soliciting or Jehovah? Thanks. If I picked another, I still have 1 in 3,000 chance it's the wrong one. Yeah, I know. So like, what made you feel this way about like a form of Christianity? Come on, man. I gotta know.
Is like. And the parable of the sheep and goats, he introduced that one with, when the Son of Man comes in his glory. Both parables are given to teach the kingdom of God. They were not designed to teach modern economic systems that did not even exist at the time. So what is Jesus teaching about the kingdom of God in these 2 parables? Well, the parable of the sheep and goats, Jesus teaches his followers to show compassion on those who are sick and hungry and poor. Jesus tells his followers that it is their Christian responsibility.
Compassion. It's such a loaded word, isn't it? Hey? Anyone want to use a bit of compassion? No, fuck them. What's the libertarian take on analogy that Han uses for people on welfare? let them drown. You let a drowning person drown, and then you pull them out of the water and try to resuscitate them. That's compassion. Don't help people who are fucked. Send them to death's door and then try to revive them. Maybe that's the type of compassion this guy's talking about.
To help those in need in a very, very personal and hands-on way. Notice, you visited me. You fed me. This is very personal. Helping the destitute and elderly is a Christian lifestyle. In the parable of the talents, we see that God gives different abilities and different opportunities to people to what? Serve Him. It's a parable about stewardship of what God gives us. And He says we're judged by what we accomplish with what He has given to us. And that means spiritually and physically, every human being is different. We all have different talents and different abilities, but we all have value to God. You know what's interesting? When we study the life and teachings of Jesus Christ, there are things that we learn about economics. First of all, Jesus accepted that people could own property. And you
so good. Here it comes.
Having no problem with that. People owned property.
Han's analogy is very self-centered and self-serving. It is very self-centered. But like, I think the analogy is that, yeah, like you can't help someone who's struggling. Because they got to learn from the struggle, man. And like if they actually are in danger, then you can help them at the last minute. That's what a responsible society should do. But like I don't buy it particularly. Typical liberal style of politics. Don't try and prevent a problem from happening. Wait until shit really hits the fan, then act. Thus ending up costing more in the long run. Thus more profit going to the bourgeoisie. Yeah, well, like, yeah, delaying stuff definitely does have impacts on the system, doesn't it? Like, you could just cut it out at the source, address the root cause, produce functional society, and then you won't have to worry about the additional costs from neglect. But hey, why not? I'm surprised he didn't say to pick his pockets before resuscitating him. Now, this one's an interesting one. So, Jesus accepted owning property. Now, I think there's a general misconception with the idea of socialism and communism that you can't own shit. Or like people think you won't be able to own stuff with communism. If you're not aware, when like dirty commies talk about private property, abolishing private property is not what you think it is. Private property is not your fucking toothbrush. It's not your car. It's not your house. Those items actually have inherent value to you because you use them, you need them. You tell them, E. Well, it's just interesting, I think, because like people like really are scared about this idea. Like, look, I like some of the ideas, but like commies, like, you know, they want your stuff. Like everybody's gonna have to live in the same like shoebox and wear the same clothes and like, you know, have nothing. Like, look, I'm all for collective action, but I don't want to give up all of like the nice things that I own. Like owning property is fully acceptable. Like it's a thing. Like humans have personal effects. It is okay. Private property is really about like, you know, owning technology, businesses, resources, all that sort of stuff, workplaces, buildings. Like that's what private property is. Like no one should have private ownership over the stuff that is valuable to all of us, like workplaces, like natural resources, like gas. That's what Pocock is really worried about. He doesn't want private ownership of Australia's gas or data centers built in Australia. Those type of things should be nationalized or collectivized or whatever. And so, yeah, private property's got to do with things that are important, that produce value for all of us, like for society. They shouldn't be privately owned. That's what private property is about. Yeah, not who owns your fridge. I don't like wearing clothes anyway. You can have my clothes. Oh, so now your garden is mine? So I can take all your food? Yes, that's what it's all about. Bad private property is when they bulldoze a rainforest to build a golf course. They pave paradise and put up a parking lot. Why do I know that line? Pave paradise and put up a parking lot.
He also accepted that you could own a business, a personal business. In fact, think about this. Before his ministry, Jesus was a carpenter, the owner of a small business.
So good.
Made money.
Jesus was a carpenter. He was the owner of a small business. He was in a family business. All right, it was Joseph that owned the business. Jesus was fucking slave labor, also known as a family business, where you get labor from having kids, owning other persons. So good. Jesus was a small business owner. This is good.
We also see that he taught that it was a moral responsibility to take care of the widows and the poor. And I want to stress this.
Big Yellow Taxi, Joni Mitchell. Okay. He taught that it was a moral responsibility to take care of the widows and poor. I know, it sounds like fucking woke rubbish to me.
Taught that it was a moral responsibility to take care of the widows and the poor. And I want to stress this. This is a major point in his teachings. Every person has a moral responsibility to take care of those who have less. He also taught that wealth and money could be a barrier to being in God's kingdom. And that's another major thrust of his teachings. Wealth and money can keep us from actually following God. And then he also said that he expected his followers to have a different set of values when it comes to greed, envy, and wealth. Just go read the Gospels. See what Jesus actually taught and what he lived. You know, Jesus strongly teaches against greed and the oppression of the poor. He also strongly teaches against envy. You know what envy is? It's the discontent and resentment because somebody else has something I want. You see, greed and envy are spiritual issues that infect people no matter what economic status they have.
How about it's not religion's business to have any say on how the economy is run? Separate the state and the church. Well, I think we're going backwards on that one, to be honest. I think we spent a good portion of the last 200 years secularizing a lot of modern society, I guess you would say, but we're going backwards on that one pretty fast. God created the earth with the environment. Capitalism is a contradiction to protecting what God created for us. Mother Nature. The logical conclusion of capitalism destroys what God created. Yeah, but it's the free gifts of nature. Like destroy, as in like convert into commodities, whether we need the commodities or not, but we convert that nature into consumer items. And then we manufacture people's desire from those consumer items through like hardcore advertising and brainwashing from when they're very, very little. And then they consume nature in a different way. Hey, you got it all wrong, Voltaire. You got it all wrong. We are just like converting nature into consumables that we can push onto people for profit. It's still nature. It's just been changed a little bit by technology and capital.
It's amazing when you look at the life of Jesus Christ. It's amazing what you see. He had no moral conflict in owning a small business and making money. He also became an itinerant preacher that...
He's just a small... He, you know what? Jesus actually dropped the carpentry stuff and owned a fish and chip shop, actually. He was a small business owner with a fish and chip shop and then decided to get into politics. Clothes are overrated. Let's get raptured. You can say God gave you a beautiful world and you bulldoze it to put up another Walmart. God would hate capitalism. Destroying a mountain to get a stone is not the way God intended. Well, if he intended it another way, he would have just scattered the stones on top of the mountain so people could easily pick them up. He was a challenge, really. All right, humans, you want the stone? Figure out a way to get it. En masse. Develop technology. Go forth and populate the earth. Why do you think we eat fish on Fridays, mate? I don't know where you're going with that one. I would like to know more. Don't let him kick you where the good Lord split you.
Walked around from place to place with just the clothes on his back because he had a work to do.
I heard Jesus' falafel was to die for. Thank God he bought that fish and chip shop. Hey, loaves and fishes was the way.
In teaching about the kingdom of God. He could be seen, and you see it in the Bible, eating at a banquet with rich people. Also spending time with lepers.
Okay, got it. Now I know, yeah. Catholic ate fish on Fridays because Jesus was a small business owner. Dude, you think Jesus would be a fan of HSBC? I think the insinuation for dilemmas is, yes, he's Arab. So like fucking for sure, bro. For sure.
And with sick and destitute people. And you'll see him going into the temple and turning over the tables of the money changers. That's a lot of different ways of approaching things, isn't it? You know why? In every one of these actions, Jesus is teaching about the kingdom of God.
What?
His actions are an example of how those who accept the values of the kingdom of God live in a world that is not the kingdom of God. Now, has God ever given an economic system to human beings? Well, before we tackle that question, let me tell you about today's study guide.
Oh, God.
The first chapter in this study
Managing your finances. So good. Oh, man. This is ground news before there was ground news. You ready? Manage your finances. A free study guide. If Jesus came back, he would allow HSP on Fridays. Actually, you're only allowed to eat HSP on Fridays. That's the word of the Lord. All right, let's see where this is going.
It is very important because it's talking about the value of money and wealth and what does it mean spiritually. And so I really encourage you. This will help you understand what Jesus taught about money and wealth.
Why? Why is he doing this? Like does Jesus, do being a Christian, you have to manage your finances? Why? But wait, there's more. Oh man, what is going on? Oh, fuck it, hell. Put the book down. I want to now get a free pocket Bible.
A biblically ordained economic system in the book of Acts. And here's where some go to talk about this in Acts chapter 4. So Acts chapter 4. And here's what it says. Now,
can't save the poor if you can't save $1. Donate today. I have a quarter pounder on Good Fridays. It's been a tradition of mine for a while. Sounds nice.
This is talking about the Jerusalem church. The early Jerusalem church got together, and this is how the church functioned. It says, "Now the multitude of those who believed were of one heart and one soul. Neither did anyone say that any of the things he possessed was his own, but they had all things in common. And with great power the apostles gave witness to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus, and great grace was upon them. Nor was there anyone among them who lacked. For all who were possessors of land or houses sold them and brought the proceeds of the things that were sold and laid them at the apostles' feet, and they distributed to each as according to his need."
They distributed to each as anyone according to his need. I don't know, man. Sounds pretty communist to me. Each according to their needs, from each according to their abilities. I don't know, man. See, foot guy, I'm telling you.
It's obvious that this Christian community worked together in a unique way by sharing their wealth. It really is a wonderful example of unity and love. Now, the question is, did the apostles of Jesus command this to be the economic model for all Christian communities? Now, I want you to really think about something. This is not a model of how governments, civil governments, are to be run. It is not a model for an economic system. It's about how a church community functioned. Did all church communities function this way? You know, if you read through the rest of this, what you find out is there was a man named Barnabas who brought the money from the selling of his property and gave it to the apostles, and it was an encouragement to the church. And then you find two other people, Ananias and Sapphira, husband and wife, they sold their property. But they only brought part of it to the church. Now I want you to look what they're doing here. They're bringing it to the church. This is an important understanding. They bring it to the church. And Peter gets upset with them. Now here's why. But Peter said, Ananias, why has Satan filled your heart to lie to the Holy Spirit and keep back part of the price of the land for yourself? So he didn't give it all. He kept back part of it for himself. But notice what he says. While it remained, was it not your own? And after it was sold, was it not in your own control? Why have you conceived this thing in your heart? You have not lied to men, but to God. Peter tells Ananias that it was your money. It was your property. You had the moral right to keep it or do with it whatever you wanted. But you know what you did? You lied. He condemned him for the sin of lying, not for the sin of owning property.
So is that like the real lesson for like the Farage case from before? Is like, it's not a problem if Farage gets £5 million from a crypto guy for security. All right, we all do it. It happens to the best of us, Farage. Like someone just comes along and tries to give you like £5 million, and you're like, fuck, I got to take this £5 million. Like seriously, it's £5 million. Like it happens to the best of us. But like the real lesson for Farage in that situation is not like, all right, I took the £5 million. The real lesson is you shouldn't have lied about it, Farage. You shouldn't have lied, okay? We're all human here. We're all going to take the £5 million and we're going to do some crazy, crazy shit with it, eh? Like Farage is going to have some crazy times with £5 million, but like shouldn't have lied about it. And then like getting out of it as well, so nobody uncovers your lie by quitting Parliament and then just rerunning in a by-election to game the system. That's the real travesty, Farage. What would Jesus say? What would Jesus say? Yeah, it's the same about the SAS war crimes. It's the lying that's the problem. Yeah, not the crimes. Farage smoking in the garage. Oh, man. Smoking up the whole £5 million. What would Jesus do? Yeah. Farage, he wouldn't have quit Parliament. He would have owned up to it and just been like, fuck you. It's my £5 million. Get your own. That's what Jesus would have done.
Nowhere in the New Testament is the Jerusalem church used as a model for organization of future churches. In fact, if you read the letters of Paul and James, they're talking to congregations that aren't living in this same communal way because they have certain problems they deal with. There's a lot of instructions in Paul's writings and in James' letter that deals with the relationship between the rich and the poor in the church. The letters aren't about a civil government. They're about the church. There's also a lot of instructions about the relationship between employers and employees.
The irony of Farage getting $5 million for lying while Pauline got $5 million to fire the liar, eh?
It's a bit early in the day, so all I've got actually is coffee, but I hope you enjoy a few pints with the lads tonight. Up the Ra!
Up the Ra, Nigel. I mean, I know that you said sorry. I know you get 87 quid. It's entirely within your rights to do that. But come on, don't...
What is up the Ra? What does Ra mean? It's not like a soccer thing or something like that. What did he say? Poor Farage. He didn't lie about it, did he? Jesus wouldn't like that. Up the Wa. Come on.
They had these kinds of issues in the early church. And remember, the New Testament has no instructions on how to organize and run a civil government. So if Acts chapter 4 isn't a required model for Christian churches, is there an economic system given by God in the Bible? Actually, yes. God gave an economic system to the ancient Israelites in the Torah. It's contained in the Bible. Now, what I want to do is just take a few minutes to look at some of the foundational principles
get on with it, bro.
of how that ancient economic system functioned.
Just tell us what it is.
Today. So first of all,
it's not communism, it's not capitalism. There's another way. There's another way.
All Israelite families were given property. Now, I want you to imagine that for a minute. Can you imagine an economic system in which all families are guaranteed property? That's the basis of the system. And, of course, the commandment, you shall not steal, protects private property. The system given to the Israelites contained numerous laws on how private businesses were to work. They had to be honest in the way they treated their customers, and there's even instructions on how you're to treat your employees. And under this system, everyone had a moral responsibility to help the widow.
Everybody gets property. Everybody gets to run a business, and everybody has to treat their workers well. I don't know, man. What's he advocating for here? It sounds like he's advocating for some form of communism. Everybody gets part of the system, and they have to be nice to each other at the same time. This guy's not doing a good job. He did it for a cameo and got paid £87 for it. It means, up the IRA. Apparently YouTube doesn't like you mentioning the IRA. Wow. Up the RA. Hey, interesting. I can't talk about it. Come on, man. Someone paid me 87 fucking pounds for it. Come on, man. Damn YouTube. I've been trying to explain the Farage clip and got censored. Can't talk about it. Can't talk about it. Yeah, censorship is hard. Dude, this guy sucks. Just get to the point. Come on, man. He's so close. I can feel it. I want to know the third way. The only third way I know is fascism. Maybe Jesus was a fascist. Unfortunate.
Widows, the elderly, and the poor. Now, all these principles, these three principles we just talked about, can be found in the teachings of Jesus in the New Testament. But there are some other elements of this economic system that are very unique. One is, farmers had to leave the corners of their field for the poor. Now think about that. Not only that, if anything fell off the wagon, they had to leave it there for the poor. But the poor actually had to come get it. They didn't take it to them. They had a responsibility to come get what was dropped. But can you imagine you own a field and you have to leave part of the field for the poor? It's also clear when you read through the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Sounds like what? Wealth redistribution? It's like, all right, if you have access to something and you can produce, then like a portion of that will go to the needy. Like, what's going on? Like, this doesn't sound very capitalistic to me, what this guy's describing here.
That laziness, that's an unwillingness to work when you have the capacity to work. It's just an unwillingness to work. It's considered a moral offense. You know, just look up the word lazy in the book of Proverbs, and you'll see how much laziness is considered a moral shortcoming. Now, another thing that system had was the Jubilee. Now, remember, every family had land. Economic security and family unity was tied to the land. So what would happen?
Communism equals lazy. Yeah. If it's going to fall off the back of a truck, you better go get it yourself, asshole. We're not going to bring it to you. The Jubilee year, God, I hope they talk about this. From what I understand of a Jubilee year in this time of human history, it's like wiping out debts. Like, debts are a cancer on society. And so in order to rebalance society so people don't kill each other, then you just clear debts. Can't talk about the Irishman's fight for independence. Typical. The man's always trying to keep us down. There it is.
A person because of just bad decisions, or they were lazy and they lost their land. They had to sell it. Every 50 years, the Jubilee was declared. And two things happened. First of all personal debts were forgiven. Can you imagine what would happen every 50 years if all credit card debt was wiped out? It's a resetting of the cycle.
Communism. Communism. That's what that is.
It stops perpetual poverty. All farmland, now in the city it was a little different, but all farmland had to go back to the original family. And families were brought together again. Now think about what this means. Once again, someone makes a bad decision. Someone messes up really bad. They lose their land. They don't take care of it. And that could trap people in poverty for hundreds of years. No, every 50 years, you went back. And the people that owned that land and worked it, they give it back to the original family. Now, another surprising aspect of the economic system God gave to ancient Israel was they couldn't charge poor people interest on money they lent them. Wow, no one's ever done that. And also, all Israelites were required by this economic system that there was what they called the tithing system, in which money was given to the poor, wealth was given to the poor to help them. Now, that didn't mean it might raise them to the same standard, but they didn't starve. Now, as you can see, the economic system given to ancient Israel is not...
No interest charging. When you get into debt, it's not for life. At a certain point, you are forgiven of your debts. And then there is economic redistribution to support people that are struggling and require assistance. Like, what is going on here? I don't think this guy actually realizes what he's talking about. What he's describing is a system, as some would say, like halfway between capitalism and socialism. It's a system where there is some allowance for market forces, but it's heavily regulated in a way to provide a social safety net and to even protect people against usury. So, like, profiteering and debt traps, which is like, basically how our society works right now on an individual level and on a national level. There's financiers that capture your nation in debt and then get you to pay it back with your taxes, apparently, and austerity measures. And then individually, like, everyone is just like hugely in debt to pay for all the good consumer items out there. Ancient Israel will flip out with how much subscription service cost if they somehow had Netflix. So good. Hey, can we have a mixed economy in the kingdom of God? It's one or the other. Wow. This is this guy's solution. Very interesting.
Like any economic system ever devised by human beings, right? Now, when Jesus returns to establish God's kingdom on this earth, he will set up a worldwide economic system similar to the one God gave to ancient Israel.
So everybody gets a piece of land. Debts aren't for life. There's no such thing as interest, charging interest. Fuck that. All right, you want to lend some money? That's fine. You lend the money, they pay it back within the time frame. No fucking interest. Interest free. Interest free. And there's some economic support system. There's welfare. Dude, this is sounding like some real communist nonsense here. I don't know if this guy realizes what he's advocating for. Does the big man have his version of Amazon up there or no? Someone got to deliver those... What is that? Those miracles? Those miracles. Okay. Deliver them miracles. Interesting. Do you need Amazon, though? Do you? When you can have everything in the click of a finger? In heaven. Usury.
Face it, you and I don't live in that economic system, right? Christ hasn't come back yet. So, does the Bible give principles on how to manage money in today's world? And yes, it does. And I want to take some time to talk about a few principles, biblical principles, how to manage money in the system that you live in today.
Oh, God.
And they are contained...
He's getting the book out again. He's doing it again. He's doing his ground news segment. Subscribe now to get an angel free. Next minute, E comes out and yells, Jesus has saved me. Dude, I was so close to converting. So close to converting to the mixed economy, welfare state that Jesus and Israel promotes. But like, now we're just back to fucking spooking our finance booklet. We don't live in that system. Jesus isn't back yet. So we're waiting for Jesus to act like Jesus. That's the moral of the story. No welfare system. No welfare state. Until Jesus gets back. Anyone got a time on that one? Just wondering. I've got some debts that I need to clear. Hopefully Jesus comes back sometime soon. All right, I want my debt jubilee. I want my land back. My family land. Father Maynard tells us more about Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, man. But wait, there's more. Oh, man, this guy... killing it. It's crushing it, bro. crushing it. That's enough. That's enough of that. I can't do it anymore. I'm out. He doesn't look a thing like Jesus, but he talks like a gentleman. Oh. I'm sure that's another reference, but whatever. Whatever. I'll do what I want. Well, like, all I've heard from this so far is like Jesus sounded very much what like people consider to be socialists these days, which is someone that like distributes wealth and makes sure that there's welfare, like a system set up to look after people that are needy and might fall through the cracks in society. I don't know, man. This guy hasn't made a very good case as to why Jesus promotes a third option and he's not a socialist. And like the story about why Jesus is not a capitalist, or like Jesus promotes capitalism or something because he yelled at the servant who didn't make more money and buried his stuff in the ground. That didn't make any fucking sense to me at all. That was a horrible story or parable that supports the idea of capitalism. My family used to have property in the CBD. I approve this man's message. Yeah, like what about all the indigenous populations out there, right, that have been displaced in their lands from years of like warfare, empire, colonialism. Like imagine if everybody just got to go home to their ancestral lands. Eh? That'd change the world pretty quickly. Didn't he chase out some people who turned his father's house into a market? Yeah, there's so many examples that would be like anti-market stuff. This guy didn't go there. And like he picked a really obscure thing to show. One that didn't really make any sense, to show that capitalism is the light. It is the alpha and the omega. That was not what I expected. I don't know what I expected from this, to be honest. But like, yeah, what a weird little sermon this guy just gave. I was thinking about that today. Interesting. All right. Look, I've got to bounce, so I'm gonna have to leave it there. But thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. Bandsaw Bandit gave a super chat earlier today, so thank you very much for that. Funding the stream, keeping the stream alive. Thank you very much. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button for more. And we'll be back. Tomorrow is Theory Thursdays. I feel like we got a jumpstart on Theory Thursdays, looking at Christian stuff here, but like we'll do some more theory tomorrow afternoon. But yeah, thank you everyone who's been hanging out. If you've been interacting and in the chat, thank you. If you're lurking today, thank you too. And if you're watching this after the fact as well. False Avatar, good to have you. Mr. Abbott, Ravy, Hobo Joe, Blaz, Dilemmas, Voltateur, Captain Bucket. Who else we had here throughout the day? Had a few people coming in and out today, actually. Let's see. 4AS was in the house earlier. Jag was in the house earlier. Gumma Cheese Wing coming in and out and smoking up for the revolutions. Good to have you. Who else do we got here? Rogue, you were in earlier as well. I can't go back down too far. Found it. All right. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Kylie Wyote. Forgot about you. Oh yeah, and Larp Jeff. I think you were hanging out before as well. Hobo Joe. Heidi the Sausage. You've been here too. It's good to have you. Been lurking like a gherkin in a merkin. See ya, lovelies. It's good to have you. All right. We'll be back tomorrow with some more. Until then, I've found it. What's this? Feels versus reels. All right, I'm going to have a look at that tomorrow. I found it. We'll check it out. All right. Till next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I'll see you on the morrow.